Welcome, race fans. We are happy to be here on Commercial Street in downtown Emporia, Kansas, and that can only mean one thing. The Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. We are very happy to bring you full live race coverage from here on out through the rest of the day, both men and women from our studio. I'm Bill Elliston. I'm going to be joined today by Payson McKelvin here. Unfortunately missing the men's race, but great for us. Meredith Miller on my right side. We will be bringing you all the action all day long. We've got some folks out in the field that'll be feeding us some information. We've got lots to get through throughout the course of the day. So we are excited to have you with us here joining on this live stream coverage. First off, before we get into our race action, we want to kind of talk a little bit about the history of Unbound, how it got started here in Emporia.
We're in beautiful Emporia, Kansas, where thousands of riders mark their calendar each year for the opportunity to take on miles and miles of the gorgeous Flint Hills.
The North Course is punchier and chunkier.
It's a beast. It's chunky. Like the gravel, it's just like these massive rocks.
This event takes respect and it takes significant preparation.
It's one of the most unpredictable races because of flat tires and mechanicals that can happen to equipment.
It's just a beatdown. Like, I don't care how hard you train, I don't care how gnarly of terrain you ride on a regular basis. To race 200 miles on this terrain is just so destructive.
High speeds, more chaos in the field.
Everyone's just up in the game. Like, it's just one little notch after one little notch.
The competition level is through the roof. I think this is probably the most competitive field we've ever had. A result at Unbound means a lot because it's a race that people around the world have heard of.
Unbound started in the parking lot on the northwest side of town with 36 riders, and most of them were from just around the region. It was not a big national event.
It's changed a lot. Obviously starting in 2006 with no GPS and just cue sheets. In the early days, it was a little bit more choose your own adventure, if you will.
20 years ago, Emporia was not a cycling town. There were a dozen of us that rode bikes. Now there are hundreds. Of the 4,000 people lining up to take on Unbound, 10% of them come from within a 20-mile radius of Emporia, Kansas. It has completely transformed the identity of who we are right here in Emporia.
Lifetime coming on board with us in 2019 was a big game changer. Lifetime definitely believes in building community and healthy way of life.
There's a history before Lifetime at Unbound Gravel, and there's a history in Emporia, Kansas before Unbound Gravel, and it's our job to preserve the ethos of the event and to ensure that when people leave Emporia, Kansas, they know what the Flint Hills is, who the people that live here are, what they do, but it's this community that makes Unbound Gravel so special.
There are rocks flying everywhere. There are crashes happening.
It is really hard to focus for 10.5 hours.
Perfect world scenarios don't exist in Unbound.
I don't know if anyone has ever finished Unbound and not just had everything hurting. It just beats up your entire body.
It's such a race of attrition. You're gonna feel it so bad. Just brutal all the way around.
So we are going to talk a little bit about our course map out there today. We've got, I want to walk everyone through what our riders are going to be facing out there on the course. 202 odd miles, roughly 10,000 feet of elevation is what we are going to be looking at. Starting right here in downtown Emporia. Those first 25 odd miles heading north out of town. Kind of a gentle start to the day, letting all our riders know what they are in for. doesn't come until about mile 26 or so, but that's going to be the first real section of the race that everyone considers. That's Caw Reserve Road, the first section of pretty challenging gravel up that way. From there, it's on to Eskridge, which, of course, is the first neutral water stop of the day. Just beyond Eskridge, of course, the infamous Divide Road section, another challenging spot. Then it's on to Alma in the first of 2 checkpoints out on the course. After that, Little Egypt is always one of the toughest sections of the course. That's going to come right around 104 miles. From there, we'll head towards Council, or Alta Vista, rather, where they'll continue to head southbound, and Council Grove then will be the second feed zone out on the course, where they have an opportunity to connect with their staff for the final time of the day. Just south of Council Grove, the course starts to head a little bit more eastbound, and at roughly 75 miles, that's when they start to hit the Lake Cahola area. 2-step climb, wide open, one of the last big challenges that they face before they start to make their way back into town. After Lake Cahola, it gets a little bit rolling, no big significant climbs or significant gravel sectors on the way back into town, but wind is the story of the day at that point. Crosswinds and tailwinds will be pushing the riders all the way back into town. Highland Hill by the University, the final hard section before finishing right back here on Commercial Street. So that's our course in a nutshell. Now we'd like to get on with our recap of the day. We're got the first few hours under our belts. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on out there. We had a great field kicking off this morning at just about 10 minutes before 6 o'clock. Our men were all queued up in the grid, and well, this year we've got more international competition than ever. It's been great to see almost 50% of our riders in attendance for our Pro Men's Lifetime Grand Prix event coming from overseas. Riders anticipating that start, and I'll tell you, the nerves on the start line, it's always something to behold. It's all smiles until we get within those last few minutes, and then everyone's punching the clock, getting ready to get down to work for the next 10 odd hours or so as the riders took off just as the sun was starting to come up in town here. Again, that first 25 or so miles, relatively tame in terms of the Flint Hills gravel that the riders see, but always a very fast pace as they make their way toward Caw Reserve Road. And that opening pace, that was upwards of about 24, 25 miles an hour. And what we saw happen was we saw a big group pacing kind of coming out of the start there. We saw some riders with a little mishap early, but the big talk was we saw a big group of roughly 15 riders separating very early.
Yeah, it's really incredible how much this race changes year to year. The change in terms of how the race is raced just blows my mind. Every year it transforms, and we saw that again this year. Having a big group of 30-ish roll away is pretty unprecedented that early.
So once we had our men on course, our women towed the line. They got off and running at just about 5 minutes after 6, so 15-minute gap once again, just like we did last year, giving our women their own race. If you remember last year, 9 riders in the women's field come to the line together, proving that the women absolutely deserve their own start and put on a phenomenal show out there today.
Oh, man, I'm so excited for today's race. The women put on a show last year. I expect the same thing from them today. And as the women roll off the line, and then you can feel those nerves, and they got off to a great start, and we're just waiting to see what happens today at the finish line.
Yeah, it was a great start for the women, and lots going on in that first part of the women's race. We know there was a couple of crashes early on. It looked like nobody got really injured. Most of the riders, save one, I think, got back in the mix. But in the women's race, the real story was Gabby Traxler getting off the front pretty early, Meredith.
Yeah, Gabby Traxler. Here we see the crash. As you said, but we believe there was one rider who wasn't able to get going. Emily Newsom was one of the riders down, who was, I think, the last rider to get back on her bike, but she did catch back up to the group, so she's now in the big chase again. But Gabby Traxler was the story of the morning as she went off the front solo. Former road racer, had a major crash in 2023, has been able to bounce back from that, and has now devoted her time to gravel racing in 24, and here she's back again in 25.
Yeah, Gabby getting so much as I think about a 2.5-minute lead at one point, which was really quite impressive. As we go back, this was another one of the crashes that we saw pretty early. A couple riders struggling to get things going. I think 2 riders were a little bit more delayed than the others. One rider you can see there in the middle just trying to collect themselves there. And this is our first muddy section. This is the Call Reserve Road right around that neck of the woods. And you can see riders that were out there early in the week, right, Payson? I know you rode some of the course, and it was muddier than this, so it's actually dried up quite a bit.
One of the things that's really surprised me again this year is just how quickly it dries. Boy, another big crash there. And I hate to say it, but this is pretty typical for the first 30 miles of this race. The roads are obviously really straight, so the group doesn't get as strung out, and it's just all the way across the road, and that's usually when you end up with more crashes. Throw in some big mud pits, and it's just going to be a thrill a minute out there, even at the very beginning of the race.
Yeah, very fast starts all around. And in the men's race, going back to that, we had roughly about 15 riders getting off the front early, maybe a little bit more. We see one of the Tudor riders in the mix there. That was Simone Pelot, the Swiss rider who had such a phenomenal ride a few weeks back at the Sea Otter Classic to open the Life Time Grand Prix for the 2025 season. And he was one of the drivers in this group, and you could see it wasn't really cohesive. Sometimes you think those big groups are going to be the way to go, but it wasn't a whole lot of a cohesion up there. But in the women's side, this is what we're talking about. Gabby Traxel really putting a big effort in, and it wasn't long before she was really out there with a whole lot of daylight off of her back wheel.
Yeah, she just really went for it. I think she's out here to prove something. Last year she had a mechanical. She was coming into the checkpoint an hour behind where she thought she was going to be. So I think she's coming into this year with something to prove. And we'll see eventually that she has been caught and has probably been reabsorbed by the main pack today.
Yeah, and in the men's race, that big group resulted in 2 riders slipping off the front. A little frustrated with how things were going on up there. Simone Pelot, the Tudor rider, taking Cam Jones up the road with him. Now, Cam Jones from New Zealand, but more importantly, Payson, Cam is one of our wild card riders. So, man, that's it's a bold move, but it's also maybe a little crazy because he's currently sitting 3rd in the wild card. And as we know, only the top 2 will advance after this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, Cam is just a gamer. Every time I race with him, it feels like he's being aggressive, going in early moves. He just loves racing. He loves racing aggressively. Putting myself in his shoes, I might have played it a little bit more conservative because he does have a lot on the line today. I know he really wants to qualify for one of those 4 wildcard spots, and he is in a good position to do that. But when you go off the front early in Unbound, especially in a group that small, just 2 of you, you're really rolling the dice. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of his race develops.
So that's more or less the story of the early part of the race. Our Canadian rider got that great gap off the front, but she was reabsorbed by a couple of chasers out there. And they did manage to drop her. So we've got Decker, we've got our reigning national champion, Lauren Stevens, and we've got Caroline Mignon out there as well. So that's our current situation in our women's race now.
Yeah, and I got to say, I just got chills seeing these images come up live because the quality of coverage is just going to be so awesome today. I mean, this is really a treat, and of course I'd love to be out there, but as a bike racing fan, this is going to be awesome over the next handful of hours.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the women's race right now. It's reminding me a little bit of last year because LDC, right, Lauren DiCrescenzo, she made that early attack, got caught, but then kind of went again, and it was like, if I remember, it was about 125 miles to go when she made that solo move out there, right? So it makes you wonder if that's kind of the trend here in Emporia, that early move is the one to go with.
Well, I think everybody just has to gamble and hedge their bets a little bit. And, sometimes LDC is a known commodity out here, right? So, kind of surprising that they did let her go. Maybe it was because it was so early. But with Gabby going off today, maybe she was playing the card of, they don't expect me to do this, and maybe, they're going to just sit up and let the gap blow up so much that, she just has to hold steady for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, that was not the case for her, so we see these 3 charging on the front today. And going back to LDC, I was listening to something with her the other day, and she said, if anybody were to ask me, should I go for a solo attack at 125 miles out? I would say absolutely not. But if I asked myself that, I would say most definitely. So she's just that type of rider. So she's playing it safe today, staying in the group, and we'll see if this group I think has about 9 minutes is what I think we were seeing. So that gap, the peloton is definitely hedging their bets with this group right now.
Oh man, I just saw that time gap, and this is huge. Like, this is a way bigger gap than I thought they had. And what's interesting is in that second group, it's already getting smaller. I haven't gotten an actual head count on that yet, but all 4 of the big name Specialized riders are in there. Annika Longvad, Sofia Gomez Villafane, Sarah Sturm, and I'm blanking on the fourth one, G. Schurz, second place last year. They're all in that second group, and in my opinion, the impetus is on them, because this gap is starting to get out of hand. I know we're only halfway through the race, but that's a big gap.
Yeah, it's insane gap actually right now, and I think the field might be misplaying their hand right now. But I think maybe to get a little more information, we've got our friend Lauren Hall out there following along at the front of the women's race. So we should probably move on over to Lauren. And Lauren, what is going on up there at the front?
They've got the clearance they need, but their drivetrains have to be absolutely screaming at them right now. The demands that this course has been on through them between all of the water, it is just non-stop. That little section dropping out of Little Egypt.
Yeah, I think we may that leaderboard graphic we see on the right side. I'm not sure we can 100% trust that right now, because I'm still seeing Simon and Cam Jones off the front. So let's keep an eye on that.
So right now, that leading group, or that chasing group, I believe, looks pretty good. Joris Nieuwenhuis, he's known as a cyclocross rider out there having a good ride. I talked to some folks last night over dinner that told me that Joris was feeling pretty good, and his teammate Dan Soates also looking pretty good and feeling pretty good about their trip out here. Andrew Lesprance in there, the Aussie champion Brendan Johnson, Toby Rode, who's always a big player, Ian Boswell, who I got to speak to a little bit yesterday, and Ian was just out here to have some fun, but finding himself in the top of the mix. Jasper Ackelon in there, Julian Gagne in the mix as well. John Borstelman also rounding out that group as well. Borstelman, kind of one of the unheralded riders, I think, sometimes in the series, but always puts on a good show.
One thing I'm noticing here is it looks like we have the lead 2 riders, and then we have a second smaller group with Boz, Okaloon, Torborn Road, Brendan Johnston, Andrew Lesprance, Joris Nieuwenhuis, and then we have the bigger kind of third group. Yeah, Bill, you mentioned Joris is a pretty good cross rider. He was second at the World Championships just a couple of years ago to a certain Matthew Vanderpool, so he certainly has an engine.
Yeah, he's put on some great results the last few years. It's always interesting to see riders come from so many different disciplines, right, and coming into gravel over the years. You've been in the scene for a while, and you've seen it kind of morph and change with World Tour riders coming over, domestic pros coming over, and now cyclocross riders coming over. And the cyclocross riders, it's always a little interesting to me because they're coming from just these 1-hour races, right? And we're talking about, a good 10 hours or so of racing out here today if the conditions allow for that kind of speed. So it's a little bit of an interesting dynamic to me to see those riders be able to get in the mix out here.
This might be a good question for Meredith, actually. Coming from cross, how did you feel like your endurance carried over when you would do longer road races?
Well, I actually, in the beginning of my cross career, I was still racing road. And I always felt that I needed the road racing to supplement my training for cross, and then I needed some things from cross, the speed and the skills and whatever that helped me as a road racer, and then I would throw mountain biking in every now and then too. So I feel like they all had something to offer each of those different disciplines. And with Joris coming from the World Tour, he has that endurance. Sure, he's the courses are shorter, the races are shorter in cyclocross, but that Ridley racing team, they have 5 riders here. They're actually all cross racers. Yep. And coming over to the endurance is you know, they all complement each other throughout the year. So they're doing the long rides out there anyway. You better bet that Matthew Vanderpool is out there doing the long ride. So when it comes across, they've got to have that endurance to face him. So, you know, it's I feel like every discipline is doing the long miles these days.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about that on the athlete panel yesterday, and one of the things Brendan Johnson said is he's just in this big phase of doing big miles, right? Maybe not big necessarily on one day, but 5-hour day or something like that, but doing that in blocks 2-3 days in a row, take a little break, and then kind of repeat that whole sequence. And it's always interesting how that works, certainly for certain athletes in terms of that kind of training.
One thing that I think is interesting, too, you just mentioned that Ridley team that Joris is on. They've really founded that team. It's a newer program on being a multidiscipline team. So they don't claim to be just a cross program or just a gravel program. They're planning to kind of go out and do all of the off-road disciplines, which I think is really cool and, you know, kind of new school. I think it really shows how the sport is developing and becoming multidisciplinary.
We see that across so many different disciplines right now that everybody is just crossing over, and again, they all complement each other, so why not?
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's great for the development of the sport. So looking at our men's leaders out there, we should roll over to our man Nat Ross, who is following the lead. Nat, what do you got for us out there?
It is spicier and peppier out here as we go. These two have been working in unison. It's spectacular to see the way that they have the visibility that they need to tackle this terrain. But what's really impressive is all of these corners and angles, the speeds that they're taking, the momentum that they carry on every single corner. They're using the entire gravel road to carry and propel themselves. It's paid off so far. They made it through that section, but the roads out here in true life are gnarly.
Yeah, that's some great feedback. You know, the weather was such a big thing all week long, right? A lot of the riders have been in town since Tuesday, and if you were following along on social media, surely you saw some of the pictures with the weather that we had earlier in the week, and you know, not just bikes covered in mud, but vehicles stuck in mud out there. Even actually as late as yesterday afternoon, we had some vehicles on Divide Road that were in a little spot of bother out there. But it seems like things have really dried up, and we've been watching this coverage, right? And it's actually dry and dusty on a lot of this course. And so, you know, one of the things we heard yesterday from some of the riders is they actually feel that some course records may fall this year based on the way the course was getting tacky and dried out, based on the level of the riders in the field. There's a high contingency of European riders that are with us this year and riders from various other countries, as well as, you know, everyone here in America has really upped their game over the last couple of months, as we saw at Sea Otter. So, Payson, what do you think? Do you think we might be on record pace out here this year?
You know, every year we go faster. I think there's no way we can possibly go faster, and then it just happens again. The depth of field just continues to increase. All that said, I do think there could be some historically fast conditions this year. All that rain that we got midweek, like Nat was kind of referencing, does create some extra tackiness and traction in those corners. And even on a course like this that's so long, that's so rugged, that doesn't have as many twists and turns maybe as some other gravel courses, traction still does matter. Momentum absolutely matters. And even though those might be small differences over the course of 200 miles, it all adds up. And so, yeah, they'll encounter some mud puddles and that sort of thing out here. But I think overall these conditions are potentially historically fast. And when you combine that with the depth of field, it seems like a recipe for new records to me.
Well, we've already seen a record be broken already today with Rob Britton in the XL. I think, according to Athlinks, he went sub 18 hours.
Oh my God!
And 350 miles.
That's unbelievable.
Insanely
That's unbelievable.
fast.
All of a sudden, that race is for the leaders is mostly ridden at night. Because you start late in the day and you finish early in the morning, and most of your race is in the dark. I mean, it's really incredible.
That's actually a great point, right? Because they got done before 9 o'clock this morning, and it's funny, Rob had commented that at one point when he was riding by himself, he could finally see Lachlan's taillight in front of him, and it took him 2.5 hours to catch him. Just, you know, the nature of the roads and such out here that, you know, you can see for miles on end in the dark out there, that little blinky light, but it was so far away. And yeah, conducting business all night long. What a tough day. And at the end of the day, geez, their average speeds for the 350 are not that far off of what the speeds we see for the 200. Certainly if we turn the clock back a couple years ago, those speeds would pretty much be on par, which is just amazing, the development in that 350 XL. But yeah, great job by Rob Britton to take the win today.
They were so fast, all the other races hadn't even gone off.
Yeah, we had to stall some of the 25-mile waves, I think, before we could get them out on the course. And that's never happened here before. So yeah, it's a little bit of quick thinking by the staff out there to accommodate everything. So our women right now coming onto our screen, looking at our two riders, both wearing the same kit, but we know they're not necessarily maybe under the same sponsorship umbrella, wearing that Pas Normal kit, the Pas Cycling. Also, Lauren Stevens just kind of dangling off the back. I think that's just to maintain a good sight line. As you see the dust really, really flying up there in the riders' faces. The bikes and the kits are completely covered already, to the point where we've had some challenges picking out numbers and picking out riders earlier in the day. But Lauren Stevens riding a great race, and you know, this isn't, I wouldn't even call this Lauren's forte, right? Like, she just came off a great ride at Road Nationals last week, right?
Yeah, and she'll be the first to admit this is not her forte. This is a distance that she's never done before. She has won the 100 multiple times, 4 or 5 times, something crazy like that. But this is her first time jumping into the 200. She is not part of the Lifetime Grand Prix this year. Part of that decision was because she wants to attend the UCI World Championships, which conflicts with Big Sugar. And in order to have an overall standing for the series, you have to participate in Big Sugar. So that was a decision she made. But here we see her with Cecily Decker and Carolina Mignon. And Cecily chose to race the Traca 200, where she was 4th. And then Carolina, as we know, back-to-back wins at the Traca 360.
Absolutely amazing. So great to see these three leaders. Right now, we're going to throw it on over to Lauren Hall. Lauren Hall following the front end of our women's race.
Hey guys, thank you so much. And yeah, just like you're talking about pace and fast, dusty course, how does it get any faster? Oh my gosh, we just seeing Caro just overcooking that corner right there. Oh my goodness, saving it, coming back. And yeah, you just got to think everyone is working well together, even though you say like Pas Normal, they may not essentially be they're on the same kit, maybe not the same team, but yeah, everyone working well. And yeah, you can't let someone like Lauren Stevens up the road. She's a winner of Levi's Grand Fondo, winner of Tour of the Gila. I mean, this is a stacked group of 3, and I would think anyone what's left in the peloton, it's alarm bells. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I would have to think at this point the riders in the women's field, if they're going to look at each other a whole lot longer, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble if this gap continues to roll out, because all 3 riders working very, very smoothly. We've seen them eating, we've seen them drinking, and by all accounts, the body language is still pretty positive out here. So they are just really rolling along.
Yeah, and I was going to call out the body language. You can see a difference in the attitude between these front 3 leaders and the group behind. The group behind, to me, looks pretty passive at this point. The fact that, I think it was Caroline Migon there, just blew that corner, that means they're pushing. You don't blow a corner like that unless you are hunting for speed. And 3 ladies like that, you know, it's not a whole lot of people to share the work with, but all 3 are such solid riders, and they're going to be 100% committed. And yeah, this group behind definitely should start thinking long and hard about what this gap is, because last time I checked, we're looking at 10+ minutes.
That's crazy. This gap, I mean, this is a big group, and sometimes you think, oh, a big group, they have all this firepower to bring the leaders back, but at the same time, that can mean more disorganization.
Negativity,
because
yeah.
Nobody wants to take their turn at the front, because there's so many other people that they're looking to do that, and everybody's like, nope, not me, I want you to do it, or, you know, and so this is where we might see more team tactics come into play at some point if this gap gets any bigger, some of these teams. And now we're seeing these women coming up on the back of the pro men.
That's a testament to how fast
yes.
they're moving. They're catching the pro men. There was a 15-minute buffer between the two groups, and they're catching the pro men in the first half of their race.
Absolutely amazing. Just shows how fast, how committed these three are to extending that lead right now as they're making their way up this incline. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Happy to bring you live coverage all the way to the finish of both our men's and women's events here today. Support for today's broadcast is brought to you by B&W International, Boundless Coaching, and Cane Creek Cycling Components. Right now, it looks like we've got our men's chase here. Looking, see if we can identify. Looks like we've got about 6 riders in our men's chase going on. We'll try and get some numbers for you as we can and we'll see what that time split is. But finally, things starting to shake out a little bit in that chase. Those 2 riders, Pelot and Jones, just really digging in at the front. And, you know, Pelot, super strong rider, so great to see that young Swiss rider who put a great ride in at Sea Otter once again, really throwing it down.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
We are back here in Emporia. Emporia is proud to be the home of Unbound Gravel and known nationwide as Gravel City, USA, the birthplace of modern gravel cycling. Whether you're a rider or a fan, this community lives and breathes outdoor adventure. To learn more, visit Emporia.com. Also want to thank our friends at GU Energy. Whether you're gunning for the podium or just a finish, GU Roctane gives your body what it needs. More electrolytes, more BCAAs, and that all means more fuel for the long haul. And you may be new to LTH, but it is no rookie. Created by Lifetime over 20 years ago, LTH delivers clean, science-backed supplements with pure, potent ingredients and third-party testing in every batch. And, of course, a big thanks to our presenting sponsor, Shimano, makers of the finest cycling components for over 100 years. Their GRX drivetrains and brakes helped pioneer gravel riding. To learn more, visit bike.shimano.com. I tell you, Pelot, he's been taking big pulls on the front. It looks like he's smiling. Could he possibly be smiling out there with still, 77 odd miles, about 80 or about 125, 130 Ks yet to go?
To me, that looked like a grimace.
I don't know, man. He's been grinning and waving. I'm not sure he's given up that yet.
But these guys are so committed. I mean, they're just all in. And Simon has really made a name for himself at the highest levels of the sport as being an escape artist, being a long-range breakaway specialist. He was telling me on the podcast earlier this year after Sea Otter that he went in the breakaway at the Giro. I think it was 9 stages one year. So what he knows what he's doing in this environment. Cam is maybe newer to this situation, but he's so enthusiastic. He's got a lot to ride for, and he's got a great buddy to be off the front of with.
Yeah, that wild card competition is very, very critical for some of these riders, and Cam currently sitting in 3rd overall in that wild card competition. So a lot at stake. The top 2 riders will move into the Lifetime Grand Prix athlete queue, moving forward to our next event in Leadville and throughout the rest of the season. So, you know, Cam really needs to have a good ride, which makes it really interesting that his tactics are unfolding in this manner out here.
I think Cam is just, he's young, he's new to cycling, he's still figuring out, and he is just so excited to race his bike. He loves to play the game, but maybe the game is going to get the best of him today. I don't know. Hopefully not. He's one of, you know, I work for Shimano in sports marketing, so he's one of our sponsored athletes, and you know, talking to him, I know he gets excited, and his family is here, so there, you know, that gives him a little extra motivation to be out there today. But we'll see if this tactic for him plays off. And again, some people might just think, they've gone way too long and they're going to just let him go out there and fry, but they might mistime it. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
You know, what I think and it would be great to get a time gap from those front 2 to that second chase group. You know, this second chase group has 7 riders in it, which is a really good size. You know, it's not too big to avoid being cohesive, but if that second chase group can catch them, that would potentially help those 2 leaders.
Yeah, we'll wait to get those time splits. In the meantime, we had the opportunity to talk to our friend Alexi Vermeulen and see what he had to say about today's event.
Okay. The goal of today is kind of twofold. One, I want to be ready for Rule of 3. I want to make sure don't get injured, nothing stupid happens, and also can race effectively. Got a little 55-mile ride. I'm Alexi Vermeulen. I race bikes professionally, and I'm probably most well known for riding with my little dog Willie. So racing gravel professionally in the US has changed quite a bit from what I grew up doing on the road. Gone from very focused racing on winning, and that being the only focus of the day, to the minute you're off the bike, you have so many other jobs. Yeah, we are still answering your questions from last time. There's always been this dream to create things that inspire people, but also educate along the way. We kind of had this idea about 3 years ago about why don't we do a YouTube channel? A little vlog style here, a little race report there. But I was very excited by this idea that you could reach people who weren't at the race. And so how do you give them something to interact and be involved with, or motivate them to come the next year? It's through content. It's just, I really enjoy talking to people. I enjoy being around the expo. I enjoy creating content. It's not stressful to me. You see a lot of guys kind of wrapping their bars further. I think it's just being honest with yourself, knowing that, okay, I have this amount of time and this amount of hours to do things, and I need to build this week out so that I can be the best athlete I can at the end of the week, while doing as many of these off-the-bike endeavors that I've been asked to do. Going into this year, the Grand Prix is my entire focus. Doing other races around it, but they're all a chance to prepare for the Grand Prix. I think the first couple years of the Grand Prix, I was just trying to figure it out, see what I wanted to do. It worked out. I was lucky sometimes. This year, I want to put some pressure on myself. I want to try to win it. I want to take down the King Keegan. Racing to win's different. This also means racing to possibly lose. A lot of these races, there's so many great guys now that you can't win by just sitting there and hoping that you're the best at the finish line, because it's not going to work. I'd love to be going to Unbound ahead of Keegan, but I'm not. To me, when I started this year, tactically, I said, no questions asked, I have to beat Keegan at Sea Otter or Unbound. That's the mindset. I don't need to win the race, I have to beat Keegan. Unbound to me is mentally tough. It is really hard to focus for 10.5 hours and not make a mistake. And I'm talking about not hitting a rock, not taking a corner wrong, not overlapping a wheel, getting all your food, being able to eat all your food. It's never ending. It's a lot about luck, but it's at the end of the day, it's a lot about how mentally resilient are you, because something's going to go wrong. How do you solve it? I think I'm most excited to just go out there and race. I know I'm fit. I think always the first race of the year is nerve-wracking, but once you kind of set a pecking order, it's just about getting down to business and racing a bike like you can.
So just about 75 miles yet to go in our men's race, about 111 or so to the finish of the women's race. What we're hearing, we believe, is Cam Jones, Simon Paylot still leading the front of our men's race. That gap right around maybe 3.5 minutes or so. 7 chasers is what it looks like following up behind them. So we'll try and identify those 7 chasers here once we can.
One thing I'm noticing about that chase group is riders in that relatively small chase group are already kind of dropping off the back. So we have Alexis Cartier, Julian Gagne, John Borstelman, all strong riders have been tailed off the back of that first chase group, which means that their pace is high. You know, they're not waiting, they're driving, they're trying to catch these 2 guys.
Oh, Gagne and Borstelman were in that original split of 15 riders, and Gagne was, you know, I don't want to say he was one of the surprise riders there in that early split, but he was certainly one of the riders that was active like these 2 and trying to keep the cohesion going on out there. So no surprise to see him still in the mix a little bit later. I'm going to tell you, look at the grass right behind those guys. Look at that wind, and it looks like it's a little bit of a crosswind right now. So that's supposed to pick up by around noontime today or 1 o'clock. We should be looking at about 10, 11, 12-mile-an-hour winds coming out of the west-southwest. So that's going to be a big challenge as they start to point southbound and head back towards us here.
And, of course, with these 2, with only 2 guys, one person to draft off of, that's, you know, we see how hard these guys are working compared to this a little bit bigger of a chase group, and then, you know, somewhere behind these guys we've got a big peloton, so they're able to hide from the wind a little bit more if they're all rotating, you know, taking those breaks where Cam and Simon are just, they're feeling almost every bit of the wind out there, which is really going to take its toll.
And the original wind forecast was actually for a northwest wind, which would have potentially been huge for these 2 guys, you know, pushing them home, but that forecast changed, as often is the case here in the Flint Hills, and now it's going to be working against them all the way home.
Yeah, and the other thing working against them, as you can see some blue skies there at the back of the screen. It's very sunny day out here today. Yesterday the sun kind of finally started to poke out after several days of rain and that sort of thing, and cooler temperatures. And today forecast to get up to about 86 degrees, and on top of that the humidity is supposed to be up around 80% as well. So that's going to be another big factor here. These riders, you know, traditionally the pros and Payson, you know this obviously from doing this for years, traditionally the leaders in the men's race don't really stop at the neutral water oases, right? They stop at the 2 spots in Alma and in Council Grove where they know their staff is there. They know they're going to get what they want, the opportunity to deal with any mechanical things or tire things that they need to deal with, and bypass largely the two neutral oases. But today, do you think that's going to be a factor? Do you think the riders are going to hit those neutral oases to stay on top of things?
You know, I'll tell you what, the last proper hot Unbound we had, in my opinion, was 2019. In more recent years, you know, the temperatures maybe just gotten up to about 80 degrees, but you know, mid to high 80s is very different than high 70s. And I remember in 2019 when it was pushing 90 degrees, I was riding in a podium position, and not only was I still stopping at those water oases, but it was so bleak that I was stopping in river crossings, dunking my helmet. It's hard to put into words how brutal this race can be when you add heat, because even though we're not, you know, talking about 34 degrees and high 90s, you're out there for so long. It's so exposed. The sun can be so intense, and that effort just gradually really adds up and can kind of cook you. And it becomes as big an adversary as the actual distance.
Well, and as we can see, there is 0 shelter out on this course.
Right,
you are completely exposed all day long. So, yeah, we're seeing trees in the background, but there is no shade out there for these guys to hide in from the sun. And as you mentioned, it's windy, it's sunny, which earlier in the week when we were having all that rain and everybody was like freaking out, we were having to talk athletes off the ledge. They wanted to change equipment, change tires, whatever. But as soon as that sun came out, got warmer, and the wind picked up, that was really what helped dry this course out a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it dried out. I mean, just even yesterday morning, the panic was high in terms of what tires we're going to use. Riders talking about using thinner tires that would maybe drop through the mud to find that hard packed surface. Riders thinking about a really big, more aggressive, wider tire than what they normally would run just to try and get as much traction out here. But, you know, at the end of the day, the Flint Hills does what the Flint Hills does, right? And it just keeps throwing curveballs out there to keep riders on their toes, and some very challenging conditions out there on the course.
I did wake up early this morning to go to the start just to kind of get a read on what equipment choices were being made. And it's amazing how riders' homework has kind of gone up. The preparation, the attention to detail has really increased over the years too. It was clear everyone had been out on course yesterday, checking out those potentially muddy sections. And I didn't see really any tires much narrower than about a 50, which, you know, is kind of the new school mentality with a course this rough. You typically want to go narrower if there's going to be a lot of mud, just because of that mud buildup can create issues with the wheels rolling through the frame. But it seemed like everyone was pretty committed to wider tires for today and knew that it was going to be a fast day.
So since we're on the topic of tires, Payson, let's talk about that a little bit if we can. As you mentioned, everybody's going wider. But I've also talked to other people of like, well, I could do this course. I could do Big Sur. I've done it on 35s. I've done it on 40s. Why do we need 45s? Why do we need 50s, 2.2, whatever? What is it that is creating this change, this big shift in tire size right now?
Well, it's a very hot topic. There are a lot of opinions on it. A few things. One, a higher volume tire, you can get away with a thinner casing. So the actual rubber thickness is thinner on a larger tire because it can absorb those hits better and is less prone to punctures. And a thinner casing, thinner rubber, rolls faster. There's less friction. It's really counterintuitive, but a lot of these wider tires actually roll faster in a straight line than the narrower tires. On top of that, it's just a lot smoother ride. You know, if you have a 2.0 or a 2.2 tire, that's wide, but it's also tall. And so you're getting 30 to 40 millimeters of suspension. And, you know, a lot of the gravel forks we're seeing out there are 40 mil suspension forks. And you can get a very similar effect with a higher volume tire. And then the other component is just riding in the group, cornering fast. They're just so much more comfortable to ride. You can handle your bike better, and you can fix mistakes more easily. We saw the crashes early on in the recap. Especially the early miles of this race are just absolute chaos, to be honest. You're dodging crashes left and right. You're taking lines that you don't want to take. And so having a little bit more insurance, a little bit more control of the bike can go a really long way.
And I think that the misconception, too, is that a wider tire has more rolling resistance, which we also know is not necessarily true. So I think when at the speeds these riders are going in, you know, both these races, men and women, we're seeing how fast they are going. So that's kind of debunking that myth that you can't go fast with the wider tire.
Yeah, one of the European riders that I'm pretty good friends with out there, who's actually in that second group of 6 or so, is Jasper Okelund, and he's a beach racer from the Netherlands, along with being one of the top gravel riders. And they use these really high volume, like 2.3 or 2.4 slick tires. And he sent me a message a few days ago, and he said, "Don't tell anyone beforehand, but I'm running 2.3 beach tires today." So he's on really wide tires, and he test rode it at Gravel Locos last weekend. Almost won the race and said he absolutely loved it. So that's what he's on today, and it's obviously serving him well because he's riding in top 7 right now.
Yeah, he's up there in that chase group. So that's interesting how the dynamic keeps changing with us equipment. It's so far from what we came from with gravel, right, where people were coming out on cyclocross bikes and just kind of using whatever they could to get through the gravel. And they got it done, but certainly at the speeds we have in this day and age, to get it done like that, you really need this cutting edge equipment and tires and all that stuff playing a huge huge part of the equation right now.
Yeah, when I first started racing gravel, I was on my cross bike.
Right,
and
yeah, 35s,
30,
right?
Yeah, no, 33s.
Oh, geez, 33s. UCI,
yeah,
33s,
exactly,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, that I would pay money to see someone try and tackle this course on 33s right now. I don't think that would go so well, to be honest with you. It would be a bumpy ride.
It's a really exciting part of the sport, honestly. You know, we have, obviously, people have been riding bikes on gravel roads since the beginning of bike riding, but it's really just become a discipline, so to speak, more recently. And for all of us riders and, you know, Meredith, you're obviously in the industry. It's really exciting from an industry standpoint and a product development standpoint. It's a really cool time to be a part of gravel racing because we're really figuring out a lot of stuff and learning that some of the things we thought we had right maybe aren't the case. It's just a really cool time to be a bike rider and enjoying all of these technological advancements that are happening quickly.
Yeah, I was speaking with Alan Lim last year at US Pro Road Nationals, and I was asking him, what is it that is making the difference? Why are the speeds so much faster these days? And he was saying it's just sort of a perfect storm of a lot of things, and technology for sure being one of them, and also nutrition. That I feel like, I think back to when I was racing, we weren't eating a fraction of what we are
a banana and like a couple of gels would get us through,
and maybe a Coke, you know,
we'd wonder
10K
why we
from
hit
the
the
finish.
wall so hard. And yeah, there's no slowing down. It's talking to riders yesterday, right? They're like 90 to 100 grams of carbs per hour in the early part of the race, and trying to ideally take in a little bit more in the latter part of the race. And you know, if for the average rider, if you've not tried to take in that amount of carbohydrates, it's unbelievably challenging to take that much in, right?
Gut training is a thing.
It's
gut
real.
training
It's
has to be
real.
part of your training to be able to absorb those many carbs and, you know, what they're doing today, especially in this heat. That's another thing, that it's one thing to do it in cooler weather, but to do it in heat, your body reacts completely different.
Yeah, your body can go into distress to gastrointestinal distress really quickly in this weather. So hopefully any of these riders have been working on their nutrition. Well, hopefully they mapped it out well in the last couple of weeks on the run-in here. About some of the riders that are up in the front end of the mix, but we should talk a little bit about some of the riders, the bigger names that, well, we're kind of wondering where they are. We haven't seen a whole lot of them lately. And Payson, you said you saw Mattia DeMarchi walking backwards in Call Reserve Road. I mean, what happened that early to Mattia, who was 5th place here last year?
That would have been a catastrophic mechanical to have him, you know, clearly ending his race. He's a really tough rider. He's a rider with tons of experience in ultra-distance stuff. So to be DNFing early on like that means he would have had a catastrophic mechanical. I also noticed that Matt Beers hasn't had a time check come in since mile 70. I'm going to assume that means he had an issue also, and not that his chip is malfunctioning unless we hear otherwise. But those are obviously two top riders who seem to be out of the mix relatively early on.
Yeah, that's a big blow, right? Matt obviously had a great ride to open the Sea Otter Classic there back in April, and you know, he's a guy that's always a contender, always in the mix, and down to the nitty-gritty. So hopefully we'll find out a little bit more intel to what's going on with Matt Beers out there. On the women's side, seems like Caroline Schiff has potentially been off the back, and I think you were starting to mention something, Meredith, about Haley as well out there.
Yeah, it looks also like Haley Smith is another one that is not in that main chase group. So Haley and Carolyn, and another one, Crystal Anthony, who is always, she's just coming off a win at Rule of 3. So a few good riders that we would expect to be up in that main chase group that looks like they're not.
Well, I suppose if we want a little more insight into the women, let's check in with Lauren Hall out there on the course again.
Hey guys, yeah, you know, you were talking about tire selection earlier, and as a matter of fact, Lauren Stevens came into the Vittoria booth yesterday late afternoon and talking about making an immediate change from a more grippy to a more fast rolling resistance tire. So you guys are hitting the nail on the head on that aspect. And, you know, you'll also see, blessed, Lauren Stevens doesn't have any glasses on. That's got to be a bit of an issue for her. I don't know if she lost them somewhere along the way or doesn't prefer them. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting tactic. You also see a bottle down the front of her jersey right there. So when she came through Alma with this group, she basically led that group through. It's one of the first ones through. But yeah, these three are consistently working well together. And again, weather and wind is a factor out here. It's a blustery wind out here, and quite a factor. Back to you guys.
All right, we're seeing all this. That is interesting that Lauren doesn't have glasses on. You see all the dust. It's just plumes of dust out there, and that's got to be irritating a little bit. So that's probably going to be a little bit of a disadvantage as we get a little farther into the race. But Cecily Decker, right? Sea Otter, she was so aggressive. Every time we talked about the coverage, Cecily was literally on the front, and it wasn't always this attacking pace. It was just pace-making on the front of the field, and unbelievably strong rider. And, you know, it seems like she's doing a little bit of that again out here today.
Yeah, I think Cecily is another one of those riders. She comes from a downhill ski background, which in my experience, anyone coming from a ski background to cycling knows how to steer a bike. They know how to drive a bike. They are used to being on the snow and two, you know, on two skis. So they come over with exceptional skills. And I would say in Cecily's situation, it's just she's still learning the game a little bit, still learning how to race, where to use her energy. To me, she's a lot like a Cam Jones, that they're just so strong. They don't even know how strong they are yet, and they've just got to know how to manage that energy and that strength that they have.
Absolutely amazing right now. Sorry about pacing. Sofia Gomez and Vichafanye leading that chase. They are 10 minutes and 45 seconds down. So Sophia, Melissa Rollins, last year's winner, Rosa Closer, Anna Langvad in there, Sarah Lang, Maud Farrell in there, as well as Guy Schurers in the mix as well. And they are coming up on almost 11 minutes behind. And this is an absolute powerhouse group. You've got top first and second place here from last year. You got Melissa, the winner of Leadville last year, all in that group. And they're just continuing to lose time right now to our three leaders.
So just got a message that Sarah Sturm is out of the race.
Oh, wow.
Apparently she crashed, she hit her head. Her body feels okay physically, but she just said she hit her head a little too hard. And she gave her water to Gabby Traxler as she was pulling the pin. So we won't see Sarah at the finish line today, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame. Really sorry to hear that. I'm a huge fan of Sarah's and been friends and teammates with her for a long time. I do have to say, pulling yourself from the race like that after hitting your head is a wise move. She's a veteran racer. You know, she'll know at this point that head injuries like that are not something you mess around with. So I'm sure she'll be gutted, but making a decision about, you know, long-term health is the right move. One thing I wanted to shout out here quickly, because, you know, an 11-minute gap is just massive. Still, we're in the first half of the race. We should note that. But this second group really needs to decide soon what they're going to do. And they're approaching Little Egypt here, which is one of the most decisive sections of the course. And I think one of the reasons that they maybe, are moving in the wrong direction in terms of catching this break of 3 is because there's not a ton of cohesion. You've got some really big name riders in there, and then you've got a handful of other riders that might just be kind of happy to be there. And the big name riders won't be thrilled that the other riders aren't necessarily rolling through. But with Little Egypt coming up, that could be a springboard for the strongest riders in this chase group to separate themselves. And when you have a little bit smaller group comprised of stronger riders, you're going to get more commitment, and they might start eating into that gap a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that's a great assessment because that Little Egypt section is so hard. It's going to be a drag race to go into one of the most notorious challenging sections on the course out there in Little Egypt.
All right, we're here at the notorious Little Egypt, mile 104. It's a 2.3 mile long section. It includes 2 descents and 2 climbs, and you drop down into this descent first. And it gets narrow really quickly as you come around a corner, kind of off-camber corner, across this bridge, dive into these trees. It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite sections, and right now there's a bunch of standing water right at the bottom in that turn. Absolutely single file through here. I remember actually last year, Matej Mohoric, the current world champion, double flatted right in this section, but it just causes mayhem. The climbs are hard, but the descents are absolutely as decisive. So this is the first climb of 2 on the Little Egypt section. It's really steep, one of the steepest climbs on course. It's really narrow, but everyone talks about the rocks. Regardless of whether all the potentially muddy sections on the rest of the course dry out or not, this part will be gnarly because it's rocky. You can see just how big the stones are, and because it's getting to be, make or break time in the race, people are getting tired. Line choice is really tough. A lot of times there's really only one good line because of how rocky it is. If you want to switch sides on the 2 track because someone else in front of you is losing the wheel in front of you, it's going to be hard to switch lanes. This section is just notorious for being pivotal in the race, and a lot of it is because of this climb right here.
Well, if you're just joining us, thanks again for tuning in. Support for today's broadcast brought to you by Fox Factory, NV Composites, and Quolray of Switzerland. Looking now at one of our groups here in our women's race. Things maybe starting to split up just a little bit. As we mentioned, they're on the way into Little Egypt and pace. And as you mentioned, it's going to kind of need to be once we get on the exit of that section where we're maybe going to see a little more impetus in the chase, because it's going to be such a fight coming into Little Egypt, that little descent that takes you in, and then those very steep rollers through that section are going to certainly separate the group a little bit. We've seen some big attacks there in the past, and with this group being as big as it is, we need those 3, 4, 5 riders, again, as you said, to separate, that are really going to be committed, that are going to work together, because once they get to Little Egypt, that's around 105, 106 miles or so. You're now under 100 miles to go. You're well into the second half of the race, and you simply start to run out of runway at some point, right? You need a certain amount of real estate to bring back a 10, 11-minute gap. It's not going to come back just like that because those 3 riders are still so committed up there. So we're going to have to see how Little Egypt starts to split things here in the front.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note, too, that even though the lead 3 women, their gap has ballooned to 11 minutes at this point, there are some huge engines in this second group. Lots of past winners. We got Sofia Gomez Villafane in there. We have her specialized teammate, Annika Longvad, who's one of the most successful multidiscipline bike racers of her generation. She's won the Cape Epic 6 times, been many-time mountain bike world champion, finished 3rd at Strade Bianche in the Women's World Tour. Of course, you've got Rosa Kloser, last year's winner, Paige Onweller, top 3 from last year, all in this second group. So there's plenty of firepower to bring down, yes, even an 11-minute gap. But
They need to start moving in the right direction soon, I think, for that to actually happen, because 11 minutes is definitely starting to get nerve-wrackingly big, to say the least.
For sure, and it's even closer to 12 minutes right now. And and going back to Sarah Sturm and talking about like team versus individual a little bit, last year we found out after the race, we didn't necessarily know what was going on during, but afterwards we heard that Sarah was actually leading out G for the finish. They were not teammates in the same jersey, but they were teammates by sharing Specialized as a component, as a bike sponsor. And so I don't know how much those team tactics are going to come into play today. Sure, someone like Sophia and Annika, they're on the same factory team, so that's a little bit different. But some of the past racing riders, they share Palnomal as an apparel sponsor, helmet, eyewear, but then really the rest of their sponsors are different. So I don't know what their team directives were at the start of the day today. Work together. We've seen that team definitely working together. I don't know what their team tactics are going to be today, but we'll see if some of these women do start working together. But I see a lot of individuals out here right now, and that to me says is a little bit worrisome for who's going to take on the bulk of the work.
It's when you don't have that cohesion from teammates or friends, training partners. You see that sometimes that folks just train together, or as you mentioned, they might have some of the same frame sponsors or component sponsors. They're bound to maybe work together a little bit, especially if one rider already has a good result for the year, right? They're trying to help their friend or their teammate or what have you get a result to help them either move up to the next level or whatnot. There's going to be a little subtle influence in there, whether it's just not pulling or doing some other stuff out there. But we were talking a moment ago about nutrition and hydration and the importance of staying on top for these races in terms of energy. Well, LTH was built for days like this. Lifetime's own supplement line, trusted for 20-plus years, delivers clean, effective recovery with ingredients that are pure, potent, and always third-party tested. And wow, speaking about hydration, support for today's broadcast brought to you by Athletic Brewing Company. If non-alcoholic is your choice, make sure you check out non-alcoholic stuff from Athletic Brewing Company. Non-alcoholic beer fit for all times.
One other thing I wanted to shout out here is having been in this race the last couple of years and how much more dynamic it's gotten with moves going up the road. Sometimes you have no idea what the gap ahead is or even how many riders are ahead. It's not like professional road racing where you've got radios and earpieces and team cars.
Yeah, team directors, right?
Team directors, or even, old school motos rolling back and forth with the chalkboard telling you what the gap is. You have to rely on people like this guy we see in the bottom right-hand corner to give you time gaps. And I'll tell you what, the accuracy of those is not necessarily to be trusted. In the past, I've heard time gaps at Unbound where one person will say it's 3 minutes, and then a mile later you hear 9 minutes, and you're like, well, okay, we have no clue. And so it's very possible that this second group of ladies have no idea that they're 12 minutes behind these three leaders.
Yeah, you have to wonder, and obviously, we're kind of seeing the long zoomed-out shot of the course, and so many of these roads here, there's obviously not a lot of elevation other than the small little steep kickers, so there are a lot of places on the course where if you take a sip of water and you kind of look back over your shoulder, you might be able to get an eye, if not on the riders, but on the dust clouds, right? Because if there's a bigger group, you're going to have that bigger bowl of dust kicking up behind you, so that would give you some sort of indication of what things look like out there. But yeah, you certainly wonder if the alarm bells have gone off in that bigger group in the women's race. So that gap continuing to blow out, and Decker and Mignon and Stevens just still sharing the work very, very well. And man, what a beautiful shot right out there. These riders getting to take in some of the most beautiful scenery out here in the Emporia area, and we're always so happy to be here. Emporia sits on the edge of the Flint Hills, one of the last remaining tall grass prairies in the world. You can explore scenic trails, stunning sunsets, and nature unlike anywhere else in Kansas, all just minutes from downtown Emporia. To learn more, check out visitemporia.com.
We talk a lot about in bike racing, out of sight, out of mind. Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, you might be able to look up and see a dust cloud, but if these women, are closing in on a 12-minute gap, the chasers behind are probably not even seeing that dust cloud. I don't know exactly what's happening with the helicopter out there, if they're in the air, or what, you know, so that could be one thing that they're looking at to see how close they are to the chopper. But that also can be a little bit deceiving when you've got such a wide landscape out here. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how close you might be.
It looks much closer than it is sometimes, right? And you think they're just ahead, and you get lulled back into that complacency scenario.
In my experience, you can see about a 2 to 3 minute gap on this course. You can take your own sort of visual time checks if it's within 3-ish minutes. Beyond that, you're not seeing the group ahead of you. The helicopter, you know, can give you a little bit of a rough idea, but it can mislead you as much as it can guide you in terms of time checks.
Well, we've got lots of great features on this course. We've talked a lot about them already, about many of them. But Des Moines, let's talk a little bit about that feature of the course. It doesn't always get a whole lot of airtime.
We're here at Des Moines Road, which kind of has two distinct sections, one at mile 126-ish and one at 1 mile 131. There's some soft dirt and also this really beautiful section of kind of rockier double track. Gets pretty rutted. There's a little creek crossing at the bottom. The rock in here is definitely a bit bigger. Definitely want to pick your lines more carefully. Last thing I'd mention on this Des Moines section is that it's really narrow and there's really only 2 lines. So if you're behind someone who has a mechanical issue or maybe isn't as confident, it's going to be really hard to get around them. So I think positioning through this section is important as well.
We're getting a little bit of information from our men's field. Still Pelot and Jones on the front, but that gap now looking like 8 minutes back to that next group, and that's going to be Ian Boswell, Toby Rode, Andrew Lesprance, Joris Nieuwenhuis, and Brendan Johnston are our chasers right now, and they are 8 minutes down. So kind of interesting, right, that both men's and women's races are playing out the same. It's that early attack. Again, we saw it from LDC last year, and even really in the men's race, you know, we had those 2 riders off the front, including Chad Haga. Lachlan Morton bridged up to them with about a heavy 100 kilometers to go, and then that became the winning move of the day. But as we're watching our men right now, we are going to check back in with Nat Ross, who's been following the front of the men's race since the beginning.
Well, as you guys can see, we are picking up speed again. The dynamic duo just stomping away in unison, keeping that gap in a comfortable position for them. And the Kiwi, who's been training in Virginia, has been doing his aero test. That is for sure. Look at that position that they're in. And Simone right there, tucked away into that draft. The pulls that these guys have been doing are just every 2 minutes. There you go, the little flick. And then neither one of them is stepping out of their duties today. Hats off to just this unison of powerhouse out in the Flint Hills.
Well, you know, Pelot coming from a road background. He spent a couple of years at racing all over in Europe. Very aggressive rider. Just kind of made the transition into getting into some gravel racing. But I'll tell you what, he's been having a whole lot of fun out here. And obviously, super aggressive rider. Again, kind of going back to the Sea Otter Classic a bit ago. He spent a lot of time off the front. He spent, you know, probably about 2 hours total off the front of the field in 2 different sections. And, you know, if he wasn't on folks' radar then, well, he certainly is now, as he's really kind of driving this train right now with Cam Jones. And, you know, we talked earlier, right? Cam, we all kind of thought he was a little nuts maybe for, you know, going out this early, especially because he's sitting so well into the wild card, that opportunity to join the Life Time Grand Prix athletes as we move forward into the next round at Leadville. And, you know, we thought he was a little bit nuts, but, you know, maybe he actually knew what he was doing out there, because they're now under 60 miles yet to go, so less than 100 kilometers, 8-minute gap pace. And from your experience What do you think this looks like right now for these guys?
Man, this is fascinating. Unbound just continues to evolve. You know, last year we had historically long-range moves, especially in that men's race going about halfway through. We saw LDC throw a flyer around Little Egypt as well about halfway through. But these separations, these moves, both in the men's and women's race, went far earlier than that even. And, you know, we're talking about Cam sort of rolling the dice a little bit today, but that's just the nature of breakaways. That's the nature of road racing for sure. And we're seeing Unbound every year play out a little bit more like a road race. But where things really get different is, you know, in that extra 60 miles, that extra 70 miles on top of a normal road racing distance. And athletically, around that point, something changes, you know, performance-wise. Your body really starts to fall apart. Your mind can, you know, your decision-making, your processing power, all that goes down a little bit. And so even though these two guys have been out here for so long, in my opinion, things actually start to swing a little bit in the favor of riders who have a bit of a head start. You know, the race is so long that eventually everyone's ability to produce power starts to come down. And it doesn't really matter how big the group is behind if everyone's really starting to get tired late in the race. So with a gap of almost 8 minutes, this is really starting to get interesting. I thought it was a little bit of a suicide move, but I am starting to wonder, I'll be honest.
Of course, and you know, these guys have had to start the day with the confidence to be able to do that, to go solo like that, or go off the front very early, although maybe they were hoping for a couple more people to come with them.
Yes, they would have hoped for a couple more to come with.
And at some point, you know, you look around and you're like, all right, I guess it's the two of us, and you have to decide, probably as a duo, do we put our head down and do we keep doing this, or do we sit up and let ourselves get caught and try again later?
Yeah, sometimes it's so much of just, you have to really know your own skill set, right? And you have to really take the race and try and make the race unfold the best way possible for you. And sometimes going out on that long early flyer, you avoid those fireworks, right? You let the race get a little too deep, and then it's bound to be some very sharp fireworks, those hard accelerations. And not every rider is as good at following those short, sharp attacks as they are with just, look, I'm going to just operate at about 85%. I can do that all day versus, you know, those 120, 130% efforts, repeated efforts to try and get that separation. So this may well be playing into their hands pretty well. And Pace, I know you mentioned earlier that you know, Pelot has been very aggressive in some stage races over in Europe, chasing breakaways. And, you know, it really no different here, just kind of getting off the front early before anyone's terribly interested, before the alarm bells go off. And the next thing you know, that gap's potentially a little bit insurmountable out there. So we'll see as the time it ticks on. Again, just a shade under 60 miles to go. As we're now looking at our women, and still the same old story up there. The two Pas Normal riders just rolling the tempo. Lauren Stevens still looking very, very strong out there. And these three riders, geez, that gap still, it's up around that 12-minute mark. And, you know, we talked about Lauren's road background, right? And did I read that she did the Tour de Bloom also?
Yes,
not too long
she
ago?
also won that.
She won that as well.
Yes.
And did I see that she won almost every jersey there? Something of that nature?
She might have, if not almost every stage as well, or she might have won every stage there. So she's just one of those racers that loves to race her bike. She's multi-time, you know, road national champion. She's current gravel national champion, and she has a long history of racing over in Europe at the World Tour level. Has decided to mix it up with more off-road racing. She's, as we mentioned earlier, she's not in the Grand Prix, but she is planning on racing Leadville. So she just loves to mix it up and race her bike. And when she decides to toe the line, she is out there to win it.
It's so fun sometimes to see that kind of exuberance out there, and riders kind of throwing a different dynamic into the front end of the race. So it's fun to watch that. And, you know, talking about that, one of the interesting things about Unbound in the context of the entire Lifetime Grand Prix is it's the longest race by far, right? Like everything else, Schwamigan, roughly around 40-odd miles, everything else at 90, 100-odd mile mark. And here we're literally double the distance of the next longest race out there. Granted, We don't have the altitude that we've got in Leadville and that sort of thing, but there's still a lot of just repetitive, punchy climbing out there. And it's very interesting to me how these riders can train to be so good at races like Schwamigan and races like Sea Otter, and then still the same at a race like this.
Yeah, you just have to be well-rounded these days to participate in that series, but also to participate in the booming off-road racing scene throughout the world. All of these races are so different.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer you keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Keep going. Get ready. Keep going. Get ready. Keep going. Get ready. Keep going. Get ready. Ruby, keep going.
Well, thanks once again for tuning in. We've been excited this year to bring live coverage of the bulk of our men's and women's race here at the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. We are getting knee-deep in the action. We want to give a big thanks, support for today's broadcast, brought to you by Free State Beer, Garmin, and IRC Tire. So we've been watching this women's breakaway for quite a while, and we should probably now that we're starting to certainly think on our side of the equation that this breakaway may have the legs to stick, might not be a bad time to kind of start, maybe talking a little bit more about the composition and what these riders each respectively bring to the table out there.
Yeah, so Lauren is just a veteran. She's had so much success across so many disciplines. She will have prepared specifically for this distance. So, even though she, comes from road racing and has done the Unbound 100 in the past, I think she'll be able to go the distance, no problem. And she's also tactically so savvy. It'll be really interesting to see how she plays it with these two Pas Normal ladies, if they do, make it into the final of the race. Cecily Decker to me is just tough as nails. I know her a little bit, and she's just a tough rider, and one of those riders who seems to just be able to put her head down and grit even harder as the race gets harder. And no one's going to have a clean day out there. We talked about Lauren losing her glasses. All of those little annoyances add up over time. You just got to mentally overcome them.
So, chunkiness galore.
Yeah, and I'll say, too, about Cecily, she is one of those people who loves to tinker. She actually works on her own bikes. When she might have another mechanic now helping her out, but when she first came on as a Shimano athlete, she was building her own bikes, which I thought was pretty cool because there's not many pro racers out there who do that. There's a few, but yeah, Alexi is another one. I know, he likes to be the one, pretty much the only one who touches his bikes for the most part, but Cecily she's a tinkerer. She likes to play with different things. Not that all the athletes don't to some degree, but definitely talking to her about all the little things that she does to prepare her bike for these big events.
And the last rider in that group, Carolyn Migon, obviously can go the distance. She just won Traca 360. So in my opinion, these three riders, even though it's a smaller group, it's just a really well-compositioned group. I think they have all the ingredients to go the distance if they can hang in there. It looks like they're just partway through Little Egypt now, and it'll be really interesting to see if the three of them stick together. This will be kind of our first clue as to maybe who's feeling good, who's maybe starting to feel the pinch a little bit. So I think paying close attention to how these three get through Little Egypt could give us some clues as to how the rest of their day could play out.
And
Yeah, I'm sorry, Meredith. You have to suspect that they want to stay together, right? So even if one of them gets a little bit of an advantage, it's still early enough, and there's still a long enough way to go that they would probably wait, because if anyone has a problem in there, it's probably not necessarily due to power, not having enough power or strength. It might just be a bit of a handling issue or something like that. So barring any kind of a flat, I would suspect that they'll wait, because they've been working it's such a well-oiled machine so far that why wreck that rhythm, right?
And we've been talking about maybe some of the disadvantages, I guess, of these of the small groups, with these 3 women and the 2 men, and not having other riders to draft off of. But what we haven't been talking about is some of the advantages, and that they have a clear line. So with these other groups that we're seeing, they're still big groups, and when you're third, fourth wheel farther back, you're not seeing what the riders at the front of that group are seeing, and you're just trusting to some degree that they're going to take you over the right line. And a lot of times it's not, and that's maybe where we see more flats, more punctures, mechanicals, things like that, when you're not getting to choose the line.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, right? Because we see on a lot of these sections the riders kind of spreading out from, instead of being in that single line format drafting each other, they're spreading out to get their eyes on the road. And that's why we see that fight so early into car reserve and some of these other sections, because they know you've got to have that sight line, even if you're not moving as fast as maybe some of the other riders, just being able to see what's in front of you, because these rocks are so sharp. And in some of these sections, now it's a little dry, but in some of these sections that are maybe still a little bit of damp, those rocks are a little bit more buried under there. You don't necessarily see them right off the bat, and that stuff can just be a day wrecker right off the bat.
Yeah, it's a great call, and one other thing that's sort of been a new development over the last couple of years at Unbound is the battles for position, because of what you were just talking about, can really extend these key points. So the effort for that bigger group will be longer than Little Egypt, because they're going to have to start ramping up their pace and kind of elbows out, trying to get good position going into Little Egypt. So the group behind, in a lot of ways, can be burning more matches, or at least having higher power spikes, because they're in a bigger group, counterintuitively. And so these 3 riders out front, even though they're having to push more wind, they're doing a much more even effort and able to stay below their threshold much more of the race.
Yeah, these bigger groups, as you're coming into some of these fast, rocky, chunky, dusty descents, they automatically just have to kind of spread out in a longer line to give themselves a little bit of room to see what's coming in front of them. And as you said, Payson, then that means as they spread out and open up that gap just a little bit, then they have to punch it to close that gap again. And then when you have to do that over and over and over again over the course of 200 miles throughout the day, you're burning more matches than when you're just riding at steady pace off the front.
So we should also remember, round number 2 of our Lifetime Grand Prix here, and the wild card is such an important part of the race out here. We've got, I think I misspoke a little earlier, but it is the top 3 men and the top 3 women that will make their way into the Lifetime Grand Prix after the conclusion of this race. We just kind of suss things out and see who's on top of things. Right now, again, we know Cam Jones up there in the mix. Matt Wilson also looking very strong as well. We don't know really how Matt's doing out here today. We haven't seen his name come through a whole lot out there today, but we'll have to kind of take a look down our standings when we get that opportunity. But those wild cards will be added into the Grand Prix. That's based on results from Sea Otter and here at Unbound. So they'll get the opportunity to move in and join the rest of the series from Leadville forward. So it'll be Leadville, Schwamigan, Big and Little Sugar in Bentonville to wrap up the season. Also, don't forget the Grand Prix, 6 events. You've got to do 5 of the events. So all athletes are required to start 5 events to be eligible for the overall prize money. And as always, Big Sugar, the final race of the year, that is the tiebreaker in that one race. That's the only race in our series that is mandatory and serves as the points tiebreaker. So a little bit of insight into what we're dealing with the 2025 edition of the Lifetime Grand Prix. Stop number 2 right here in Emporia. And as always, we are happy to be here. Whether it comes to gravel performance, Shimano's GRX delivers control and confidence when it counts. To learn more about Shimano GRX and all their products, visit bike.shimano.com. Also, check out the Bronco Wild Fund, powered by Ford Motor Company. The Bronco Wild Fund helps preserve public lands like the Flint Hills right here in Kansas. A portion of profits from every Bronco sold supports outdoor access, preservation, and stewardship. To learn more about the Bronco Wild Fund, visit broncowildfund.com.
One other thing I wanted to mention about the wild card quickly, and the Grand Prix as a whole. First of all, there's actually 4 spots open because Howard Grotz has deferred his spot in the Grand Prix.
Yeah,
He's
right.
still coming back
that.
from his big injury last year. But last year, one thing that was interesting is towards the end of the race, we kind of got races within the race. Some of the Grand Prix riders sort of started keying off of each other, thinking about those points. It's been striking to me so far today that not a whole lot of that seems to be happening. It seems like everyone is willing to roll the dice a little bit more. I think the way last year's races played out has maybe made everyone realize just how open this race can be. It's much more of a lottery these days than maybe people than it used to be. It used to be just a true gravel grind. And last year, the way it played out more like a road race, I think was really eye-opening. And so many people, if not the entire field, will have gone into the race today believing that they can win or be on the podium. And some riders will know that to make that dream come true, they'll have to roll the dice and go in an early move. And just the risks tactically that riders are willing to take this year has been really impressive to me.
Yeah, I love that more and more riders are kind of, to your point, racing this a little earlier from the gun. Normally, these longer races, the tendency is maybe to lay back a little bit because, you kind of keep your powder dry. You don't want to put too much out there too early because it is such a long day. And, we look back over the history, 19 years here in Emporia with the Unbound gravel and looking at the times, how much faster and faster and faster they've gotten. And because of that, it brings more riders into the mix of like, I can ride. Maybe 6 years ago they couldn't ride fast for 13 hours or 14 hours, but now they can ride fast for 10 hours, 11 hours. And so it really does bring a lot more riders in the mix. And, looking back at what we saw from the men's side last year, right, that that breakaway of Chad Haga and the other rider that went away, Tyler Sonneveld, I believe, that went away, maybe 90 miles to go, just kind of into the second half of the race. And pretty early for that, and then they were joined at a little over 100 Ks to go by Lachlan Morton. And, more importantly, back there in that chase group that, you were part of last year, nothing really got organized. And we talked a lot about that, how it really started to resemble a little bit of a shift of maybe a little more road racing tactics coming in because, for years, right, Keegan Swenson's been the guy that we kind of talk about and among a handful of other guys who have been so dominant. He's won the series on a number of occasions, obviously, and he's won just about everything in the series. And, well, that comes at a price, right? When you become the strongest rider out there, eventually you get a bullseye on your back because they're maybe a little more afraid to go head-to-head with you, and they've got to now kind of flip the script and figure out a different way to beat you. And that seemed like it really played out last year here. Not to take anything away from Lachlan and Chad, both former World Tour riders, both with a high degree of success on the gravel scene for a number of years, so great riders, but certainly a little bit of benefit being gained by that little bit of a standoff that it seemed going on in that chase group last year.
Yeah, last year was just so eye-opening in so many ways. One statistic that I think is just really incredible that illustrates what you're talking about is in 2022, I think my finishing time was a little over 9.5 hours, finished in the top 10, and the average power was somewhere around 260 watts, I think. Last year, top 10 again, 15-plus minutes faster, average power 230. So 30 watts less. And yet we went faster. So that means there's a bigger group, there's more draft, but also the
the watts were so much lower that, you know, I remember in the last 30 minutes, if I go back and look at that power file, there was so much looking at each other, so much cat and mouse, that the average power ended up being like a recovery ride in the last 30 minutes, which is just wild to think about. And, you know, 3 years ago, the race didn't play out like that at all. And Lachlan and Chad recognized that opportunity, and being two of the most legendary diesel engines in the sport, capitalized on it and stayed away.
Yeah, it was certainly a great finish, and again, just kind of keeps the book open as to what can happen out there in both the men's and the women's race. So right now we're looking at just about 51 miles, a shade under 51 miles to go in our men's race. We've still got our two leaders, the man from Switzerland riding for Tudor Cycling. That is Simone Pelot out here. Simone was familiar to everyone from a lot of camera time at Sea Otter, and he's joined by the New Zealand rider out there, Cam Jones. Cam sitting currently third overall in our wild card right now, and well, it's looking relatively promising for that young man to make his way into the Grand Prix proper in the next couple of races. Last time gap we had, still floating close to that 9-minute mark or so over the chaser. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that, as well as our women's race. Last gap we had there was roughly 12 minutes, our three leaders. And well, looking at the way they're staggered across the road, they may be into one of those crosswind sections. Remember, it's getting hot out there in the Flint Hills, and it is getting windy, and it's going to be an exciting second half or last third of these races here coming up. All right, we are back, and it looks like our most recent time gap, things may be starting to get a little heated up in the chase group for our women's race. That gap now down just a bit under 11 seconds, right around that mark. Decker, Mignon, and Stevens still getting it done out there. That pace just a shade shy of 20 miles an hour. Melissa Rollins, Sophia Gomez, Visha Fanye, Lauren Di Crescenzo up in that group as well. G. Schurz, Rosa Closer, our winner here last year. Annika Longvad into that mix as well. Whitney Allison, who we've not talked about a whole lot, slipping her way up into that mix. Axel Dubois-Prevost in that mix as well. Oh, that's another big name. She was another rider, super active early at Sea Otter. Came away with a good result. And Cecile Lejeune up in that mix as well. But we're going to get a little more insight to what's going on with our women by checking in with Lauren once again.
Yeah, guys, thank you so much. We've come out of Little Egypt. These three are working very well together, rolling through very strong. It's been such a great race to watch them off the front, kind of looking around, asking for a time gap. We're not in a position to give that to them, but yeah, it's just been phenomenal racing. And again, Cecily is looking great in here for the Life Time Grand Prix overall series right now. And having Lauren Stevens and Cara Mignon to work with, holy cow. It's just, this is going to be quite interesting. And like you guys were talking about earlier, it behooves all of them to work well together as we come into Alta Vista soon. you know, they're going to want to stick together as long as possible because we talked about the wind being a factor. It is very much a factor out here. So keep that in mind. And like you're talking about the heat, like, and the dryness factor, it's been wet all the way up until today, right? So rolling fast, hot, dry weather. Yeah, this has turned out to be a phenomenal front group. Back to you guys.
I'll tell you, maybe all the chatter yesterday about the potential for course records, maybe all that has some substance behind it. Because we'll have to do a little bit of research here, but right now we're just a shade shy of 20 miles an hour for our women, and I think our men were up around that 23-mile-an-hour mark yet, which is, I mean, look, that's kind of mind-blowing to me that the men are going that fast this deep into the race right now.
Yeah, both these groups are tracking super fast, and we're still seeing the leaders working well together. As Lauren said, we're not really seeing anyone. They're taking long pulls, you know, but they're all trading their turns at the front because they do want to keep this going. In the women's race with just under 93 miles to go, it, as she said, it still behooves them to work together. Eventually, they will start making their moves if they're still together at that point. You know, maybe 50 miles, 40 miles closer to the finish is when they'll start throwing attacks, and that's when we'll see if Megon and Decker start to play the team tactic against Lauren, and if she's able to cover those, or does Lauren just go on the defensive. But I think we still have a little ways to go before we might start to see any individual moves, but right now we see these three working really well together.
Yeah, one of the last spots on the course, not the last, but certainly one of the last places that we generally talk about is that little step climb to Cahola Hill late in the race, and that's about 25 or so miles to go. And, you know, that's such a windswept area as you come up over the top of by the lake there. And to me, you know, on paper, that maybe makes sense, right? Because you're kind of coming up on the last hour-ish of the race. You use your help up as much as you can, and you know that you're going to get a little bit of crosswind, a little bit of tailwind on that last run in, and not that it's easy by any stretch, but it certainly levels out a little bit more on that run in. So we'll see if that holds true, that maybe that is the spot where things start to unfold here as we get a little closer towards the business end of the race here.
Yeah, and you see Lauren there keeping one of the Parnomal riders accountable a little bit. She was sitting off the back, I think, eating a gel or something. In my opinion, it didn't look like she was playing any games yet. But, you know, when you're up against two riders in the same kit, you know, on paper, teammates, that can make you a little bit nervous when you're the odd one out. And so not surprised to see Lauren there say, you know, come on through. What are you doing dangling back there? So I think cohesion here is going to be great really deep into the race because, let's be honest, the grand prize is the win, but top three is an incredible ride regardless. I just can't wait to see how this plays out. One thing I was noticing on the live timing here is Little Egypt didn't break up that second group quite as much as I expected. Rolling through the names, though, it is just cream of the crop riders. The firepower is there to eat into this gap. It's just not really happening yet. So it'll be interesting to see how this continues to develop. We have so long to go still, and mechanicals can play a role, and also just kind of riding for broke a little bit like this lead group is. The bottom can absolutely fall out from under you when it comes to the legs. You know, you can have cramps, you can have a hunger flat, whatever it is. So there's a long way to go.
Yeah, going back to, you know, what you were saying with Cecily kind of sitting off the back and Lauren's waving her through, making sure that, you know, she closes that gap and is in, you know, line to take her turn. Lauren, being such a veteran that she is and racing at a World Tour level where it's a team, you know, a lot more team racing going on, you know, than in gravel, and you've got a lot of, I guess, trash talking and whatever going on. And you've got a lot of riders who are bold enough to start telling other riders what to do. You're in a little break, and there's usually one rider who's going to kind of be the boss of that group. And I would imagine that Lauren is probably being the boss of this group right now. And you know, when she needs to, she's going to tell the other riders what to do so that it benefits her a little bit, but also is benefiting the group as a whole for now. But she's going to be vocal out there when she needs to be to make sure the other two are working together to keep them together and hopefully benefit her in the end. And it's up to the other riders to say, I don't care. You know, I don't care what you're telling me. That's not what my plan is, and I'm not going to listen to you. But it can be a mental game out there a lot. And if you have a veteran rider trying to get you to do something, it can make you nervous, and you're like, okay, I'm going to do it, when actually you know that's the wrong thing, but you find yourself doing it anyway.
It's a great call. It's such part of the chess match of bike racing that sometimes doesn't get talked about enough, right? Like we tend to talk so much about the power and how they're racing in that manner, but you talk about that aspect of the psychology of bike racing, right? And the experienced riders like Stevens, who's been around the block, and she's probably been on the other side of somebody kind of bossing her around in a breakaway and telling her what to do and so on. And you know, at the end of the day, right, your goal is to win the race, so every rider is trying to take this race and mold it to their to work with their skill set in the best way possible, you know, and that's all it is. It's a game. It's a game in that sense, right? And you have to be crafty. You have to figure out how to play the game. And you know, after the race, everybody's friends. They hug, they share a beer, and it's a good time because we're all part of this kind of rolling circus that does all these great events throughout the country. But you know, once you get in the race, it's business, right? You've got sponsors to please. You've got boxes to check. You've got you know, to climbing up that ladder or whatever of where you're trying to get to with your career, and you have to learn how to play that game a little bit. And sometimes it does come with, well, how far can I push this rider to do what I want, to take a longer pull or to pull in this headwind section or something like that. In the same way, you know, sometimes you see riders in breakaways that they're super encouraging of their companions, right? Like, oh, you're doing great, even if they see them hurting, just to get that little bit more mileage out of them to get them to the line. So you've got to be so aware of that, and trying to do that in the context of this race when your heart rate is through the roof, that's where it really becomes the challenge. So we're going to check back in with our man Nat Ross up there. Nat taking command of the front end of the men's race. Nat, let us know what's going on up there.
Well, I can tell you guys have been watching this go down out here. We are now full on in the epic battlefield. The Flint Chart End is out. We are amongst the 300 riders, and again, the wind is picked up. These two have been doing a lot of work. So I think as far as leaders go, the leaders of this duo has been gaining all his experience in races like the Tour of Switzerland. The early animator, Simone, is just got marching orders going intact, and you can see Cam in sync, 1,000,000% committed to this breakaway. So these two laser focused, and this terrain from here on out, they haven't been taking the feeds that they were recently. It's still serious racing, and I think you guys in the studio get to see a bit of this action. It's still gnarly. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I tell you, there's not been one show of weakness from either one of these riders so far. You know, a lot of times it's very easy to read the fatigue, right? The shoulders start to rock. You start to get maybe a little more slumped over the bars. The head moves back and forth or just kind of drops down. The pedal stroke gets noticeably different, you know, heavier or choppy, things like that. And looking at both these riders every time we have the opportunity, not really able to pick out any of those things happening with either of those riders. So really no tell right now as to how either one of them is feeling, or if they're starting to struggle right now. So obviously doing a pretty good job managing the effort, managing their nutrition and their hydration out there.
And I was going to comment on something that Nat mentioned earlier about Cam having a water bottle down the front of his jersey. So because I also work with our triathletes, that's been a big thing in the triathlon world for aerodynamics, is that the triathletes, they're in an aero position, and it's a little bit different, of course, than the position these guys are riding in today, but a lot of those athletes were putting water bottles down the front of their jersey because it was more aero. Ironman has now banned that, so they can't do that anymore. No advantages from that perspective, but I don't know that that's necessarily why Cam is doing that or not. Maybe when he feels like when he's, you know, got his arms draped over the bars, he's getting a little advantage that way, or maybe just cooling factor, who knows. But
yeah, cooling factor was exactly what my head went to every time I saw it. But that's a great point of potentially the aerodynamic kind of creating that little foil right on the front for the air to go around.
In my mind, I'm starting to see some fatigue creep in with these two guys for sure, which makes sense. I mean, look, they've been out here for 160 miles. It's starting to get hot. They haven't had a whole lot of buddies to share the work with. But they've got a big lead, and this is shaping up to be a really, really exciting race, in my opinion. The chase behind has a lot of work to do. There is still a small group between. Oh, we got a crash here. Keegan's down. Keegan is down.
Geez. That's a big blow. We've not talked about him a whole lot today, and this is not the way we wanted to talk about him.
Oh boy, this is tough. You know, he went through this last year. Even in the later stages of the race, when the group is small, you can get crossed wheels. All it takes is one look over the shoulder, a little bit of inattentiveness. I was actually in a group with Keegan and Russell right after Cahola Hill last year. It was three of us, and Keegan hit the back of Russell's rear wheel, went down, crashed hard, and that was the end of his bid for a top result that day. And it's tough to see him having some bad luck here again. But this is what happens 160 miles in. This is what we're talking about. Not only does your body get fatigued, but concentration starts to slip as well.
Yeah, we didn't get to see how the crash actually happened. But again, going back to maybe he just didn't see the line or the rock or, whatever it was. He's close to the wheel in front of him, and somebody else might have swerved out of the way at the right second or the last second, but he didn't have that opportunity. We don't know. We didn't see the crash, but
yeah, it's not necessarily his concentration that was
right
to blame here. It could have been anyone in the group. That's the tough thing about bike racing is you got to stay really, really close to each other to benefit from that draft, and it leaves little room for error.
Well, fortunately, he got up relatively quickly, so no major issues with the body or the bike. He's kind of back into a pretty good rhythm here, so hopefully he's going to be able to latch back onto whatever that group was that he was in. So good to see no harm, no foul necessarily there with Keegan Swenson.
He's got a big chase ahead of him here, though. I mean, you can see the riders ahead, but that's 20-plus seconds, and this deep into the race, this is going to hurt physically, and it's really going to hurt psychologically.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we all remember how dominating he was at Sea Otter, literally vomiting coming across the line under the weight of that effort just to kind of put a stamp on his dominance in that race after a great battle into the final lap with Matt Beers there and Alexi. And obviously running a good way before him. He's been going pretty well lately, so this is definitely unfortunate for Keegan, but obviously he's got that win in his account, so he's still looking pretty good in terms of the series. We'll see how he can wrap this one up out here today and where he'll stand going into the next round at Leadville.
But speaking about Keegan, I mean, and if anybody watched Levi's, the Growler at Levi's, and you saw how much fight he had in him to bring that break back. Yeah. I mean, granted, he had a little help, but that is, I know talking to Alexi, Alexi and I talk a lot about Keegan, and Alexi's just constantly blown away about how deep Keegan can go. And so the fact that he is off this group, I don't think that means a whole lot, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't become a champion by only being talented. You have to be so tough to win all the races that he's won. He's such a champion, and that means that you have grit day in and day out. When you have to train in the rain, you have to put in these huge training blocks to get ready for Unbound. And so, yes, he went down. That looked like a hard crash, but do not count him out for a minute.
No, he'll definitely get himself back up in the mix. All right, looks like maybe we've got a little bit of a replay action. We can see exactly what happened here with Keegan when he hit the ground just a few moments ago. Long line of riders. Everyone's single. Oh, look at that. Just a touch of wheels is what it looks like. So a little bit of a touch of wheels again, whether it was that rider in front of him who maybe checked up just a little bit or what happened. But a long line of riders indicating they were probably going pretty quick through there. And just a little bit of a touch of wheels, it seems.
That's the thing, there are technical sections on this course, but a crash like that can happen anywhere. That was a dead straight section of road, looked pretty smooth, and it just takes a quick moment and your race can completely change.
But so there have been a lot of cars out on the course over the days that since it rained, and it's hard to see in this broadcast and the footage that we're seeing, but those cars have made little lips and kind of ruts, mini ruts, or just a little lip. So it's possible he could have just caught one of those.
Yeah. Those are deathly. I broke a collarbone in hand at Mid-South in 2022. Never saw the rut, and you're exactly right, Meredith. When it's muddy and vehicles go through these soft sections of road and then it firms up in the sun, it's like you're riding right up against a curb. It'll just take you down in a moment.
Yeah, it's funny how it just changes from those soft ruts that you can navigate, and then to your point, as soon as it gets hard, it's you have to kind of stay in that little tunnel there until there's a proper way to get out of there in a safe fashion. So very unfortunate to see that happening out there. Well, for nearly 25 years, HydroPack has been designing and producing performance hydration systems that help cyclists reach their peak performance. Visit hydropack.com to find your optimal hydration solution. And when the miles start adding up, Kinetic helps you stay strong, stay clear, and finish fast. Clean energy, real results, drinkkinetic.com.
Almost 35 years ago, Lifetime was created to have a positive impact on people's well-being and the way they live their lives.
Well, health advocacy is how we take best care of ourselves if something is off.
Today, Lifetime Digital takes that same vision of vitality and expands it everywhere. Our best classes, proven programs, award-winning content.
All right, now we're gonna add a squat to this. So one sweep.
As a ground stroke, we want top spin on this. So therefore, we're gonna need a slightly clear paddle.
Plus Lacey, your personal wellness companion who knows what works for you. From 1.5 million members to hundreds of millions happier, healthier people across the world. Lifetime Digital, taking wellness beyond the walls.
Once again, thanks for joining us here. Live coverage all day long here from our studio right along the finish straight in Emporia. Right now, we're looking at just about 6 hours and 5 minutes under the wheels for the men, 5 hours and 50 minutes for the women. That represents that 15-minute time gap between their two starts today. Support for today's broadcast brought to you by Kodiak Cakes, KT Tape, and Kuat Innovations.
I just love this shot because it really shows the speed of these riders. I mean, this long distance gravel discipline hasn't existed that long, and it's just so cool to see professional athletes take on the challenge and really figure out what's required to go fast for around 10 hours, although it's getting dangerously close to 9 these days. A shot like this where you really can just see the speed that they're traveling hour after hour, even when it's just a small group of two, is just so impressive. I mean, not to sound too cheesy, but bikes are just so darn cool.
Oh, look at this. We have a special guest going to join us on the phone here today. One of the riders that, well, should be with us out here in the race. Unfortunately not. Mr. Dylan Johnson calling in to check in with us here in the studio.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Dylan, great to have you, man. So sorry to not have you out here. Let the fans know what's going on out here. Why are we looking at you out here and not with a number on?
Yeah, unfortunately, in the training leading up to this race, I was hit by a truck and I've got a fractured tibia. So, which is pretty unfortunate. This was just like so many other gravel racers. This was my #1 A race of the year. So I'm pretty bummed to not be participating in it, but I'm enjoying watching it this morning.
So what do you think so far of how things are playing out? A little different maybe than what we've seen for a few years here out in Emporia.
Well, the thing that's absolutely blowing me away is this average speed right now. I mean, I was predicting that if it was good conditions, we'd see our first sub 9-hour finishing time for the men, maybe first sub 10-hour finishing time for the women. And it seems like at least men going sub 9 is easily going to be achieved. And I don't know. I mean, it might be low 8s, which is crazy to think about. This average speed is absolutely blowing me away right now.
Yeah, again, all that weather, you saw the pictures on social media early in the week, all the mud on all these tricky sections, and it is just long gone. It's obviously so fast. We've seen dust bowls out there throughout the day, so kind of crazy conditions. And, our two leaders, right? What do you think about our two leaders being off the front? Is that a move that Dylan Johnson would have tried to rally today?
I think I probably would have played it a little safer and tried to stay with the group, but I don't know if that would have been the good move. I think maybe people are looking at what happened last year and saying Unbound is a breakaway riders race because it seems to be playing out that way in both the men's race and the women's race today.
Do you can you offer any outside insights, predictions on either the men's or the women's from your standpoint there today?
Well, I mean, predictions, like I'm coming in the latter half of the race here, but I would predict that the winner is going to come from these breakaways.
I'd say that's a fair assessment looking at the time gaps out there. Well, most importantly, when are we going to see you back in action? What's the timeline to get Dylan Johnson back in the races?
I'll be honest, the doctor's a little vague because recovery time varies a lot, and fortunately I'm young and healthy, so hopefully it'll be on the quicker side. The next Lifetime Grand Prix race is the Leadville 100. I certainly think I can participate in that. I guess the question will be whether or not I'll be in any sort of decent shape for it.
Dylan, great call out on the speed. To be honest, I've been so focused on the dynamics of the different riders and how their body language looks and Keegan's crash and all that sort of thing. I didn't quite realize just how I knew they were going faster, but they're going to go way under 9 at this pace, which I remember when breaking 10 hours was a big deal. And I figured breaking 9 would happen eventually, but this year and by so much, pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing the math here. This finishing time is going to be scary. I'm looking at low 8s if I'm doing the math right.
It almost looks like there's been a timing error, honestly. I mean, I know there hasn't, but just trying to wrap my head around it is just mind-boggling. And same goes for the women. Just unreal. How everyone continues to raise their game. So cool.
So, Dylan, I'm curious, with just under 40 miles to go, what do you think these two guys off the front have to do, or the other way around, what do the chasers have to do in order to bring this back? We're looking, I think, at roughly 8 minutes, and so that's a fair enough amount of time for these guys potentially to stay away. So what has to happen for these guys to get to the finish line together ahead of the chase group?
Sure. I think the guys off the front are doing exactly what they should be doing. I don't see them doing a single thing wrong. What I do wonder, and maybe Payson have more insight on this, is whether or not there's games being played in the chase group behind, because just looking at the numbers in the chase group behind versus the numbers in this breakaway, I mean, it's only 2 riders in this breakaway. They should have the numbers to bring them back, but it's not happening.
On these undulations, you can really start to see
Yeah, I agree. And there's a small group between still. It looks like Lesby's in there, Brendan Johnson, Boswell, Torbjorn Road. So I guess just 4 of them. 3 Grand Prix athletes plus Boz, who's obviously a winner from a few years ago. Really good to see him in there. I would suspect that those 3 are committed, or 4 are committed, but 4 versus 2 isn't too much of an advantage. You would think that the proper chase could come from that, a little bit larger group behind, but I don't know, maybe they're feeling a little demoralized at this point and the cohesion's not quite there, because the time gap is definitely not going in the right direction right now for them.
Yeah, and Payson, I think, you saw this happen in our race last year. Sometimes more riders is not always a good thing. You have more riders, and then you have more riders in that group just expecting somebody else to do the work. And then it just, you have one person pull through slowly and soft pedal, and then the next person wants to do the same thing, and all of a sudden you've lost a lot of momentum.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, either way, it's going to be a pretty exciting finish. Hard to believe we're closing in on potentially the last under 2 hours or so of the race. I want to thank Dylan for calling in and joining us here and giving us some insights. And, of course, from all of us in the studio and the whole Lifetime crew, we wish you a speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing you back out here as soon as possible.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
So amazingly, we are 149 miles into the men's race, right? Like we're almost wondering if there's glitches going on with our data up here. But yeah, 149 miles in the tank at just over 6 hours and 15 minutes. And for some little bit of reference, way back in the day, racing the old U.S. Pro Championships in Philly back in the late 80s when it started, 156-mile race. The winning time was right about what this is now.
Wow.
So that's on smooth pavement.
On pavement.
With not a ton of elevation, but you had a couple climbs a lap. But so that's roughly the same pace as a paved road race from 35 odd years ago, 40 years ago. Amazing what these guys are doing right now out here on gravel. As we see, it looks like Pelot continuing to look in his pocket there and kind of keep tabs on things.
He was on his phone,
Oh,
so they're
okay.
not far out from Council Grove now.
Right.
So Simon would have been communicating with his aid crew. I assume he does have a teammate out there. I guess it's potential that they could have been in touch as well, but I would bet that he's in touch with his feed zone crew. I'd love to get some cameras on that as they go through there if we can, because that's a good moment to kind of get a read on how they're maybe feeling too. My assumption is they'll just try not to stop at all, but it'd be interesting to see how they tackle what is only one of 2 aid stations out here, which is just another absolutely insane aspect of this race.
Yeah, we saw that first aid station, right? It was so frenetic, right? With just these two went through it by themselves. And remember, Pelot was so quick to get his supplies, kind of got that little vest thing with some bottles and all of his food. And he was actually waiting for 3-4 kilometers after for Cam to be able to catch back up. So Cam a little bit slow on the rebound right now.
Okay, this is crazy. I called Keegan a dog earlier, and he is so he crashed, chased back, and now he's on the front of this chase group, absolutely driving the pace. We have a split here. He's decided enough is enough. I'm going to take this race into my own hands. And look, he pulls off, and that Pas Normal guy is not pulling through right after him. So that's just a death nail when it comes to closing this gap back down. I'm not sure. That looks like it might be Tobias Kongstad. Not exactly sure. Potentially the third-place rider from last year. And there's sort of some cohesion here. Jasper's pulling through. He's committed to this. We've got, looks like 4 riders. They have maybe just a 5-second gap on the group behind, but this is the moment that can change these races. If they can get proper separation from the rest of the group behind, then maybe that cohesion will really start to happen and they can eat into the lead.
Yeah, and if these guys, you can see the rubber band has snapped just a little bit. They're all stretched out. But if these guys from the back do tag on to the back of these 4, we could very possibly see the speed come back down again, see another little lull, because these guys don't want to drag around too many riders. As long as these 4 are working together, great, all things are a go. But if those riders tag on the back and they've got other people sitting on, that's where we could see a little bit of a lull again. So it'd be interesting to see if this comes back together.
You can see the dynamics here, though. The paw rider is not working, and I don't know if it's because he's got a rider ahead, maybe in the middle, or he just wants to keep the numbers advantage because we know that there is another paw rider behind right now in that group. And so, yeah, this is an inflection point in the race for sure. Jasper's been in that group in the middle for a while, so he's going to have that little bit more fatigue in the legs, but you got to hand it to him. He's rolling through. He's wanted to play a role at the front of this race for many years. He's had a lot of bad luck over the years, so it's just really cool for him to get his chance to animate the race, animate the front of the race.
let's see if they can make this split stick. This is really interesting.
This is kind of the split we were talking about or expecting back at Little Egypt, right? We expected upon the exit of that we were going to see a little bit of reshuffling and really the need for it, right? Because we need that smaller group. We need riders with the same vested interest in trying to reel in the two leaders up in the front. Right now, we're finally getting a reasonable bit of cohesion up there with those chasers. They've got a lot of work to do, so we'll see. Time will tell. They've got not a whole lot of time. They got less than 80 kilometers at this point, about 70 kilometers really, to try and shut that thing down.
So I think this is, I want to say Morgan Aguirre on screen. This is the women's chase group. To me, she's looking in control, looking comfortable, and potentially that means the gas isn't, totally to the floor in this chase group. Maybe she's got a good poker face, but to me it doesn't really look like there's a whole lot of suffering going on right there.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable, so it'll be interesting to see once we kind of pan the camera out what the real dynamic here of this group is. And remember, she's riding for that pod normal, right? Two riders up in that breakaway, so regardless, she's not going to be contributing a whole lot to whatever group she's in here right now, because Decker and Mignon up in the front, continuing to look good. That gap.
14 minutes.
14
minutes.
I thought you were saying 6.
No.
Oh, my word.
I'm running out of fingers.
Yeah, 14 minutes. I don't know that in my history, certainly here, that we've seen a gap like that back to the second group from 3 leaders. That's amazing.
And I mean, look, it would be one thing if it was 10 minutes unstable, but it's still going out.
Exactly. Yep. It's going the wrong direction continually right now, which it just clearly doesn't look good for the chasers right now. And at what point, the big question is, at what point do the chasers say, you know what, we're gonna ride for the minor placings because we're not going to catch these 3 leaders. They're unified. We're not. So at some point, you've got to start to think about your own end result there.
And I should have called this out a minute ago. The reason Morgan Aguirre looks so good right there is because she has 2 teammates up the road.
Yeah,
she hasn't had to roll through once. And, that's one of the reasons that this chase group isn't eating into the lead is they have some cargo. And so the cohesion in that chase group isn't really there. And that's contributing to the race, again, just like we saw last year.
And Pass Racing has a lot of riders in that group, so they have the luxury of sitting on a lot more. And like you said, the rest of the group is carrying around a lot of baggage.
Yeah, for kind of a smaller squad, they've certainly positioned themselves incredibly well here in our women's race as we get towards the latter stages here of our race.
What will you do in your lifetime? It's an interesting question. Because what you do in your life is answered by asking, what will you do with your time? The thing is, you get to decide. And what you choose to do in the moments, months, and years you have been given become the answer to the question, what will you do in your lifetime?
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
Well, once again, we thank everyone for tuning in to our live broadcast this year, the 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Stop number 2 of the Lifetime Grand Prix. And support for today's broadcast brought to you by Look Cycle, Muck Off, and Orange Seal Cycling. Once again, our cameras are back with our 3 leaders of our women's race. They're well past Little Egypt, the next obstacle, our Avenue, another challenging little section. You can see the Pod Normal riders are having a little bit of a conversation back there. I'm sure Lauren Stevens is paying close attention to what's going on because, you know, they're all working well together now, but at some point, it's just inevitable that the cooperation will go out the window. It's just a matter of when at this point.
That was more than a conversation. That was sharing of a bottle, which is actually, it sounds like not a big deal. In my mind, that's potentially a big deal because it means one of the riders is out of fluids. And they have a ways until that second aid station still. So I'm not sure who is who there, but when a rider is sharing a bottle with another rider, that's not necessarily a great sign.
Yeah, and one of the riders I'm actually looking for in this group is Melissa Rollins. We had gotten word a while ago that she had flatted, pulled over to fix that flat. According to Athlinks, it looks like she's about 3 minutes maybe off the back of this group, but kind of in no man's land by herself. So we'll see if she's able to get back to this group or if we can pick her out of this group a little later on when we get some better pictures here of the front of the riders.
Yeah, and just looking at this group, this chase group here, there's freewheeling going on. I mean, there's no way that they have their foot to the floor in terms of gas. The pace is not in this group right now. When you see riders coasting on the back like that, it's definitely a sign that they're not totally giving it their all.
Yeah, and it's so it's kind of noting as Sophia was taking a lot of looks back over her shoulder there. Kind of wonder what's going on with that. So, yeah, we'll have to see if we can't get a little more insight into that. In the meantime, we're going to talk a little bit more about what the wild card program here in the Lifetime Grand Prix is.
Hi, I'm Hannah Schell, and I am in the wild card series for the Lifetime Grand Prix this year.
I'm Emily Newsom, and I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, and I'm here to race Unbound 200 as a wild card for the Lifetime Grand Prix.
The wild card series is decided after Sea Otter and Unbound, and so after Sea Otter, I'm sitting third in the series. With fourth place only 30 seconds behind me. The top 3 get entered into the Grand Prix, so Unbound is a pretty important race. I need to do well because that's going to dictate whether I'm a part of the Grand Prix for the rest of the year.
Part of the reason the wild card was appealing to me was because I actually like to be faced with adversity because it kind of pops me out of any sort of funk I'm in. I'm focused on just having and executing a race, staying in control, and, you know, just focusing on me.
I think the wild card series has been a huge positive addition to the Grand Prix. It's really cool to have an opportunity to earn your place in the series through your performance, especially for me as a cyclist that lives in the US. I'm going to all of these races. It's nice to have an opportunity to prove that I belong in the series.
It's particularly important for me on Saturday to be able to show myself that I can focus on the process and I can cut out the noise of external validation and just focus on what I'm good at and being positive and basically being my own best friend out there instead of my own worst enemy.
A nice little shot there of downtown Emporia and back out onto the course right now with a big chasing group. We believe this is our women's chase group, looking like maybe about a dozen riders or so in that group. We know that last year's first and second place are in the group. Emma Langley up in that mix. Paige Onweiler, who had gotten back onto the group after being in just a little bit of trouble a few kilometers ago. Sarah Lang in that mix, as well as Lauren DiCrescenzo, Alexis Scarda, Hannah Otto, Whitney Allison, and Morgan Aguirre up there along with Haley Preen. So that's looks like Axel Dubois-Prevost in there, as well as Annika Langvad. So pretty, and Sophia, of course, we saw Sophia in that mix as well, along with Maud Farrell and Cecil Lejeune. So pretty good sized group. Actually, looks like about 16 riders in that group right now, chasing. And Yeah, to your point, Payson, they, and Meredith, you guys both said the same thing. It's just they were double, kind of double file each in that lane, either side of their respective lane, and easy to see that there just wasn't a whole lot of interest at the moment in that chase, and it's got to change. It's that simple. It's got to change soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely running out of time, but I do want to give a shout out to Maud Farrell in this second group. She had a very, very rough race here last year. I'm allied teammates with her, and she was so emotional. Her day didn't go like she wanted at all, and I think she's had some emotions wrapped around this race since then, of course. And this is a huge ride for her. I'm really proud of that turnaround. As an athlete, to have a huge low at a race, getting yourself mentally and physically on the other end of the spectrum to have a good day a year later is a lot of work. Another rider who we should give a shout out to, who hasn't been as lucky today, is Anna Yamauchi, who is part of the wild card selection. She was in at least one significant crash early on, one of those crashes we saw in the replay. So, I mean, this race just, it gives and it takes.
Yeah, I just got word that Anna pulled out at 8-1.
Okay.
So I think, maybe that early crash that she was involved with took her out. But I want to go to looking at this group right here. And now you can see the speed has picked up. The line is stretched a little bit. But earlier when we were seeing Sophia kind of just sitting up, looking around, that makes me think that, my thoughts are going back to when we were talking about Lauren being in the front group with the 3 and her kind of probably captaining that ship.
Yeah.
Sophia is also known to be very vocal in the races, right? So I'm kind of surprised that we haven't, that she seems to just kind of be sitting mid-group. So I don't know if she's just sort of like thinks that they have time still to catch the leaders, and she's just biding her time, or I'm kind of surprised she's not at the front trying to organize this chase a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it. There's 2 or 3 riders that just rolled off the front of this group, and they weren't even trying to. It's just someone in the line looks over their shoulder, doesn't necessarily want to roll through, and then you have these annoying little gaps to chase across. This race is so hard physically, but the way it's developed tactically, it's become such a tactical race that it just grates on you mentally too. These tactics can be so frustrating. If you're defending winner and you see the race rolling away from you and the cohesion in the chase group just won't get together, it can be just so frustrating. I'm sure all the riders, or many of the riders, are frustrated with these dynamics right now, but that's bike racing, and especially bike racing on the wide open roads of Kansas.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's as we're talking about that, the pace and the gaps opening up, you can see this group is actually starting to kind of disintegrate just a little bit. Some gaps opening up. You can see riders swinging off out there, and you have to wonder, right, if Sophia's not really acting as the conductor in this group, does that potentially speak to she's maybe not on her best day, right?
It's hard to say, because it's like I said before, all of the riders in this chase group are unbelievably strong. Most of them have all won big races. We have folks like Annika Longvad in here. We have the top 3 finishers from last year, Rosa Kloser, G. Schreurs, and Paige Onweller. And so the firepower is there. And it would be so interesting to, be a fly on the wall in that group and just see what the conversations are, see why they haven't been able to get that cohesion going. But, this is just sort of road racing tactics 101. We call it Group 2 syndrome, and it can just really define the characteristics of a race.
Yeah, speaking about LDC is one of the athletes in that group. We've got a great little bit with LDC. Always fun to catch up with Lauren DiCrescenzo.
Who has a good start? We need to strategize. Who's a really good sprint?
I'm good at anything.
You have a good sprint?
I want to go. Wait.
My first ride ever was at Flagstaff Mountain.
Yeah, it's like a zip tie.
I'll never forget where I had to get off and start walking. I was on a, nice aluminum Fuji with Shimano 105. Yeah, it was fast.
First, second, third, fourth. Come on, come on, come on.
The person who put me on the bike for the first time was my high school secretary at Broomfield High School.
Got it. Go, go, go.
was 17 years old.
Go, go, go! Woo! Go, Avery! Go, go, go!
Just to share my passion for bikes with younger generations is really important to me. The younger women cyclists in Boulder are just extremely motivated.
She's right there, you can do it! Good job.
They are surrounded by Olympians, world champions, just everything. They're just a very special group. Because you know you're just a byproduct of your surroundings, and they're in cycling capital of the U.S.
We're getting Sandy, yeah! Woo!
2 weeks? Or is it one? Yeah, 2 weeks.
10 days.
Okay.
I'm doing some threshold intervals tomorrow till I can't do them anymore.
Oh, to failure.
Yeah, I'm doing some intervals to failure. That'll be good. Unbound 2021 is the year I was able to finally take the victory. Now this is where the magic happens. I always want to be like MTV Cribs. And where is... Oh, here it is. Get some dust off. This was the prize in 2021. This is my belt buckle. I should really do something with this, like turn it into a belt or something. So I am known as a bit of a breakaway specialist. It's my signature move, I guess. I do a lot of things that just feel right in the moment. Just the solo breakaways. Ultimately, I just really like riding by myself, I think. I like taking the risk. People are scared to do it, but I like to be brave and embark on like a 90-mile breakaway.
Her second win at the Rad. She's got to be so happy with this.
I'm willing to take the chance and do what it takes. I hate placing expectations on myself coming into these races. The field is as deep as ever. The competition is stacked. All I can do is have my own best personal performance. And it's like Russian roulette out there. Anything can happen at Unbounds. As long as I know I can put it all out there, I'll be stoked.
We are back with continued live coverage here from the studio. Support for today's broadcast are brought to you by Pas Normal Studios, Rudy Project, and Shocks. I want to make a quick note that on our time data down in the bottom left hand of the screen, you can see it's been readjusted. We were off a little bit, and we are now just under 50 miles to go with the men and 77.9 with the women. So those are correct at this point. We apologize for any little bit of confusion before, but now we've got it back up and running proper. 49 and change to go for the men, 77 and change to go for the women. So now that we're getting a little deeper into the race, so, you know, riders having some flats, having mechanicals and DNFs, it sounds like we've got kind of a big DNF that's just come across our radar here.
Yeah, we just heard that Emily Newsom has had to pull the pin. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but with Anna Yamauchi leading the wild card coming into today, Emily Newsom sitting in second, and with both of those riders out, Hannah Schell now leads that wild card chase. We're not exactly sure where Hannah is right now. I'm trying to get word on that. And then Leah Vanderlinden and Haley Dumke, that definitely moves them up the standings now. So we've got to see this race within the race that's going on. We've got to get some information to see where everybody sits.
Yeah, that's definitely great. You know, those riders that are now in the ability to move up in the standings, they don't even know it yet. So that's going to be such a great surprise to them when they find out. So once again, we're looking at our two leaders, Simon Paylot using a little bottle to dump over his head there while Cam Jones continues to lead the train. We're going to check back in with Nat Ross at the front of our men's event.
Great. Well, the action after the aid station is coming back in full tilt because these guys have grabbed large bottles. They are cooling down thermodynamically, which is exactly what they needed as these temperatures increase. So just in the nick of time that aid station appeared, they are taking the cooling fluids like no other. It was quite some time before they saw that aid station, and now here we go, lubing the chain again. Simone has brought chain loop, and this is the second time that we've seen this. The alliance is insane, and I can only imagine the power that they're outputting and what that drivetrain sounds like. I don't know if it's annoying him or what, but these two, quite the alliance. Simone has back pockets. Every time he grabs his pack, he's got everything he needs in there. The course recon was done correctly. And if you look at Cam's mountain biking skills around these corners are keeping the momentum up. Each pull that they take, guys, it's insane. And Payson, you'll appreciate this, you as well, Mayor. Simone's training is 8,600 feet and above. So at high altitude mountain goats like you two, you understand. Back to you guys in the studio.
I'll tell you, that is never before in my career have I seen a rider pull chain loop out of their pocket mid-race. Payson, is that normal, man?
Yeah, it's more common than you'd expect.
All right.
Pete Stetina did that for me at Unbound a couple years ago when we were in a move together as well. Look, these two guys right now, for all intents and purposes, are teammates. And when you are in a long-range breakaway like this and there's so much on the line, these guys will have a bond after this race, no matter what happens. That's pretty special. And so Simon, has a lot of interest in Cam being as fast as he possibly can be right now the rest of this race. So that was cool. That's one of those things that maybe you see in gravel racing and not in other disciplines of cycling.
You would not see that in road.
No, I don't think so.
No, not in the least. I'll tell you what, not to change topics, but, we see our two men's leaders passing a bunch of riders from the other categories, and you see the smiles on some of the other athletes' face. They're just having a good time being out there doing the same exact course as the pro men and the pro women and encouraging each other. And that's just one of the great things we love so much about our Lifetime Unbound gravel out here, is mixing the pros and the amateurs all together out there on the course at some point.
So this is one of our men's chase groups, and on one of our other camera angles a minute ago, I saw one of the SWAT club guys literally stop pedaling and start stretching, which means cramps. And it looks like this main chase group has completely exploded at this point. The SWAT club team was one of the ones that I was keeping an eye on before the race because they had a lot of numbers in their favor. They're a team based out of Italy, international team. Riders from all over the world, but the team's based in Italy, and it looks like these two SWAT club guys are kind of on the wrong side of this split at the moment. But what I'm seeing is that the race is getting really, really hard for everyone at this point. It's despite maybe slightly more negative racing in that chase group, at a certain point, the legs are just cashed out, and we see this rider losing the group in front of him right now.
Well, I'll tell you, talk about cramping. Keegan Swenson, Sofia Gomez, Visha Fania, and Matt Beers are dominating the gravel scene, and they all fuel with a Never-Second, science-backed performance nutrition trusted by the best. Learn more at never2.com.
From the heart of the Flint Hills, the City of Emporia extends a heartfelt thank you to the dedicated public safety teams who make the Unbound gravel experience possible. From early mornings to long nights, your commitment keeps our community and thousands of visitors safe. This global event wouldn't happen without your service, professionalism, and care. On behalf of our residents and riders from around the world, thank you for keeping the spirit of Emporia strong, safe, and unbound.
All right, back in the action right now. Once again, looking at one of our chase groups out here on the course as they continue to roll through some of the amateur categories out there, and trying to get an eye on who's leading the charge there right now in this group. Can't quite make out the number or where we're at. We know our men are coming up on the 47 miles to finish spot, so still about 20 odd miles away from Cahola Lake, 25 miles away from Cahola Lake, and we've talked about that as being potentially one of the last spots on the course. It's really going to offer a natural selection point in terms of that two-stepped windy climb to the top of the lake. But again, back with our leaders, somebody taking a little bit of a picture there as the two leaders going through a little bit of history here in the making as we see Cam Jones continue to drive the train. Simon Pelot always reaching in those back pockets, it seems, to grab snack, chain lube, whatever he needs to keep that bike rolling forward. And you just can't say it enough what a great job these two riders are doing. We thought last year's race that those were early breakaway attempts, but this is completely flipping the script on this. These guys have been away for so long out there, and they still have, judging by the average speed, we're still looking at just about 2 hours to go, right in that neighborhood of 2 hours to go for the men. So potentially, 8 hours and 45 minutes is within reach, I think, right now.
Yeah, we saw that adjustment on the distance to go graphic. So honestly, I breathed a little bit of a sigh of relief,
Right.
knowing I have to get into this race again next year. It still looks like they have a great chance to go sub-9, but it's not going to quite be the low 8-hour mark that Dylan was maybe referencing. But one thing I did want to call out is these two lead riders are catching a lot of the other distance riders right now, a lot of 100-mile finishers. And believe it or not, you can glean a lot of inspiration and encouragement from these other riders. The camaraderie within the gravel community is so neat. And you hear your name out there a lot, believe it or not, as you're passing other riders. They provide you with some encouragement, and you know that you're, to an extent, all out there doing the same thing. You're in the same boat, and that can lift your spirits some when you're really starting to get tired, like these two riders no doubt are.
Yeah, you need motivation from any source that it can come from at this point in the race. You've been out there for 6 3/4 hours riding at probably 80% on average most of the time. And, even the top level athletes, as much training as they put into these race days, it's a hard effort out there. It's a big effort, and everyone starts to suffer at some point out there. So wherever you can get that motivation, it's always so helpful. And we love that all of our riders here in Emporia are so grateful to have the pros out here and so supportive of them as well. But we're gonna touch base again because we're in Unbound, and we know things change on a dime out here. We've already got more shifts in our women's wild card, just like that. Just when we thought we had it sussed out, it's kind of been flipped a little bit again, I think, Meredith.
Yeah, so we're talking about the wild card race within the race here. We just got word that Hannah Schell, who was sitting in third coming into today's race, has also pulled the pin on today. So Anna Yamauchi, Emily Newsom, Hannah Schell, your top three in the wild card standings, are now out of the race. That means Leah Vanderlinden, who was fourth coming in today, now slots into first place. Haley Dumke, if she's still in the race, would be third, and Hannah Sims could take second, and then Hannah Sims could take that third spot. So still not exactly sure where everyone is. I have been getting messages from Leah's dad, Scott, who's out on course. Yeah, exactly. And let me tell you, Leah is another rider who is tough as nails. She also lives in Boulder, where I'm based, and during this off-season, or winter, I guess, it may not be off-season for some people, when you talk about skiing, Leah comes from a ski background. She was a mogul racer, and watching her go downhill was incredible. She is beautiful on skis. So when we were talking earlier about ski racers coming into cycling and just knowing how to drive a bike, their skills, their power, all those things, I think we're going to see something, great from Leah today. And if she makes it to this finish line, she's going to jump up potentially into that wild card spot for the rest of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, what a reward for that, to be able to move into the series from Leadville forward. So, yeah, best of luck to all those riders, both on the men's and the women's side. And I don't think we mentioned that, we talked about Rob Britton winning the XL version of our Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano in an unbelievable time. It was under 18 hours, I think, something like that. Well, we've gotten word a little bit ago that Heather Jackson is taking out the win on the women's side. So Heather last year was part of our Lifetime Grand Prix series and had some great success out there. And, Heather comes from a professional triathlon background. And if you've not met Heather, well, you just try to. She's one of the sweetest girls out there, and she's so bubbly and so much fun, and obviously immensely talented. And she just kind of stuck it to everybody out there to take a great win today in the XL.
and also another course record.
Another
course record.
Oh, my.
20 hours and 57 minutes. Absolutely incredible. We've been talking about all these breaks.
Right.
She did the same thing. She went off the front early in the XL and pretty much led from the, well, I don't want to quite say the gun, but established an early lead and held it to the finish. So maybe these XL finishes are, preempting what we're going to see today in the 200.
Yeah, so far things have all been kind of fallen into the same category out here today in terms of the tactics that they're getting folks across the line in first.
The attrition is definitely starting to hit this main chase group. That main chase group looks like it's down to 7 or 8 riders from what I can tell. It looks like G. Schreurs, Rosa Closer, Lauren De Crescenzo, Cecile Lejeune, Morgan Aguirre, Sofia Gomez Villafane, Sarah Lang, Annika Longvad. Emma Langley is 30 seconds off the back of that group, as is Whitney Allison, Maud Farrell, Alexa Scarda, Hannah Otto, and Paige Onweller has also been distanced from that group. So one of the top riders from last year, third place last year, is tailed off just a little bit. You can have ups and downs through this race and still come back. So we saw Paige actually get tailed off a little bit earlier on. It seems like she might be on a little bit of a more difficult day. And you just never know. She could have dropped a bottle. She could have had a mechanical issue that required an effort to get back to the group. She could have been caught behind one of those early crashes and had to put a big dig in to get back to the front. Or she could just be a little bit off today. You just never know. And so we'll just keep an eye on how that second group continues to develop. But without a doubt, attrition is starting to play a factor even in the bigger group.
Yeah, it all comes back so much to that mental approach to bike racing and learning how to compartmentalize moments on the bikes, right? It's, like at the start of a 200-mile race, the last thing you want to do is think about, oh my, I've got to race for 200 miles, right? You have to take it in like bite-sized pieces.
Exactly.
And think about, each section and getting through those sections cleanly before you can shift that focus. And the same thing goes when you're getting fatigued later in the race. It's very easy to get really overwhelmed by that fatigue, but you've got to compartmentalize, and you got to be like, look, if I'm getting some cramps, I just have to fight to that next bend in the road, or just let me get through the next 3 minutes, and you count your pedal strokes. Anything to do to kind of play tricks on your mind, because we all know from experience your body will follow what your head says. And if your head says, you know what, we're going to push through this, you can generally, not all the time, but generally you can make your body do it. But it's a real art to learn how to kind of get your body to follow your head and to really learn how to play those tricks on yourself, really.
I've talked to a lot of athletes this week about the highs and lows and the dark places and everything that you go through in a long day like this. Payson, and we talked about tricks to get out of those dark places. What do you do when you find yourself in a spot like that?
It's all about the voices in your head. You just have to, all three of us, I know I've raced at a professional level over the years. Bill, I know you have as well. And it's just, it's all about finding the silver linings and the positivity to pull yourself out of those tough moments. It's definitely easier said than done, though.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely tough, and it takes years of experience, and that's just one of the many attributes that makes a good bike racer a champion. So, yeah. Right now, we're going to go back to the front of our women's race. We're going to check in with Lauren Hall, who's been out there in that side-by-side all day. Lauren, what is going on up there?
Great question, Bill. And, still just everyone working well together. You guys were talking earlier what we can't see, but what you're talking about, Morgan Aguirre basically sitting on. That is not the case with this group. Everyone's rolling through. As a matter of fact, in just one of those nonchalant, non-marked turns, they're racing so hard, and what we can't see, Cecily was on the front and almost crashed because, again, they're pushing, right? And they hit a tailwind section out of K Avenue, and they were ripping, guys. They were doing 30 plus miles an hour. So, you're talking about course records, you're talking about the speed, and it's beautiful to watch how fast they are racing and just on the razor's edge, right? Like they're not just cruising around, and every turn, every moment matters, as we're seeing in the men's and women's races. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I tell you, one of the things we should note when we talk about course records, right, every year we kind of, like, this is our second year on the North course. One minor change through Alma, through that first service area, but, you know, we go from the south to the north. So when we talk about record-breaking years, it's not really on the time as much as it is on the speed, right? Because the course distance is a little different year to year, so we kind of have to rely on that average speed is what defines our course record. So, you know, we might have to get some of our staff doing a little bit of digging here to just have a little data on hand, because, you know, again, we could be dangerously close to those top speed records here for the men and the women, and we'll try and keep that updated as we go along, where we're exactly at with that and when we think we might be getting close to a potential record on the men or women's side.
Yeah, it's interesting. A minute ago, I saw Caroline Migon kind of shaking her head because she was being held up a little bit by the camera 4x4. And, you know, that's just, unfortunately, that's just kind of part of this race now, and it happens now and then. But having live coverage like this is just absolutely a game changer. And there's so many professional opportunities, doors that can be opened professionally for these riders by having this live coverage. And we were talking about positivity earlier and just that optimism you have to have. And when you're really suffering, when you're tired, when it's hot out there, when it's windy, those little annoyances, whether it's losing your glasses or having, you know, the TV moto not quite get out of your way in the nick of time, those are things that, Bill, like you're saying, you just kind of have to compartmentalize. It's just going to happen. You see it at the highest levels of the sport. You know, we saw Pogacar, of all people, get slowed up by the motos in the Tour de France at one point. So that's one of those things that's just sort of part of the landscape of this race, and reframing those minor situations and realizing that you just kind of have to push them out of your head, refocus at the task at hand. Can be a lot easier said than done when you're exhausted, but you know, can make the difference when it comes time to decide the race.
Yeah, it's funny how those decisions come so much slower when you get deeper into the race, because everything's not firing as you would want. But, you know, we're talking a whole lot about the drafting and things like that out here. And remember, back to the start, right? And you can see it on our time clocks. The men have been out there for 6:55, the women for coming up on 6:40. So 15-minute gap between our men and women start. And Meredith, that's all for a reason, right?
Yes. So Lifetime implemented a new rule this year that the women are not, well, nobody is allowed to work with a rider from another category or another race. And that was, I'd say, put in place particular for the professional women. They have been asking for their own race now for a long time. As we saw last year, they had their own start. And so this year they get a little extra motivation by knowing that no woman in their field will be allowed to work with a man that they catch on to. So when we were looking at the leaders, we saw them, there was another man in the picture, and whether he was from the 100 or 200 or whoever they're catching now, they are now not allowed to work together. So that definitely changes the tactics a lot today, and I think it was something that the women were really, really excited about. And so, you know, that's going to be part of the game today.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see Rosa right there just getting frustrated with Sophia on the back of the group. It's just a little clue about the dynamics in this group. Not exactly sure why Sophia wouldn't have been rolling through there. You know, could be that there's a very good tactical reason for it. But of course, the rest of the group wouldn't be thrilled to not have complete cohesion. So again, it would be great to be a fly on the wall within these groups to know exactly how things are panning out with the tactics and the sharing of work and the words that are being exchanged. But without a doubt, fatigue starts to creep in, and sometimes you do just have I mean, I've been there. Sometimes you really get to a point of fatigue where it's just sort of like I can't be bothered right now. You know, it's not my problem. Whether it's true or not, sometimes you just want to miss one or two rotations through the group so you can eat that gel a little bit better, or just kind of get your head straight. And that's what's unique about this race, having road race-like tactics, but being twice the duration of most road races.
Well, it's got to be a little bit of frustration in that group as well as fatigue, because, you know, when that group went away so many miles ago, so many kilometers ago, I don't think anybody really thought that this scenario was going to result into where we're at right now. And so this group, they've been working relatively well together, as we can see, and there's a lot of big names in this group. Riders that have won this race, riders that have won, you know, some of the biggest races out there are all in this group. So pretty much anyone in this group is capable of winning the race given the right circumstance or opportunity. And now that they're getting deeper into the race, they've been relatively unified, and they're no longer bleeding time, it seems, but they're really not making any time. And that's got to be starting to play tricks with their head of just like, hey, you know, I came into this so fit, we're working well. This really shouldn't be the case, even though it is what it is at the moment. And that starts to trigger riders because you know, so many riders circle this date on the calendar as a big goal, and now potentially you're watching that goal kind of go out the window.
Yeah, and we were seeing G sitting on the back of that, missing some poles. And hey, look, G crashed at Traca 360. She broke her.
She literally has a broken elbow. Right
exactly.
now.
So I don't know that that's because she's hurting her physically, I mean her elbow, or if it's her legs, or if it's her head, or what that is, but that is very much a road tactic where you sit on the back of the group like that. You stay close enough that you're not getting gapped off the back, but that the rider in front of you who is pulling through next, they know to pull through into the echelon, and you can just sit on the back and save a little bit there.
Yeah, I think if G was feeling good, she would be rolling through. In my opinion, you know, that's not a tactical thing that she's necessarily pulling there, just knowing her personally and also knowing that she was second last year and would like to go one better. So she's probably not feeling great in one way or another right now, and it very well could be the fact that she literally has a broken elbow at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and if that's what she needs to do to get herself to the finish and, you know, fight for a chance of a podium potentially if these leaders get caught or not, I mean, that's part of it all, right? And you play those mental games, you play those physical games. It's as you said, it's getting very, very tactical out there, and you do what you got to do to benefit yourself.
Yeah, bike racing, you know, we all learn it at some point that bike racing's not just a power contest. It's not a strong man or strong woman's contest. You've got to be so well-rounded in so many ways, and part of that is just the art of the deal, the art of playing the game. And you know, the strongest riders on paper, if they can't master some of that, well, they may get some lucky wins out there for sure, but they're not going to realize their potential. And it's just the way it is, and you have to deal with it. And the champions are the one that can kind of push that ceiling out a little bit and figure it all out there.
Yeah, Payson, I listened to your podcast with you and Hannah Otto a while back about you were giving a preview of this year's Lifetime Grand Prix participants, and you guys were talking a lot about how roadies approach these long races in the Grand Prix, how the mountain bikers approach this, and talking about tactics. A lot of the roadies coming in, they understand maybe a little bit more how those tactics work. So tell us about how the mountain bikers come in and how they sort of learn those tactics when it's not much of a role in mountain biking.
Yeah, you know, I think I've certainly had to learn sort of road tactics via gravel. I think someone like Keegan Swinson would say the same thing. Matt Beers did a stint on the road with UAE, actually, so I think he got a little bit of a dose of it there. But you know, same sort of thing. A lot of the riders that come from a mountain bike background, Cole Patton, Hannah Otto, like you were talking about, we could go down the list. You have to basically just be in these races and make mistakes. Pay attention to what some of the more savvy riders that have spent years, you know, racing crits or racing kermesses over in Europe, or some of these riders who spent years in the World Tour, just try to pick up on the little things. But it is kind of the dark arts of bike racing. It's psychological games, it's timing, and it just really takes experience. So I think a lot of the mountain bikers, a lot of the riders that come from a mountain bike background are getting better at it. But it's certainly a process, and it's races like this where maybe you miss the move or you make the wrong decision, where you kind of take some notes afterward and try to not make that mistake again.
And on that note, you guys also were just talking about, just in general, how roadies or mountain bikers approach these longer races. Roadies obviously coming in with maybe more miles in their legs. In general, the races are longer. Mountain bikers come in, at least, you know, XC racing, an hour and a half races. So what was it that the mountain bikers had to do? Because you guys talked about how they have kind of dominated the series over the last few years. What was it that they had to change, or what was it that has kept them at the top of the leaderboard?
Well, I think for one thing, one of the reasons that I think we've seen mountain bikers really excel in the Grand Prix is just because as a mountain biker, you have to be a complete rider. You know, you have flat mountain bike races. You have mountain bike races like Leadville with a massive amount of climbing. And so you have to be sort of a jack of all trades, master of none. On the road, you get specialists. You know, Peter Stetina, for example, was a climbing specialist. And so, you know, that's one way that I think maybe mountain bikers have had a little bit of an edge in the Grand Prix. But like we were talking about earlier, maybe the road riders have a little bit of an edge when it comes to the tactical side of things. So yeah, it's one of the reasons that these races are so exciting is everyone brings a little bit different skill set, different strengths and weaknesses to the table. And then you just throw it down over the course of 200 miles and see what happens.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to see riders from so many different disciplines out here. Maud Farrell getting a nice little shot of her in that chasing
having
group.
A day.
Yeah, having a great day out there, and we believe that group's still roughly 16 riders strong out there as we wait to get our next time splits. We know that speed, that average speed, still floating around 19 3/4 miles an hour for our lead trio. They've been through the 132.8 mile checkpoint there, so we should be seeing them come through another checkpoint relatively soon. That time gap has been still held and steady around that 8-9 minute mark, and as we've noted, that chase group, as we're getting some closer looks at some of the riders in that group, it's not for lack of some cohesion that they're not gaining time. For some reason, that firepower not really there today. And again, whether it's they're just kind of feeling like those three leaders are a little too far out of reach at this point, and they're just going to compete for, you know, fourth on back, or whether there's a little bit of infighting in that group as to who should lead the chase. You know, we talked about how the men's race last year and that lack of cohesion, because everyone kind of looking at Keegan maybe a little bit into that chasing group as the race wound down, and, you know, maybe a little bit of the same thing going on with Sophia and, you know, and last year's winner in that group. You know, we saw Sophia kind of milling around that group a little bit, but it didn't really look like, you know, as you alluded to earlier, didn't look like she was taking a whole lot of control in that group to get anything going on. So for my money, I think, I don't know, I think they've kind of given up the ghost on this chase right now, even though it's still a long ways to go.
There's still a long ways to go.
Yeah.
And I would say that it's got to be a lack of cohesion, because there's not a single rider in that chase group who isn't out here to win. I mean,
right.
you don't line up if you're,
right.
you know, that's not your goal. Or, I mean, at least most of the riders in that chase group, right? So I just think that, I don't know, if it's not Sophia, who else is it? That somebody has to take control of that group and get everybody motivated and on the same page. And if you don't, and if it's not Sophia and it's not somebody else, then everybody just kind of looks at each other. So I've been in enough groups before, and enough, you know, chase groups, pelotons, whatever. If somebody isn't sort of directing things, then it's hard to make it just happen if everyone's sort of looking at each other, pointing fingers and saying, well, I'll work if you work, and everybody in the group has to agree, well, I'll work if you work.
Yeah, and at this point, honestly, that group's big enough that if they kind of rallied together for, you know, 25 kilometers, they could make a really big dent, I think, in that group. And, you know, these riders, that's not to say that these riders aren't looking strong. They're looking strong, but that fatigue, that day-long fatigue's absolutely got to be creeping into their legs and into their bodies. So, you know, I'm sure if we looked at their power files, you know, I think you mentioned it earlier, Payson, where the later you get into the race, you still have that perceived exertion of going really hard, but you look at your head unit and you can see it's kind of dropped off, and it's just kind of naturally part of the process. And, you know, so logically you would think with a bigger group and more people to share that work, even at the lower power, they might be able to make up that gap. But yeah, it's just not looking great right now, but still, you know, still a long way to go. Still 67 miles yet, so 110 or so Ks yet.
And we're seeing this group has been whittled down.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up.
Yeah.
It's only 8 riders now.
Exactly.
Attrition is definitely playing a role, and also I just looked. It's 84 degrees out there now. You know, high 20s, low 30s Celsius, I think. So
yeah, it's about 26 26 degrees.
26?
So 26,
okay.
Yeah.
And, you know, at a certain point, it turns into basically the chase groups become little breakaways in a way too. You know, they become groups of, you see Lauren Stevens asking for a time check there. I don't know if the lead vehicle is actually allowed to give a time check. It's one of those, you know, kind of fun old school gravel rules. But I think attrition is really starting to take a toll. And the heat is definitely not going to help. And the longer the race goes on, in a way, I think the more the opportunity swings in the favor of the breakaway.
Yeah, absolutely. The deeper we get in this race, the more it kind of falls on the breakaway out there. And the advantage is certainly for them, as we now see it. Looks like Decker on the front getting maybe a little more aero than we've seen her before, so that may be indicative of they're fighting some stronger winds out there on the course. We know the second half of the race is obviously pointing back south, but there's a lot of cuts to the east and south and east throughout the way back to the Cahola Lake area. And it's that wind blowing around 10, maybe 12 miles an hour out there. So they're going to get a bunch of sections of crosswind and headwind out there. So, yeah, we'll see if that's playing out there as well. In the meantime, we're going to check out our next little segment again. That is going to be the RAV video. Let's check out what's going on over at RAV, get a little insight into that.
We're here at RAV, about mile 140, 3 mile-ish section. Maybe often goes overlooked in dry years, but should not in wet years. So we're recording this on Thursday morning, and it is a mess. Like we haven't even bothered taking the bike off the rack because I don't think it would be rideable. It's pretty nasty. And I think the real question is, how much is it going to dry out with a day and a half of sunshine? It's a rolling, kind of grassy, more dirt substrate B road. There's certainly some rock and gravel in it, but the big thing here is because it's a B road, it's got more of that black dirt content, and so the mud is just going to be a lot more clay, you know, peanut butter muddy. So this can be a decisive section because it's got some good rollers, but depending on how much it dries out or doesn't, it could be extra decisive right before the second aid station in Council Grove.
At Stello for getting involved with the Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Stello gives you 24/7 glucose insight so you can fuel smarter, train harder, and go longer. To learn more, visit Stello.com. I'll tell you, this wonderful scenery out here all day long, it's kind of distracting to me. I'm sure the riders would love to be able to take it in, but I'll tell you, the Kansas experience is a salute to the real, to the rowdy, and to the wide-eyed wanderers, to the dreamers, to the stars. The Kansas experience, a wonderful place to be. So back with our women's lead right now. And, well, it's the same old story we've had for quite a while now. These three riders with nobody in the picture behind them. All they've been seeing in terms of other riders is the riders that they've been passing along the route out there. That's kind of all the company they've had as we're now looking back at our chasing group. We've got Sophia in that mix, and yeah, it's going to be time soon to get things going here.
Yeah, it's funny looking back at that video from a few days ago about our Ave. I mean, just the way this course changes day to day. That was just 2 days ago. I mean, that section was completely unrideable, and we'll be coming up on it here soon, but it's going to be dusty. I mean, it's just, these Flint Hills are so dynamic. It's one of the things that makes this race special. We've had years where the heavens open up and it just pours rain in the middle of the race and completely changes the complexion of the race. I think a lot of riders were nervous that there was going to be more mud out there than we've seen today. Instead, we've seen mostly dust, to be completely honest. And it's one of the reasons that we're seeing such fast average speeds.
Yeah, also getting word from Kimo Seymour back in the Boulder studio,
Big Daddy
popping in
yeah.
With a little information saying that if this break stays, if the women's break stays away, and Cecily finishes, I don't know if it matters necessarily first, second, or third, but she could potentially move into the lead if Sophia doesn't finish second. So if Sophia finishes lower than second and Cecily finishes first, second, or third, maybe Chemo can confirm if it matters her placing, but that she could move into the overall lead of the standings.
That'll be kind of amazing because, you know, we're so used to calling Sophia the overall leader or the champion of the series that'll be a huge turn of events, and really it's just a great ride for Decker. And I mean, look, she's earned it, right? She's been so aggressive. And really, like for me, really got on the radar at Sea Otter because, again, so much time talking about her driving the pace out there and really having a similar ride out here today. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that comes to fruition. But what a big highlight for her career if that comes true.
Definitely. And I would say, actually, Cecily came onto the scene even last year. She was, I believe, third at Big Sugar.
Yeah,
and that's where I think she'd had some strong finishes before, I think maybe at the Rad, and I'm not looking at the results right now, but she'd definitely opened some eyes. I think, you know, maybe not a target on her back just yet, but definitely putting her name out there. And with that finish at Big Sugar last year, I still can't believe these three up the road that the women aren't a little more like animated in the back to catch this group.
I really think their window of opportunity is not closed completely, but it's really come down a lot. I mean, I think really they would have had to have kind of lit that fire almost an hour ago at this point because that gap was so big. And you know the shorter the runway gets, the less time you have to really get this done. So yeah, it's kind of interesting with the women to see what's going on in that group. And it'll be interesting to talk to some of the riders after the fact and get some insights, right, as to what that dynamic is, because all we can do is kind of speculate out there. But you know, maybe collectively a bunch of riders or just enough riders are on a rough day out there, or something like that is going on out there to lead to the current situation. But yeah, it's those three are quickly riding away with the front end. Meanwhile, we've got our men up here, and they are just rallying along with the folks taking the pictures on the way by. And I tell you what, I mean, I've got no shame. I would do the same thing. I would probably stop and turn around to get a shot of them coming at me, you know, or somehow try and get myself a little selfie with them in there. That would actually be the best. Be like, hey, look who I'm ahead of right now, you know. But yeah, these two guys, Cam, that white skin suit or white jersey, absolutely covered in filth and dust right now out there, showing just how challenging these conditions. You can see on our coverage a lot of times it looks a little grainy, and it's just the dust. It's all that dust getting kicked up out there. It's these riders are having to breathe in out there and en route to trying to get to the line as they closing in pretty close. I guess probably about 8 miles or so away from Cahola Hill. And yeah, we talked about it earlier that Cahola Hill, not the last definitive place on the course, but it's certainly one of the last of the major features that we generally talk about when we talk about the Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. So, you know, we also talked about it in the context of, is that going to be the point where we start to see some fireworks, right? Because we know once you get over Cahola, you're maybe about an hour or so, a heavy hour away from coming back into town here. So it could be interesting to see if that really does act as a springboard.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, when you are this far into a 200-mile race, you don't necessarily need a hill to make a split.
Yeah,
it's true. Fair
I was
point,
about to
right?
say the men's race at this point is in pieces. I mean, we have 2 leaders. We have a group of 3 behind them, which is Maswerd Schmidt, Torbjorn Road, and Brendan Johnston. Then we have a little over a 2-minute gap to Ian Boswell, Andrew Lesperance, who's in the wild card contention, definitely punching his ticket into the Grand Prix today at this point if he hangs on to that. Joris Nieuwenhuis, and then so that's 3 riders. So we have 2, 3, 3, and then the next group is Keegan Swinson, Ramon Sinkeldam, who just finished up his time in the World Tour last year, Tobias Kongstad, Adnik Koster, Jasper Okaloon, who is in that early move, Lucas Pulsterberger, who is a legendary World Tour rider, won some big races during his time with Bora. So this race is absolutely in pieces. Attrition has officially the big hammer has come. These riders are now officially marching, and the gaps are pretty big. That's, what is that, 7 minutes from the 2 leaders to our first chase group of 3, and with 33 miles to go, that's a tall task.
It's a tall task. I'll tell you, one of the things that's kind of striking me listening to the names you're reading off and now kind of looking at it, Ian Boswell and Keegan Swenson, the only American riders up in that group. We've got Canadians, we've got Belgians in there, we've got Kongstad in the mix, and obviously off the front we've got a Swiss rider and a New Zealander. So it's just what globalization we're seeing out here today. And we talked about it a little bit at the start, how it was almost 50%. It was like 40-odd% of the men's field was international, and it's really showing itself. And Payson, you've been doing the scene here for a number of years, and it's got to be kind of interesting for you to see this kind of not complete changing of the guard, but there's a lot of new faces from outside of the U.S. that are now making waves here. When gravel really kind of started as an American thing.
No, the transformation has been amazing, and it's been awesome. And the time that it really hit me, that I really realized just how international this race has become, was actually last year when you're riding in the bunch, and when you hear English spoken, it's almost surprising. I'm serious. And then riding up Little Egypt, there were some folks along the sides of the road there, capturing video, cheering folks on. And again, it was foreign languages that you were hearing spoken. I heard the same thing about the registration line earlier. It's really cool how international this race has become. The world has come to gravel and come to Unbound, and it's just so cool to be part of. I mean, just look at that graphic.
Yeah, it's kind of phenomenal right there. And, Toby Road listed is American. But, yeah, all right. Well, we'll look past that for the moment. Right, adopted by America. He's been here a bit.
Also, Cam Jones.
Yeah, well, right, Cam Jones.
Definitely a proud Kiwi.
Yeah. So
yes.
I'm sure he'll have something to say about that later. That's all right.
And again, that graphic isn't quite right. We have Simon Pillow up there with Cam still. So just a heads up.
Yeah, still Pillow and still Jones, just punching the clock there at the front. They've been working hard here for the better part of this race.
And I'm just going to put this out there from Mason Moan, who's in the Orange Steel vehicle with John Vargas, that he's been watching these 2 leaders off the front for quite a while now, and he thinks it's going to stick. He thinks that these 2 are looking good. They're committed and they're working well together. So. Just gonna say.
Yeah, I mean he's obviously getting a good look at the body language, a good look at the communication between the two. So that's great insight from Mason out there, and that's certainly super helpful. And it's funny. Pillow is he kind of alluded to that his ride at Sea Otter was just a minor glimpse into what he was planning to bring to the table out here, and so it's he's obviously kind of doubling down on that effort out here today, going from. Throwing that Hail Mary from way out here to try and make this one work.
Yeah, and I talked to Simon after Sea Otter, and it was interesting to get a little bit of his insight and mindset going into Unbound, because he said, I bet a lot of people expect that Unbound is the Grand Prix round that I'm most looking forward to, but it's not necessarily the case. He's a really interesting guy in that he comes from Switzerland, but he lives much of the year in Colombia now. He's raced all over the world, and he just loves experiences, was the thing that I picked up on. And so he was excited about this challenge of Unbound, but he wasn't obsessed with this idea of winning it. And you do hear from a lot of in my opinion, you hear from a lot of the top riders, they understand how transformative winning Unbound can be for your career. It really makes careers. For someone who already has a career, someone like Lachlan, winning it just cemented him, as kind of icon status. It was just this incredible thing. But for a lot of the riders, it can launch a career. We sort of saw that for Rosa last year. And so you can easily get really obsessed with this idea of winning Unbound and almost, it sounds weird, but almost want it too much, hold on to it too much. And Simon just is racing so free today, and you can tell that he's not afraid to lose. He was willing to roll the dice early, kind of play the lottery like he loves to do, and look where it's gotten him. he might win Unbound.
Yeah, it's funny. Simon's enthusiasm to be out here racing the way he is, it just kind of reminds me of like the young bike racers that are chasing the dream, that are just so enthusiastic and willing to give it all, and just kind of smiles across the board the whole time, and just, again, putting every experience in the can there to be able to use that knowledge down the road. And it's been great watching. Simon's 32, right? He's not exactly a youngster, but he's certainly still in the prime of his career after spending a couple years racing over in Europe on the road and chalking up some great results. It's wonderful to see him have this newfound enthusiasm for this new discipline that he's kind of shifted himself into.
And then Cam is 24.
Right.
So
yeah.
talking about, a veteran of the sport, a newcomer to the sport, two of these guys out front together. And, I think a lot of people talk about what you learn about yourself during really hard days like this. And Payson, you mentioned earlier how these two guys have formed this alliance, and there's going to be a bond between these two that's probably going to stick forever. And you learn about other people in all these hours while you're out there too, and whether or not they're showing their best version of themselves or their worst version of themselves, what their strengths and their weaknesses are. And so it's really cool to see such a young guy and I don't want to say old, but a veteran, more veteran of the sport, working together here.
Absolutely. And I just want to hand it to Cam, because he's just having a career ride today. Like I sort of talked about, like we talked about at the beginning, he loves to race this way. He loves to be aggressive. He loves to go in early moves. And I've been in plenty of races with him in the past where he does that, and it feels like you're just sort of on the receiving end of this abuse, because he is so strong. But late in the race, he has dropped off in the past. And look, he's 70 miles in, and he's still there and looking really, really good. So, in my opinion, this is an important day just for his growth as a cyclist too. I think it goes without saying, this is a legendary ride. But the fact that he's still looking good so deep into a race, to me, is like a new Cam in a way.
All right, now is the time as we start to approach Cahola Hill. We've got a nice little piece highlighting that section of our Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano.
Okay, we're here at mile 176 on Cahola Hill, which happens to be the longest climb on the course. It's about a half mile long. Not very long as compared to maybe some other climbs out there, but you hit it really deep in the race. It looks like on Saturday it's going to be hot, it's going to be sunny. This climb is also super, super exposed. If it's windy, there's nowhere to hide. Back in 2019, I remember actually cramping on this hill, even though it's not that long. So once you're that deep into the race, Cahola Hill's definitely really going to hurt. And one other cool thing about this section of the course is most of the pros will be catching a lot of the 100-milers at this point. And oftentimes there's a long line of people, even just walking up this climb, cheering for the pros as we rip by trying to decide our race. So it's a classic part of the Unbound course.
Happy to be here bringing this thing live once again at 2025, the year of the Unbound live stream. So big thanks to everyone tuning in. Want to thank for support for today's broadcast, brought to you by Swiftwick, Training Peaks, and Use We North America. Just about 30 miles to go in our men's event. There's just shy of 7.5 hours. So the pace that these riders are still riding at, well, for that last 32 miles, roughly about an hour and a half probably, or maybe a little shy, about an hour 20. So we're going to be, coming up on, my guess is probably around that 8:50-ish timeline or so. About 8:40 maybe for our finish time. That's just my guesstimate at the moment. But look at this. Is this Pelot still looking good here? It looks like Cam's still taking the drink. It looks like they've crossed over Cahola Lake already. So now starting to, it's kind of the turning point in the race, kind of the official run in and now towards Emporia. Obviously, there's still lots of rollers, as you can see, that they're going to be facing for a while. And I think it's not really till like the last maybe 15 miles that it really kind of starts to level out a little bit. The speed will pick up, and then they'll come into town by way of Emporia State University and Highland Hill, kind of that last a little kicker inside that last mile and a half or so. And, you know, maybe that might be certainly the last incline springboard opportunity. But as we were talking, yeah, the hills at this point in the race, this deep in the race, they're not the only place at all by any stretch of the imagination that could be relatively defining out here. The wind, the heat, and just the general cumulative fatigue of 7.5 hours is it's all going to come to a head here at some point for these two riders.
Yeah, we see a little gap opening up there. Simon, you know, was probably just messing with a bit of food or, you know, just reorganizing something in his pockets. It's not too uncommon for little gaps like that to open. But I'm not ready to quite start talking about how these guys might dice it out and their strengths and weaknesses, but I'm excited too soon because they're very different riders. It'll be interesting to see, you know, how long they stay committed. One thing about Simon is he is as clever as it comes. We were talking about tactics earlier, and he's just a wizard when it comes to tactical sense and playing the game. So I think that this alliance will, you know, stay strong for a good handful of miles still. But, man, I wouldn't trust Simon completely to just throw the book out the window and try something a little bit longer if he's feeling good. We'll see. Soon we should definitely start paying attention to not just the gap behind, but also the dynamic between those two guys.
Yeah, you've got to be so confident to come to the line with any rider because, you know, even if you think you're a good sprinter, sprinting is so different with 8 odd hours under your legs versus 2 hours under your legs. So a whole different ball game out there for these riders, and crunch time is coming. The business end of this bike race is well underway here at the 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel.
Along came a glacier and turned a land of ice into a world of wonder. And while we love getting out there, we need to protect and preserve what's out there so that it inspires just as much awe in those who discover it next. Introducing the Bronco Wild Fund, created by Ford to connect people to the outdoors responsibly.
I think nutrition is really important. You have to train the same way you race. Yeah, I mean, you know, never second slogan is science first, never second. And I feel like I kind of operate the same way. I'm very like regimented, and everything has a plan and a place. And you know, their products sit really well with me. I tested them for a long time before I, you know, was like, oh, let's partner up and let's do this.
Your overall winner for the Lifetime Grand Prix, this is Swenson.
Never seconds, got it figured out. Everything just works.
We are back here with our men out here enjoying some beautiful scenery in and around the Flint Hills area outside of Emporia. Well, not always can you be riding outside all year long. So if you want to ride epic routes from around the globe all year, well, you can ride with Ruvi, the realistic indoor cycling app that brings the outdoors indoors and lets you explore over 1,500 video routes, including gravel rides, whatever the weather. Ruvi, bringing the outdoors home. Once again, looking at our splits up here on the board, and well, we've got Cam is now a Kiwi. He got his citizenship just like that. There we go.
He spends enough time here.
Yeah, you know, we weren't going to cry foul on that too much.
We'll take him.
But again, you can kind of see what we were talking about. Boswell and Swenson, the lone Americans inside the top 10. That gap now 7:24 to Johnson and Toby, and the third rider in that group as well. And then Boswell and company a further 2 minutes and 20 odd seconds back. Lesprance, Newhouse, Swenson, and Sinkeldam a little farther to actually Swenson and Sinkeldam a further 2 minutes down on Andrew and Joris and Boswell there. So really things kind of blowing up out there on the course, and you know, kind of interesting on such a windy day out there, right? When you would tend to think that riding in a bigger group would be a little more advantage. We've got groups of 2s and 3s out there in this race, so just kind of adding to the challenge of fighting these crosswinds on the way home.
Yeah, and I'm curious too, as these riders are, starting to pass some of the other groups out there from the 25, the 100, whatever it might be, a big group coming into these riders can be really challenging to navigate. As we're seeing these guys split, some of the riders that are getting passed, they'll pull over. We've seen them pulled over to the side of the road and let them go by, as they've also got their phones out taking video of these guys just absolutely crushing it. So, I don't know if it was just, who knows, if it's the heat of the day, the distance that they've already gone, the, other groups that they're trying to navigate out there. But we definitely have seen all the bigger groups that we saw earlier today absolutely demolished now.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, it's got to be in some part to the pace, right? Because average speed, it's so fast and no blatant attacks that we're seeing. So it's literally just guys and girls can't hold the wheel any longer, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of that would have been that break formation phase in the first 30 miles. We saw that big group of, whatever it was, 20 or more riders roll away, and they would have worked really, really hard to get into that move. And then we know it came back together before it exploded again. And for that to come back together, the group behind would have had to work really, really hard. So it was just a knife fight from the get-go. And, early on, I always like to say early in a bike race, everyone feels good. But eventually you have to pay the piper. And I think we're seeing that now. It has become a race of, in large part, groups of 2s and 3s, maybe 4, which is different than last year.
Yeah, it's vastly different than any edition I've seen. Very often we see those small breakaways, but then it's generally a reasonable size chase group coming up from behind. As now you can clearly see our riders going along the top of the Coahulla Lake there, and again, a wide open section there, kind of on both sides. And so I imagine a good bit of wind coming across. It looks like they're actually in a little bit of an echelon formation there, so the wind probably coming from the right just a little bit. The upper right there is
they're flying.
Yeah, they're moving.
Look at these guys.
It's so easy to see using those cement blocks in the background as an indicator. They're probably going about 40 k's an hour through that section.
Absolutely, and obviously our graphic there with the course profile is a little bit off. This is Coahulla Hill, and I was saying earlier when we were on a commercial break that I wouldn't be surprised to see Simon kind of test Cam here a little bit. I don't think he would want to go solo, but it can be useful to put in a little bit of a dig and just put the other under pressure a little bit. It sounds like a small thing, but Cam's the one pulling into the bottom of Coahulla here. And so he's doing a little bit more watts than Simon. He's making his effort into Coahulla Hill maybe a little bit longer. I'll be really interested to see if either one of them tries to test the other. I did also see Simon try to grab a neutral bottle of water there, just from a bystander, which means he's thirsty. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
It seemed like he liked it. He threw it. He tossed it.
Oh, did he get it and then he threw it?
It looked like it was maybe a gel or something like that he was looking for, and
but look at this. At this point, your cravings, whether it's thirst, whether it's hunger, whether it's salt, this is when your body kind of starts to do some weird stuff. And there's going to be some clues just like that, where Simon was reaching for a little bit of help and didn't get the help he was looking for. But these boys are doing awesome, but they're also really hurting at this point.
Yeah, and at some point, too, you kind of take whatever you can get your hands on at this stage of the race. You've done your work of putting as much of your known quantity fuel in the tank, which is so important because everyone's got different tastes and different needs physiologically and what's going to work gastrointestinally. Sometimes, obviously, you can't get your hands on that stuff, but when you're this deep in the race, it's this warm, you're desperate, and you take what you can get, whether it's plain water, whether it's a mix that's not necessarily your own. You simply need to have something in the tank. So, these riders trying to get their hands on pretty much everything. And Cam with his mouth open there, indicating a little bit of effort there, as you see Simon kind of looking over, taking stock of the situation. But for potentially a better bit of insight as to what's happening right now, let's go back to our man Nat up there following along with the front of the man.
Well, Coahulla Hill, the real deal. It is pointing straight up. There are a lot of folks going different speeds. You can see the excited folks don't know what's going on. Cam, just a little bit of tap saying, guess what, guys? We are rolling through. Kind of like the Tour, kind of like the Giro on those mountaintops. This is out in the Flint Hills. These two are now trying to keep their momentum. What a gap they have over the chase of 3. They know it. They're getting their first real splits. Cam soaking some stuff up, some information. Payson, like you said earlier, these guys are thirsty. It is full exposure out here. Once we pass the lake, you could just tell the winds are howling. So filling you in from the field from our perspective. One more hill to go.
Yeah, I tell you, interesting dynamic coming up the hill there. Simon having a little conversation with someone running alongside, and for a moment you almost wondered if it was a staffer there that he was getting some insight from.
That would be my guess, that it's somebody, one of his team staff, his support crew out there giving them some information, and I'm guessing they weren't speaking English. So Cam would not have benefited from whatever he, likely, unless he knows whatever language they happen to be speaking. But yeah, Cam would not be privy to any of that information that Simon was getting from his support crew.
To me, it looks like they're both hurting a lot right now. I half expect Cam sort of can wear his fatigue on his face a little bit. He's one of those guys who you can sort of tell when he's hurting, and we could see that. He was starting to be all over the bike. You could see a grimace on his face. That 100-mile rider, he felt like was kind of in his way and was giving him a little nudge, like, get out of my way. That's all just mental fatigue. You start to get a little bit cranky when you're in pain. Everyone can relate to that. But Simon didn't look stellar to me either. It wasn't like he was on the front pushing the pace up that climb.
Yeah, he was kind of laying back, and I noticed on one of those rollers before they hit the top of the climb by the lake, you could see a little bit of a difference in their pedaling style. Cam was on the front and turning just a slightly heavier gear, not kind of out of control heavy, but just a slightly lower cadence. And meanwhile, Simon was behind him, just really ticking over a nice cadence, nice souplesse, as we would maybe refer to it as. And at that moment, a few kilometers ago, I would have said, hey, I think maybe Simon is really looking a little bit fresher. But yeah, we just could catch it over the top of the lake there, that Simon definitely showing some of the signs of strain as well. So yeah, anybody's guess right now, as both riders wearing that fatigue very clearly on their shoulders. Right now, we're looking at our women's chase group right now, and that group had been whittled down. We had almost 16 riders at one point, but it's now down to 8 riders. So curious to see if that gap is going to come down. We see G in there. We see Sophia in there as well. So, yeah, again, we wonder if maybe there's a little more unity. Maybe there's a little more cohesion in there. Oh, sounds like we've got another crash. Something played out on the course. We're going to check the replay on that recent crash. Who was that?
That was LDC.
LDC at the back of the
just
group.
A rut.
Yeah,
she just got sideways in a rut, and it was uphill too. I mean, I'm telling you, like, this race has road race speeds, but you're doing it off road, and so it's so hard to see all of the obstacles. And again, that crash was, I'm not going to say nondescript, but they were literally going uphill. I think you can just have a little crash at any moment. It looks like she was able to get back into the group. I think that is her on the back there, but that doesn't help the morale. It doesn't help you physically. It's just another barrier on top of the distance, on top of the heat, on top of the wind, and on top of the competition.
Yeah, and another rider that I want to call out in this chase group that is probably a little bit of an unknown is Cécile Lejeune. She won the Oregon Trail Gravel Grinder last year, though, so she's not necessarily an unknown, but I don't know that these riders would necessarily have expected her to be in that group. She is French, but she lives in Tucson, and she's been training like mad. She's on CCB, so it's a Shimano supported team, and I am very excited to see her in this group. And yeah, I'm just curious if the other riders in that group actually realize who she is.
Well, in CCB, they're a road-based team, right? Based out of New England, and they've done a lot of the biggest races out there. So obviously that's helping, I'm sure, her fitness, getting to do some of the races on the CCB schedule. But we're going to check in once again with Lauren Hall. Lauren been following along with the women since the very beginning. Lauren, what is going on?
Guys, it is hot and windy. Oh my gosh. And you know, you're talking earlier about nutrition and whatnot, and as we are coming closer to Council Grove, one of the things that I've noticed is Cecily Decker has actually been on her cell phone, probably talking to whoever her staff is saying, you know, hey, this is what I need. And yeah, they are like, and also Peyton, like you were talking about how fast these speeds are. We are trying to always not give a draft to these women, and they are just flying through this course. We're doing at least 20 miles per hour on the uphills, 30 plus on the downhills. But let me tell you, it's hot out here, guys. Hope you're enjoying the air conditioning.
Sounds like you're having quite the ride out there yourself, Lauren.
Yeah, it was interesting right there. The lead breakaway ladies waving the TV vehicle ahead, actually. You know, usually as a rider, if you can get a little bit of a tow, a little bit of a draft off of the moto or the vehicle, you're going to take it. But the dust is so gnarly that they just wanted a little bit more distance ahead because, you know, you don't want to be breathing dust in either.
Yeah, the price to pay for everything, right?
Absolutely.
That couple seconds of just feeling no wind at all and getting sucked along, well, you know, breathe a little dust, and well, it's a trade-off out there.
Yep.
But yeah, I think you know, we've all been in those situations, right? When you're kind of desperate, that vehicle goes by, and just for that split second, that little bit of a break from these strong winds out here in the Flint Hills region is a very welcome sight.
And to me, the gap from our three leaders to this chase group has actually come down just a little bit, but nowhere near as much as it needs to for this chase group to have much of a chance. So at the minimum, it's stabilized. It's not going out anymore. It seems like it's maybe come down just a little bit. I think it's around 13 minutes now from what I can tell. But yeah, I mean, with 56 miles to go, you never know, but that is a huge gap.
Yeah, it's you know, without sounding like broken records in here, I think you know, with every pedal stroke that we get farther down the line here, close to the finish, I think these women in the chase group are just running out of time. But that said, those three riders, they've been out there a long time, and it's such a big effort, right? It is such a big effort. You don't have as much draft. You've got to stay much more focused. You can't really let up at all. So they've got to really pay attention. They're using a whole lot of energy. It seems like maybe we've got another.
Yeah, so this is third and fourth. It's Mads Word Schmidt and Torbjorn Rode. These are two absolute engines. They're actually both Scandinavian, too. Torbjorn went to school in Grand Junction, Colorado, and we sort of adopted him as a U.S. rider, I guess. I think he even had a U.S. flag next to his name a minute ago, but he's in the Grand Prix. Mads Word Schmidt has a really interesting story. He was in the World Tour last year on Israel, and he had a little bit of a crazy contract thing happen. He probably should still be in the World Tour right now, actually definitely from a level standpoint. He's someone who's, you know, won stages of Torino or Adriatico, unbelievably strong rider, fully expected to be in the World Tour still this year. And some kind of crazy contract stuff happened, and he found himself in gravel, and he's throwing down a serious ride right now. Of course, he has a lot of interest in getting a top result, of course, but so does Torbjorn for two reasons. He wants a top result at Unbound. He's also set to move way up the Grand Prix standings today. The Grand Prix overall is just going to be a total shuffle of the deck after the race today. And it's interesting that we've got 2 against 2 at this point. Obviously, there's a big gap between our two leaders and these two guys, but this race has been so attritional that it's pretty amazing to see our next chase group only down to 2 riders also.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see now with this selection, Toby, who kind of burst onto the big stage a few years ago, winning one of the Belgian waffle rides, and then not too long after that, he won Big Sugar to close out the season in Bentonville, and since then he's been a dominating force. So seeing him and, you know, our other European friend who's fresh off the World Tour, you know, break clear. So those two riders very committed, and that's exactly what we've needed to see here if we want to see this gap come down. And, you know, that rider with Toby, he's probably a rider that maybe underestimated some of the other two riders early, but now he's kind of really getting on the gas, and you have to suspect with all that experience of riding with Israel over in Europe that he's still got a lot in the tank here as we see them cresting.
Nieuwenhuis has a mechanical here. So this is Boz and Joris Nieuwenhuis. I don't know if he's got a shifting issue or something else. You never know this late in the race. He's off his bike, so Boz is now solo. I also wanted to call out that Brendan Johnston was in that group with Mads Wert Schmidt and Torbjorn Rode, but was dropped from that group. So now he's in no man's land in 5th. This is a great shot of Boz. Look at this guy. I love this. So Boswell spent a whole bunch of years in the World Tour, incredible career, moved over to gravel, won the biggest race in the world, Unbound. But is a family man. He's got a full-time job with Wahoo, I think it is. But he comes out once or twice a year and just reminds everyone what a level he's still on. And to see him flying like this, honestly, is giving me chills. It's just so cool to see him doing his thing, still at the top of the sport.
Yeah, in the days leading up to the race, he wasn't out there doing what the other racers were doing. He was actually doing his job, too, for Wahoo. Right. Wow. So I ran across him, and he's like, yeah, we just had I think they had a new head unit come out or something like that. And so he's like trying to, get all the athletes set up who are using the unit and all those things. So he's looking after other racers and his competitors in the race. And then here he is off chasing the leaders right now.
Yeah, I talked to him briefly yesterday morning before we kind of got the day going. And, I was kind of not surprised to see him here, of course, but when he said he was going to do the 200 again, I was like, man, really? You're going to do this again? You think you're fit enough? And he was like, I don't know if I'm fit enough. We're just going to go out there and have some fun. And, I mean, I know this kid from his junior days on the hot tube cycling team out of New England, and just such a great guy, and obviously an amazing talent. And I kind of love seeing the working man out here getting it done.
Absolutely. And what he has momentum and motivation behind this pedal stroke right now. You can see he's hunting, and the reason for that is the group he was in with Joris and L'Esperance has exploded. He's left them behind, and he's hunting a podium right now. He's hunting a top 5 finish. Brendan Johnston is the rider ahead who we know got dropped from that group riding for 3rd place. So Boz has a chance to ride onto the podium here, but he's got to track down what looks to be a 3-minute gap to Brendan Johnston.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but he's obviously settled into a great rhythm right now, trying to get it done. So we'll see if Mr. Boswell can get it done. But don't forget, endurance starts with understanding your body. Stello shows how your glucose responds so you can push with purpose.
Hey, good morning. Let's go.
Almost 35 years ago, Lifetime was created to have a positive impact on people's well-being and the way they live their lives.
Well, health advocacy is how we take best care of ourselves if something is up.
Today, Lifetime Digital takes that same vision of vitality and expands it everywhere. Our best classes, proven programs, award-winning content.
All right, now we're gonna add a squat to this. So 1 sweep.
As a ground stroke, we want top spin on this. So therefore, we're gonna need a slightly pull paddle.
Plus Lacey, your personal wellness companion who knows what works for you. From 1.5 million members to hundreds of millions happier, healthier people across the world. Lifetime Digital, taking wellness beyond the walls.
Welcome back. We are in the final stages of the 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. It's been some unbelievable racing so far. We're now down to the under 20 miles to go in the men's race and a little bit under 54 miles to go in the women's race. And support for today's broadcast is brought to you by Ventum Racing and Wera Tools.
I gotta say, Cam is pulling like an absolute truck. I mean, he looks so strong. These guys are just flying. What a day for the young rider. This is so cool to watch.
I was going to say, like, just when we thought that maybe they were hitting their breaking point a little bit, I disagree now.
Yeah,
I take it all back.
Like 5 minutes ago, we were all like, they're starting to crack, whatever.
Yeah.
And
you know what?
Not.
Even at the highest level of gravel racing, when you smell the finish line, the motivation and the inspiration that can bring will just give you wings. Obviously, it's a hugely physical endeavor, Unbound, but it's so mental too. And these guys will be really starting to think at this point, I think, about the day that they've had, the work that they've put in, what they've earned. They got to keep it together. Mechanicals can still happen, but they're going to be feeling inspired at this point.
Yeah, it's like the horse that can smell the barn, right, at the end of the day. And it doesn't matter how hard you're hurting. And again, this is another one of those defining characteristics that sets apart really good athletes from champions, is you can, no matter how bad you're feeling, no matter the circumstance, you can really, really rally at the end of the race to try and get things done. So these two riders who moments ago we were maybe questioning, they're looking very, very good right now.
And as we say that, I'm getting a message from Mason, who's out on the road, that Torbjorn and Mads Wertz Schmidt are chasing hard, and they've closed it down to about 5 minutes.
No way.
So
now we might have another bike race on our hands.
Yeah, it's getting even hotter out there.
Look, if that graphic is right, 18.5 miles
30
is
Ks, right?
is way under an hour for these riders.
Yeah.
So a 5-minute gap is a tall task.
Yep.
But you, like I said before, you never know. The bottom can absolutely fall out from underneath you in a race this long. Cramps can just come out of nowhere like a thief in the night and just end your day.
Well, and maybe fresher legs for the two chasing, because they've had more riders to draft from a longer period of time, right? So maybe that little 3%, 4% difference that might play out in their favor here late. But obviously, there's no time for cat and mouse now, right? 30 Ks to go. It's got to be all in for the two chasers, no doubt.
Yep.
Yeah, Toby and Mass, if they want to catch those chasers, they have to be committed and work together at this point.
Well, looks like we're getting into maybe a little bit of a situation in the women's race. The Pas Normal group is split just a little bit. Our leader looking back. So we're going to touch base with Lauren once again to get a little bit of insight as to what she's seeing up there.
Hey guys, so we've just come through Council Grove, one of the last staffed feed zones for this group of 3. We've got Kara Omigon basically looking back to her teammate saying, hey, come on, Cecily Decker, get on my wheel, we're right here. Everyone is kind of in no man's land. You see Lauren Stevens is actually dropped off the back. That's just a product of the day taking place. It's they've come through their feed zones, and Lauren had this massive ice sock that she was rubbing on her legs and her back. So I think, like you're talking about, the heat is taking its toll. And yes, Cecily here just trying to stick with her teammate, and everyone's refueled and ready for this last bit of the race.
Well, this is a huge moment in my eyes in this race, right? I know they just came through Council Grove, so it might be a little bit of a settling in after everyone getting their last feed bag and getting kind of orchestrated for the final 80 Ks here. But that gap very big, and it's now the two Pas Normal teammates in the front. So Lauren Stevens is absolutely on the back foot right now, Meredith.
For sure. I think we're going to see the Pass Racing riders working together at this point. And, all bets are off for whatever sponsors, other partners they might have. They clearly are working together. And like you said, we didn't see what happened through Council Grove in the feed. So it's Lauren has never done the 200 before.
Right.
So we've talked about how these feed zones are like F1 pit stops and how quick they are. And it's something that I think a lot of riders practice prior to the race, because you have to have it dialed with your crew. And if that's not something you're used to, if you haven't done it for multiple years out there, it might be something that just throws you off and you drop back a few seconds and then you're left chasing.
It's kind of wild, right? How you, like, practicing a feed zone hand up is part of the equation, right? Like, that's amazing that that's just one of these little details that make up the big picture that you have to pay attention to.
Well, on a day like today, when it's so hot, I've been there, you're dreaming about an ice cold drink. You're dreaming about that ice sock, and you roll into that aid station. It's just momentary salvation, but you're between a rock and a hard place because you're in the winning move and you have to get through there as fast as you can. So, you know, I don't know if Lauren took an extra moment there maybe in the aid station to get a little bit of extra ice, whatever it is, but clearly the fatigue has really set in. Something that I think was as interesting as Lauren getting tailed off there is Cecily was a little bit gapped off of Caro Migon, and Carolyn was like, you know, come on, come to my back wheel, I'm right here, and Cecily was like, I would really like to be there, but I'm not doing it very fast.
Yeah, this isn't by choice that I'm back here right now, right?
So in my mind right now, Carolyn looks the best. We've still got a ways to go. You know, Cecily could rally, Lauren could rally. So I think we're in for a lot of surprises still, potentially in both races.
I agree. I mean, there is still a lot of racing left, and so much can still happen. Here we see Sophia sitting up, texting her crew, letting them know what she wants as she comes into the feed. We'll see if we get to see these riders do their feed stop and with their pit crews, and it is so crazy how fast they come through these feed zones.
Yeah, so it's only our leaders that have been through the feed zone at Council Grove, right? The chase group far enough back behind that they are not yet through there. So the chase group for our women are still on the approach to Council Grove, so their final opportunity to get a little something there to refuel for that final 80 kilometers. So maybe we'll get lucky enough to catch a little picture from them going through there and see just what happens. We know, again, those can be such chaotic little spots and gaps can open up. And I think, you know, in this day with such warm temperatures out there, it's going to be incredibly critical that every one of those riders gets topped off with nutrition as they make their way through.
So we're still looking at, like we were told earlier, about a 5-minute gap from these two leaders to Masvert Schmidt and Torbjorn Rode. It's looking good for these two leaders, I have to say. You know, of course, they're going to be exhausted, but I mean, just look how fast the trees are whipping by. Like, they are barn running. And the thing about the end of Unbound, basically everything after Coahulla Hill, is that it gets really flat and really fast. So even though they've got a little bit of a cross headwind, they're going to basically never be below 23, 24 miles an hour probably. And with speeds that high at this point, barring some catastrophic mechanical or biomechanical, I don't think these two are getting caught.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go out on the limb with you there, and I think these two are going to hang on to this one to the line. They simply look too efficient still and too smooth, and they're still taking turns. No one is sitting on a little bit longer. Nobody's forgetting to drink. They're both dumping some water on themselves as well. So they're checking all the boxes of doing absolutely everything the right way out in front here to maintain this lead to the line. So those chasers, they've still got some time, but I think it's going to be all down to these two guys who are just simply rolling it. And, you know, as you said, it's going to get so fast. We can see on our course graphic, they're just about to that spot where that final 15 miles, where the only other obstacle really is going to be when they come into the campus in Highland Hill. So that may well be the last shot here for either one of these riders. So at some point in the conversation here, we're going to start having to talk about who do we think has maybe the better sprint here coming to the wire.
Well, a couple things real quick. I think that they're going to, if they know that they have two chasers that are 5 minutes, and to be honest, probably it's less than 5 minutes at this point because that's the direction the gap's going. If they've gotten that information somehow, they will wait to make their move because they need to be allies and teammates as long as they possibly can. It's looking really good for them, but Torbjorn and Mads are two guys that I would be terrified to be getting hunted by right now.
Yeah.
Like Torbjorn is one of those riders who he's a big, powerful rider, kind of a classic style build, and he just has this huge capacity to roll at a high speed all day. I remember at Leadville last year, he was by himself almost the entire day and still had an incredible result pushing wind solo. He's just got such depth of fitness. And of course, Maz just has unreal depth of fitness and speed from years in the World Tour. So it's not over yet. It is looking good for these two guys, but I would be a little nervous.
Well, and Toby won Big Sugar out of a sprint a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, Toby's got a great sprint.
2 or 3 riders, right, coming to that line. Yeah.
If it does come down to these two, they couldn't be more different, honestly, in terms of characteristics. So Simon, by his own admission, has no sprint. Cam has one of the best.
They all say.
Cam's got one of the best sprints, and it's going to be really interesting to see tactical craftiness versus all-out raw power. And we also have to note that at the end of 202, 203 miles, on paper, it doesn't necessarily matter who the better sprinter is.
Right.
It all goes out the window. You know, when you are emptying the tank for that final straight here in the last 20, 30 seconds, the likelihood of cramping is super high.
So high.
That's
then
right.
it doesn't matter at all how good a sprinter you are.
You stand up to sprint, and you can see Simon, both of them, stretching a little bit. They're just kind of shaking the legs out, knowing that it's likely going to come down to a sprint, or some one of them's going to have to attack, and they're just getting their body and their mind ready for that. But yeah, you stand up to think you're about to sprint, and you cramp. It's all over.
I mean, we see it in the highest level of sport. Like earlier this year in a classic, Wout was looking like he was in a great position to win a race. Stood up, took 3 hard pedal strokes, sat right back down.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't want to cramp, just remember that every LTH formula is designed with performance in mind. Pure, potent, and always third-party tested, built by Life Time, trusted by athletes, and made to help you live your healthiest life.
Boy, these two are flying. This is cool.
They
It's
look
almost,
great.
you run out of superlatives for what they're doing here today. It's amazing.
Well, and being on this side of it today just gives me so much respect, honestly, for these other athletes. Like, it is such a hard event. This is just such a gnarly event.
So while our 2 men claw their way back towards Emporia, we're going to turn our attention to a little bit of information about our friend and last year's Leadville winner, Melissa Rollins.
I'm Melissa Rollins. I'm from Salt Lake City. I am a Life Time Grand Prix athlete, and I'm here to race the Unbound 200. Since winning Leadville, I went from sort of being like a top 20 finisher to now I'm consistently finishing top 5 or just outside of the top 5 in every race, and always sort of being a part of the main group or what's happening in the race. I wouldn't say that before I won Leadville I was not strong enough. It was something clicked, and now I feel confident and I'm ready to be a part of the race. I mean, before that, I always struggled with confidence and believing in myself and not really sure if I belonged. Every time I saw myself on a start line, I always kind of like counted myself halfway in, not fully in. But yeah, I think sort of proving what I knew deep down that I was capable of has sort of helped me build confidence to know that, yeah, I was selected in the Grand Prix to race because I can race and I can race well. In these long, really, really hard races, you have to have some kind of like emotional attachment to winning because they're really freaking hard, and that's the deciding factor in the last hour, in the last 10 miles, in the last 5 miles, at the last moment, is who really freaking wants it. Everyone's gonna have some kind of low in the race. Not every low is created equal, but everyone will have lows. So if you can make it through your low, the best, I think that's who wins Unbound.
Well, back taking a look at our women's chase group. Sophia looks like maybe fidgeting around with an ice sock there. So I guess these riders have now been through Council Grove. They've gotten that second and final feed area there. So riders taking on the last bit of nutrition and the last time they're going to have the opportunity to connect with their staff here until the finish line area. Still, the group's been whittled down, right? We had a chase group of 16 for a while. It's been whittled down to 8 here for a bit. But it still doesn't look like the sense of urgency that we need, right? You can see granted they're going through a right-hand bend here, but they're still kind of spread out across the road, and nobody's in their drops. They're not single file, so it kind of seems like it's just the wind going out of the sails up here.
Well, the wind is also going out of the sails of that lead group. We just got word that Carolina is now on her own, so she's now dropped Cecily Decker as well. So Cecily and Lauren, don't know if they're together, but they're somewhere in no man's land. So if this group finds out that those 3 leaders have split and now Carolina is on her own, that might give them a little more impetus to pick up the pace and start working together a little bit.
What a tough time to be on their own with 48 miles, nearly 77 kilometers yet to get to the finish, and now that breakaway that looks so good has completely come unhinged up there, and that's definitely going to change the dynamics now, because 3 riders working together, making it to the finish, really high chance the way things were looking, right? But now with Mignon up there by herself, and you can already see a little body language, the shoulders really rocking, the head kind of constantly dropping to look at the pedals, and those are all some of those giveaways that she's really feeling the pressure right now. So my expectation would be that gap probably going to start to come down from the chasers a little bit. And we just got that camera shot a moment ago, and it looks like she's got a pretty big gap over Decker out there, so it's really blown apart.
Yeah, but to me, she's doing all the right things. She realizes that her card to play now is she needs to do a 48-mile solo as fast as she possibly can. And so she was taking big swigs out of her bottle. She was taking a couple of gels. She knows what the deal is. She needs to, fortify her energy levels right now. Based on how much of a gap they had on Lauren coming out of that aid station, I bet our 3 leaders are now all solo. And, you can see a time maybe in the future where something like radios might come into play here in Unbound in the future. I have no idea. Who knows? Trying to look in the crystal ball of what this race looks like in 5 years feels impossible based on the development we've already seen.
The rate of change year to year, right?
But if the main chase group had information that the 3 leaders were all individual now, and you have numbers, say, like with Specialized, you would probably change what you're doing a little bit, and I would guess pick one of those riders or maybe even 2 of those riders to start drilling it and try to close that gap, because now we're seeing that there's vulnerability at the front of the race, but they probably have no idea that the 3 leaders are all solo now.
Yeah, and look, that's one of the beauties of gravel racing, right? Is it's a little less high tech in so many ways, and it's kind of fun to see the riders have to really rely on instinct and that sort of thing out there on the course. But yeah, those 3 riders now solo. We've not seen any coverage of Lauren Stevens since initially coming out of that feed zone when she was kind of yo-yoing on the back of the group. So I have to imagine that she's really kind of fallen off the pace a fair bit right now. But we're looking at our 2 chasers in the men's race, and you could see a moment ago that the crosswind really hitting them off the right-hand side. You could see how tightly they were riding that echelon out there, desperately trying to fight this wind, and Toby Road having to make a little bit of an acceleration there to kind of stay in the draft. He's a little bit of a taller rider, so he's going to have to maybe think about trying to get down just a little bit lower there to maximize the draft, but they're going to make this turn and get a little boost from the tailwind, at least for the moment.
One note on Torbjorn here that I think is interesting. A few weeks ago, back in May, he was over in Girona racing the Traca. Not only did he race the Traca 360, but the very next day he raced the Traca 200.
Come on.
I think
putting in the miles.
He's got to be one of the only riders that did that. And when I saw that, I thought that could go one of 2 ways.
Right.
He's going to be really tired when he's in Unbound, or he is going to have a day. And he's having a day.
Yeah, I think it's worked out for him. That's an unbelievable 2-day training block.
Yeah, you got to love it. He's part of the MAP Privateer program, and really, just riding at such an incredible level today. I think even though these guys are not likely going to catch the leaders, I think this is a ride that he's going to be hugely proud of.
Yeah, the time gap's still holding at that 5 minutes, 21 seconds. For a bit, it looked like it was going to start to fall relatively quickly, but it started to taper off just a little bit, so maybe the 2 riders in the front got some little bit of insight that things were unfolding behind them there, and the chase was happening. So right now we've got our leaders of the men on the left side of the screen, I believe. That's it's Pillow and Jones on the left, and on the right we've got our women's leader all by her lonesome. Hard to tell if that rider. Well, it's hard to tell if that's a past rider or her teammate Decker, who had been with her up until a few moments ago.
Not that gap is small, but it's not getting bigger, which makes me think it's Cecily and not a past rider.
It kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, I think if it was a past rider, it would be blowing out a lot faster than that, maybe. But
and this is a Caroline's kind of holding the cards right now, but in a way it's also a little bit of a dangerous time, because with 50 miles to go, and you get that big adrenaline rush, you're leading Unbound solo. And there is that tendency, even though she's a veteran rider, to maybe get a little too excited. You have that adrenaline boost kind of mask the effort a little bit. And with it being so hot, if you go over your limit, it's a lot like racing at altitude.
Yes.
If you go into that red zone and you explode, you don't lose a little bit of power. You lose like half your power. You have to come way down and recover from that. And it can take a while when it's this hot, and sometimes it doesn't happen at all. I don't think that's happening here. I don't think she's at much risk for that, but I'm just saying that in this position, putting myself in her shoes, it would be really hard to not be getting super, super excited. And you still got to pace yourself. There's 40-something miles to go. It's a long way.
yeah, that being said, though, I mean, Carolina won Traca in a time of 13 hours, 39 minutes.
Yeah.
So she knows how to go the distance.
Right.
And she knows how to pace herself. And by the way, that race came down to a three-way sprint, too, which was crazy. Axel Dubois-Prevost and Sarah Sturm. And so she knows what she's doing. The impressive thing, too, for me is that the recovery and the turnaround, that race wasn't that long ago. So to go that distance and then to find the recovery, travel over here to the United States, get over jet lag, all those things that it takes to find that last 1% to put in a performance like this, for me, is really impressive.
Yeah, from a training perspective, that's got to be just literally all recovery rides between the two events here, because the hay is in the barn, so to speak, at that point, if you get that kind of a result at the track. So what a great ride right now as we're looking at our chasers, Toby Road, Torborn Road, back on the front. And, it looks, look, at different sections, we see the leaders on different sections and we see the chasers, but these guys, too, are putting on a good head of steam. You can see the landscape moving by very quickly. So these two riders still moving well. We don't have a completely updated time gap. We know it's right around that 5-minute mark, but I'm hard-pressed to think it's not under 5 minutes at this point, just because of how fast they're going, how long the two leaders have been out there, and just that natural bit of fatigue that's been creeping into their legs. And, we've been out there for 8 hours and 15 minutes, so they've got to be now inside probably about the final 12 to 13 miles or so of the race. So the clock is definitely ticking for these two chasers. They're moving with a good head of steam, but my guess is the best we're going to see is a sprint here for third place on the day.
I would agree. The time is just a little over 5 minutes now to the leaders, but I'm really curious what Mass was. He had his phone out and he was texting. I'm curious who or what he is texting
we're past the
right
feed
now.
zone,
right?
So there's no update or nothing like I need this or that. So what exactly is going on?
Yeah, that's interesting. One thing I will say, even though these guys might be eating into the lead a little bit, on a section like this, from here all the way to the finish, the speed is so high that, wind resistance goes up exponentially. So the faster you go, the harder it is to go that little bit faster, if that makes sense. So again, I feel like the chance is with our leaders a little bit more, unless there's some sort of major implosion. But hopefully we get we do have one, 6.7 miles. Man, this is
starting to get sweaty.
It's getting time to start thinking about how this is going to shake out if you're these two leaders.
Just 11 kilometers left to go. Amazing that it's all coming down to this. 8 hours, 16 minutes, 11 kilometers left. And I think, trying to compare where we were at this time last year, this reminds me of the section where Chad and Lachlan really started to hit the attacks on each other, right? This kind of wide open section. It was a little crosswindy last year. And Chad, I believe, was the first one to give it a little bit of a go, not really wanting it to come down to a sprint. So we're kind of coming up into that same spot here now as they're rapidly approaching the city limits here in Emporia.
You know, and we talked a lot about the women's wild cards because of the top 3 that had dropped out. But what we haven't really talked about recently is the wild card for the men. So I'm pretty sure Cam Jones, whether he wins today or not, will probably have that locked up.
He's locked in.
And Peter Vakach, who is leading the wild card coming into today, we haven't really seen much of him today. And Matt Wilson, who was second coming in today. When I looked earlier, I did see Matt a little farther back, Matt being another Kiwi who also had a great ride at Whiskey 50. But, okay, Peter's not too far back. So I think
he's in the top 20, so not a bad day, certainly.
Yeah.
Andrew Lesperance, also in the wild card, is sitting in 12th right now, so he should punch his ticket if he hangs in there. It's to be honest, it's just amazing how much the Grand Prix standings are gonna turn upside down after today.
Yeah, I think it's looking like right now that it's going to be Cam, Lesby, and Petter Bakich who are going to take those wild card slots.
All right, so we're getting a little bit of insight from our crew out on the course, and that rider that we saw way back behind Caroline, not Cecily. She's out of sight, so Decker out of the picture right now, so we're not sure entirely what happened, whether, any kind of mechanical or any kind of just, bodily fatigue, a little physiological breakdown out there. But Cecily Decker now out of sight of the lead. Still, I would think still holding on to second place. We'll try and get that confirmed when we find out where Lauren Stevens is as well, the current American National Gravel Champion, who was part of that 3-rider move that was looking so strong until it just kind of imploded there. So Caroline Mignon in the lead. It looks like Stevens. Well,
and Stevens and Decker may be together now.
Yeah, that could be the case, right? Like if Decker fell back, maybe if she could rally herself before Stevens got up to her and kind of hit the reset button. But look at the gap back to fourth place, right? We're still 14 minutes back to that group with Closer, Gomez, Vichafanye, Lejeune, Lang, Longvad, and Schreurs in that group as well. So amazing the depth of talent in that group that are creeping up on 15 minutes behind our leader right now. So it's going to be an interesting battle what goes on for second and third. Look, 14 minutes, we still have a long way to go, 44.5 miles, so about 70 Ks left in the women's race. So it's not a given that Decker and Stevens are certainly going to go out there. And, it's always an interesting dynamic, right? When a brake goes up the road and then it blows apart. When the back part of the brake gets caught, sometimes the chase sits up, right? Mm-hmm. They either forget there's another rider or they're feeling good about themselves for making that catch, so they take a breather. So that could work in Mignon's favor yet out in front.
Definitely over all these miles, it's kind of easy to forget exactly what might be happening up the road, like you said.
Ago, right?
Right. And so when they see the 2 riders, they may think that's the break. It depends on if they have support crew or anyone getting, they're getting information out on the course.
Well, the best way for us to get information on the women's race is to check back in with Lauren Hall.
Hey guys, we are here with Caro Migon, and when we came out of Council Grove, we still had the 3 riders together: Lauren Stevens, Cecily Decker, and Caroline. And when they basically turned off the paved road onto the next gravel section, it separated just a couple of meters, and that has grown into minutes. I don't know what you guys are seeing back with Lauren and Cecily, but Caro is solo pushing forward. She's got a water bottle down the front of her jersey right there. Not sure if it's, a frozen water bottle for cooling factor, or you guys were also talking earlier about aerodynamics. So taking on fuel, we've seen her drinking a lot through these last stretches, and she's just picking off these riders, which, when you start to catch some of the participants in the 150-mile race, it's almost like a nice little carrot for her to have, you know, like she can look forward to those people and really just hone in on, okay, just grab this next one, the next one, the next one, and before she knows it, she's back into Emporia. So Caro is pushing forward, and Cecily and Lauren are not even in sight. Whatever we see behind her is, again, participants that she has picked off up until this point. Back to you guys.
Oh, just the look on her face,
She's
right?
flying.
She's flying.
Yeah,
She
the
is
mouth
full,
open, full gas.
full gas right now.
She's riding so inspired. And, I mean, it makes sense. She's leading the biggest gravel race in the world. I mean, she is living her dream right now.
Yeah, what a display. And smartly continuing to drink, continuing to shove food in. You know, this race is such a long race that if you don't eat at really, really regular factors, and especially in the early part of the race, you almost have to, you know, get a step ahead of the game. It's really easy to get behind the 8 balls. So she's doing a really good job because, again, still a little under 70 kilometers to go at this point, and you can't coast on what you've got in the tank. You still need to continually put carbs in, put sugar in, put hydration in to keep everything in an even keel. So very smart riding by our leader right now at the front of our women's race, continuing to stay on top of it and looking very, very strong despite being out there for so long out here today.
Yeah, she's just riding like she's possessed right now. She sees that finish line, even though she still has just around 43 miles to go. She does not look like she is slowing down. She looks like she's almost kind of fresh a little bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to be because, you know, it's such a moment of inspiration, but also there's some fear. You know, being chased is a wild feeling. And right now she'll kind of be thinking, don't screw it up. Also, you know, do fuel right, take good lines, watch out for the 100-milers you're passing. Like, there's definitely still things to pay attention to, even though she's in the driver's seat.
Right. There's a balance of taking risks or not at this point for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's, you know, Lauren made a great point of now catching into some of the other riders. There's always somebody in front of you, right? So there's always the rabbit. There's always that motivation, and that goes back to what we talked about earlier about figuring out how to mentally compartmentalize this race into smaller chunks versus the big picture, which can be a very daunting thing, and that can help lead the body down the wrong path out there. So in a very good situation right now as we look at our men, and we are looking at a heavy 8 kilometers yet to go. 5.5 miles to the finish is what our graphic tells us, as we're just about at that 8 hour and a 24-25 minute mark. So, you know, 8 Ks, we're going to click that off in relatively quick fashion. So again, we're going to be looking at an 8 hour and 40 minute race out here for the men, which is, again, you know, you go back to the history books of 19 years here in Emporia, and I bet, you know, Dan Hughes, the most prolific winner of this event, his head is probably spinning right now, thinking about how fast they're doing it versus the times he was winning this race by a decade ago.
It's just incredible. I mean, last year felt very, very, very fast. I think when the winner went under 10 hours for the first time in 2019, that was a big deal. Last year was kind of like, maybe eventually even a sub 9 is possible. But to go way under sub 9 the very next year is just amazing.
Yeah, and again, just you know, kind of talking about this, how this whole week unfolded. We can't not, you know, continue to mention what we thought was going to happen when we were here on Wednesday and Thursday, and even maybe yesterday morning. We thought this was just going to be maybe not one of the slower additions, but certainly not to this level. The course looked so muddy. Divide Road at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon had vehicles, had tow trucks stuck in it. The ruts were, you know, axle deep, tow truck axle deep out there on Divide Road just less than or a little more than 24 hours ago. So that things have turned so much like this, and the wind and the heat have dried things out and made such a fast race course. It's just kind of phenomenal. It's just, you know, it's just one of the things we love here about racing in Emporia is it just serves up something different every time.
You know, we were just seeing Cam flick his elbow trying to get Simon to come around, and
Simon's not doing it.
He's not doing it.
So this is really interesting. Last year, I was in the chase group behind Chad, Haga, and Lachlan Morton, and they were at about 2 to 2.5 minutes almost the whole day until the last 6 or 7 miles. Maybe it was in even 5 miles. And then our group started playing games. We started playing games, deciding the last podium spots, and their lead went from 2.5 minutes to over 5 minutes in like 5 miles. A 3-minute difference. So if these two leaders start to play games, if Simon is really, not going to pull through, Cam's not going to be, definitely not going to be pulling as hard, maybe might pull off completely. We're only 4 miles away, but you can lose a lot of time in 4 miles if you decide to start looking at each other.
Sure. And I don't know if that's a telltale sign too of how Simon is feeling right now. Like maybe he's not confident enough to pull through because he thinks he's got to save something for the sprint, knowing that Cam is such a beast. And when you're riding with someone who you think is stronger than you, that's where you're going to start, holding back a little bit. And so the fact that he's doing that already 4 miles out, it's telling me that he's getting nervous.
I think it's some of that European road experience coming into play. That's what I think. I don't know that he's so nervous because he's such a confident guy, right? He just exudes confidence in every fiber of his being, and I think he's playing the road game right now.
He's being cagey.
Yeah, he's being cagey, and I think he knows he's probably gotten an idea of what the time split is. And, they in Europe on the road, they work that out down to a science. It just doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. All that it matters if you win. So they've got a 5-minute gap. I'm sure he doesn't care if that gap gets whittled down to a minute or even 30 seconds. He just wants to get across the line first. He knows he's got enough to work with. So he's gonna force the hand now of the youngster. And this goes back to what we talked about earlier.
The veteran versus
what he's trying to do right now is he's trying to use Cam against Cam. He's trying to play into Cam's feeling of, oh my God, at minimum, I'm going to be second at Unbound today. And at the very least, I want to preserve that. And so if he can convince Cam to at least, hang on to second place at worst, he's going to use that against Cam. And it's ruthless, to be honest. But this is how, road tactics play out at the pointy end of races. And to be completely honest, Cam is continuing to pull really, really hard here. If I were there right now and I could whisper in Cam's ear, I'd just say, right? Dude, don't be afraid. Don't get bossed around by this guy. Play it for the win. But it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we're now on the final approach here into Emporia. They're going to be coming into the city limits here very shortly. You can see on this stretch of pavement as they continue to rally around some other riders. Don't forget, we've still got that the course deviation. The pros will go on one side, the amateurs will go on the other, just to make sure that we have an unobstructed finish for all of our 200 men and women elite athletes. That's going to start to happen a little bit before the Highland Hill area, so that's going to be coming up very, very shortly as we're now looking at our chasers right now. So our chasers still looking very good and still some very positive body language from these riders as they're also making their way in towards town. Our last split had roughly 5 minutes or so, but again, I still think that's probably going to be coming down a little bit. Well, at this point, we probably won't really know until they get across the line and the clock starts to see how far back third place is. But our two chasers now, Maz and Torborn, still looking very, very strong here in their battle that they're going to play out for third and fourth place on the day.
Look at Mad's cadence. I mean, he obviously he doesn't look fresh, but he just looks really good. He's got such a nice high cadence. Torbjorn's pushing a little bit of a heavier gear. I think had this played out tactically a little bit differently, Mads could have been up there, fighting for the win. He looks really solid, really deep into the race. Boy, Cam is just stuck on the front right now. It's he's getting suckered into this a little bit, and you gotta feel for the young guy. He's having an absolute career day, and it's going to be. I'm so glad. I'm so excited to talk to him after the finish. I'm sure he's just he can barely believe what's happened today, but he's definitely stuck on the front a little bit right now. Simon's definitely playing the games, and personally, I'd love to see him swap off a little bit, but it's coming down to some clever tactics.
Yeah, Cam also coming from a mountain bike background. Being a young rider, also coming from a mountain bike background, just maybe doesn't know quite how to play those tactics, or feels like who knows what they're saying to each other out there. We've definitely seen them talking to each other a lot, and whether or not Simon is kind of like just sort of egging him on, or what's happening. But like you said, Cam, I mean, this is going to be the biggest result, I think, of his career so far, no matter what, right? So who knows if he's thinking, like, I don't care. Not that he doesn't care, of course, but, like, wow, I am still coming to the finish at Unbound, and I will be on the podium.
Yeah. I mean, top 2, worst case at this point. They're only a couple of miles out. It is really interesting to me that we haven't seen Simon come through for a handful of miles at this point. Cam seems very okay, just riding hard, kind of solidifying this position. Again, this goes back to not really knowing what the gap is behind. If we don't know here in the commentary booth, they probably don't know either. We know a while ago it was around 5 minutes, but at this point it could be 3, it could be 7 for all we know. And Cam's going to kind of be in the same boat. It'd be interesting to see how he breaks this down after the race, kind of what was going through his head.
Yeah, this has just been a phenomenal race so far. These two riders, they've been out here all day long. Simon Pelot, the rider from Switzerland, fresh off racing over in Europe with his Tudor team, a veteran of Grand Tours over there, so lots of road experience. And the young man out of New Zealand, Cam Jones, just 24 years old. And you see them having a little bit of a conversation right now. You can see Cam kind of shaking his head just a little bit as he continues to lead the charge right now.
I'm curious what Simon's move's going to be. If I were him, I still wouldn't leave it to a sprint, especially if he knows anything about Cam's sprint.
Right.
Cam's been on the front for a while, but he has a lot of watts under the hood when it comes to a sprint finish. So
it's always a risk, right? No matter what you think, it's always a risk to come to the line. The most sure way to win a race is, with nobody else in the picture, right? Solo fashion. So yeah, Pelot again, I think, going to be relying on that European experience that he's bringing here into Emporia. You can see them kind of spread across the road a little bit now as they continue to pass some riders. So the cat and mouse has been in full effect here for the last couple miles. You can see the way the landscape moving by. The speed has come off just a little bit from these two riders as they're now, kind of thinking these last moments, how are they going to play things as they get themselves underneath the highway here. So that means
we're
folks,
under 2 miles to go.
They are close. Yeah, we are inside of 2 miles to go. So I'm starting to get chills over here. Like, who's going to win this? This is anybody's game, and they are really letting this one go down to the last minute. Highland Hill is fast approaching. That's going to be the final opportunity to use any sort of an incline as a springboard. And we've been saying it. We think Pelot may be ready to play out that card, but we are going to see here momentarily.
All right, Cam, in my opinion, even though he knows he might be stronger in a sprint, he's got to assume that maybe Simon is going to.
Whoa! Look at this! Look at this!
Oh,
look at this!
I was just going to say.
He's riding away.
No way. Cam Jones with the attack right from the front. So Cam Jones wasting no time. Pelot literally no response. So this is the move. Cam Jones looking back over his shoulder, out of the saddle again. A big acceleration as he's now coming into that deviation area. So Cam Jones making the move. We thought he was going to be content to bring this one to the line, to use that speed that he's honed in the racing in New Zealand, but he is going away with this in the closing moments here.
I was just going to say, his tactic would be to go on the offensive instead of letting Simon attack him over that climb, and he did just that.
To me, that almost looked like the writing was on the wall. Simon came off the wheel so quickly there, and yeah, Cam accelerated a little bit. I almost wonder if there was a conversation a handful of miles back because Simon was under pressure and they had a little bit of an agreement or something. But Cam, strongest man on the day, coming into the finish straight here. What a ride. This is a huge arrival for a young rider.
Yeah, so New Zealand's very own Cam Jones spending the better part of the day out here with a veteran European road pro. Simon Pelot. It looks like Pelot just didn't have enough in the tank as we look at Cam here on the pavement. Just a few more pedal strokes. He'll make that final turn. He's going to be on Commercial Street in just a couple of moments. And, you know, the roar of the crowd is going to be deafening for this young man as he comes into town. What a phenomenal ride all day long. He was a wild card. He was hoping to get into the mix here to continue into the Lifetime Grand Prix as we get into the next race in Leadville. And, well, dreams do come true, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is going to get that wild card ticket as he's coming down the pike here. So what a great finish. He's going to be high-fiving folks along the home straight here. And I'll tell you what, we couldn't have asked for a better day. Coming across the line with a huge win at the 2025 Lifetime Unbound presented by Shimano, Cam Jones out of New Zealand will be your champion on the day.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't just win Unbound either. You know, he just won himself a career. That's what this race means. He just stamped his ticket to a whole new world of the sport. And I just couldn't be more proud of him. He's one of the nicest guys we race with.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. I could not be more proud. Cam is one of those guys who always shows up with a smile, is always just happy, chill. I'm just so excited for him.
Yeah, coming in with a well-deserved silver medal and not too unhappy about it, tossing a bottle to the crowd. Simon Pelot, the aggressive rider, with a well-earned second place. So a great job for the Swiss rider, Simon Pelot, in his first year here in the Lifetime Grand Prix. He will be on the second step of our podium here.
And another interesting storyline here is Cam was in the wild card, and all of a sudden, he's a favorite for the Grand Prix. I mean, when you win one of the Grand Prix rounds, it's just it gives you such a tailwind into the race of the season. It's just a boatload of points. It's just an incredible story. I mean, he's wanted to be in the Grand Prix for a few years now. Mm-hmm. Not only is he now in the Grand Prix, but he's in a very good position at the top of the leaderboard in the Grand Prix.
And we talked a little bit about how maybe the Grand Prix is a little more suited for mountain bikers this year with the introduction of Little Sugar. Cam's a mountain biker.
Yeah. Oh,
so he he has that advantage for himself as well.
He's got a couple big opportunities coming up now, right?
Yes.
In the second half of the season, now that he's officially going to be a member of the Lifetime Grand Prix family.
So the race here for third and fourth is going to be interesting as well. I mean, just a little peek behind the curtain of the professional component here. Both of these guys should have some pretty healthy bonuses for a third and fourth place at Unbound, and there's going to be some differences there financially between third and fourth place. So they will absolutely be caring very much about settling their placings here at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be a great battle. And, I think Toby's such a strong rider. I've seen him in action a little more than Mads over the years. So, I only know a little bit more about his skill set. We talked about it earlier. We know he's a quick sprinter. And we know he's got that big diesel engine. Do you think he's going to have to make a move like our champion did as they get to Highland Hill here in just a moment? Or do you think he sits back, follows the wheel, and just waits to pounce in the final 200 meters?
It's hard to say. I mean, the thing about a sprint at Unbound is it's a little bit like a bar fight. It's just never going to be pretty. It's usually long. You usually are tying up at the end. No one looks good, really, in a sprint at the end of Unbound. So I'll be really curious to see how this plays out.
Well, they are fast approaching the finish here. We've got Torborn Road on the front right now. Mads Wirtz Schmidt on the second wheel. So these two riders now approaching, trying to figure out who's going to get that third step on the podium. We see the look back there by Torborn taking a look to see if Mads was going to play it coy, but he's going to come through. They're going to share the workload here a little bit coming into the finish. So it looks like they might let this one run down to the wire here, but yeah, who knows? We thought that might be the case a few moments ago.
Here we go. He's hitting him.
Oh, Mads, there's the move, right? Mads is going to hit him just about the same time, the same way that Cam Jones took that, but Torborn very quick to react as they get under this final banner here.
Fighting. That's not a decisive gap. Torbjorn, I think, will come back here unless Mads is able to just really get aero. Oh, it's about 10 bike lengths here. It's slowly opening. Oh, this is just brutal.
Yeah,
this
you
is
can,
brutal.
You can just sense the panic right now in Torbjorn's mind and in his legs. He's asking his legs for everything they've got left, but Mads is down into that arrow position. He's a little bit smaller, so he's going to cheat the win a little bit better than Torbjorn, but he is holding steady. That gap's not gone out. It's still about 8 bike lengths here as he attempts to get back on. They're making that right-hander. That means they're going to have one more turn to go. Mads out of the saddle, trying to get back, but it looks like Torbjorn is slowly clawing a little bit of time back. Is it going to be enough? Is it too little, too late as they get ready to set up for that final left-hand turn coming up here in just a minute? And once they make that left, the crowd on Commercial Street is going to go absolutely nuts. Toby is back in the picture. The sprint is unfolding. Oh, Mads is desperate. He's trying to get it done. Toby is not giving up. He is driving. He is just about onto the back wheel, but Mads not even sprinting. He's just arrow. He's just low. He is trying to get this thing done right now, but the connection's been made. There's the acceleration. Torbjorn Road doing what we know he can do. He's just enough in the tank. Takes one look back. Toby Road will be your bronze medalist here today with a well-executed sprint in the final few hundred meters.
3rd place for Torbjorn Road. God, that, like I said, what was that, like a 2-minute sprint? I mean, I can't think of a more painful way to finish Unbound, to be honest. That was just, oh, that was ruthless.
You can't tell me both of their legs weren't just cramping all the way to the line under the weight of that effort. So brutal.
Huge ride for both of them. Pretty cool, too, I got to say, probably for Torbjorn, knowing some of Mads' race history. He's been very successful in the World Tour, like I said, so it's probably a pretty cool experience for Torbjorn to get the better of him there. But hats off to both of them. You know, they absolutely raced that one to the line, and nothing left in the tank for either of them after that one.
Oh, what a great finish here on Commercial Street in Emporia. Cam Jones going to be your winner. Simon Pelot in a second. Torbjorn Road in 3rd. And Maz Schmidt going to be in a 4th place as we get a look at the riders.
Hyped.
Yeah, it's Simon Pelot. That's looking obviously fatigued, maybe a little unhappy, but Torbjorn looking pretty excited. Just a little bit of a grin on his face as he gets that helmet off and finally has an opportunity to be in the shade and relax a little bit after, 8 hours and 40 odd minutes, 8 hours, 37 minutes, 9 seconds.
Look at Mads.
Our official time.
Look, welcome to Unbound, dude.
Yeah, this is as successful as he's been in Europe. This is a whole new ball of wax, and he is really feeling the effort out there.
Hats off. I mean, talk about a rookie ride. Chad Haga had an absolutely incredible rookie ride last year as well, and now Mads does a pretty similar ride here with 4th. But what an effort. I mean, just the speed all day, the heat. Look at those 1,000-yard stairs.
Right, I was just going to say.
These guys are empty.
Yeah, we've all felt that under these efforts, and
it's the feeling.
What a feeling.
To be honest, it's I'm having massive FOMO right now.
Yeah, I bet, dude.
As much pain as you're in, there are few feelings as cool as knowing that you gave it your all.
Well, that's the moment every athlete chases, right? Like this right here is the moment every athlete gets out in the rain, in the foul weather, and trains hours upon hours for. It's this right here.
I love this part too. There's stories being shared.
Yeah. Simon Simone, with his BMC handler for the week, Joan Hanscom, works in the California office for BMC, and she's been working hard all week out here to make sure the riders have exactly what they need. And I'm sure she's elated with the success of that rider out here today.
Looks like we're back to the women's race here now. Caro Migon still absolutely charging on the front. Be interesting to get some time gap updates here. Looks like we got one. So Caro Migon rolling through at 8 hours, 17 minutes over our last time in Matt. Cecily Decker, 2nd place, 8 hours, 20 minutes, 50 seconds. So over 3 minutes back, and then Lauren Stevens still hanging in there in third, but 7 minutes behind Cecily and 10 minutes behind Caro.
Yeah, it's funny. We surmised that maybe Decker and Stevens had gotten together, right? But that idea just went straight out the window, my word. And so as much as Decker blew up, she's doing a really good job to stay within 3.5 minutes of Mignon. And so it kind of makes me wonder, right? Like, Lauren Stevens in third, she's 7 minutes behind, right? She's 7 minutes behind Decker, let alone behind Carolina in the front. So 2 teammates in the first 2 spots. You know, you almost wonder if Carolina might wait for her teammate just to ensure potentially that 1-2 finish for the team. But obviously not happening out there.
Yeah, I think the gap's big enough at this point. 3 minutes, kind of like I was saying earlier, they probably, even on the longest stretches of road, aren't going to see each other anymore. And to be completely honest, that's at a certain point, even amongst teammates, the alliance kind of has to break down a little bit. Everyone starts this race dreaming of winning, not having even their best friend win. You train hard so that you can win.
It's a selfish endeavor, right?
At the end of the day, it is. So I think Caro's going to be just absolute barn running at this point. It'll be interesting to see how Cecily hangs in there, whether she can maintain her lead over the larger chase group. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lauren Stevens absorbed by this group that has Rosa Closer, Sophia, Cecile Lejeune, Morgan Aguirre, Sarah Lang, Herik Schurz, Annika Longvad, and Lauren De Crescenzo.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Lauren, obviously, at the top of her class. She's the national champion in gravel. She's one of the best road racers. Just picked up a silver medal at the national championships on the road just a week ago. But as good as she is, this distance, right, it all comes back to Unbound being the longest race in the series. If this were 100 or 120 miles, okay, Lauren, she's definitely in the mix. But at 200, she's exceeding her normal race schedule by at least double out there. So she's been in uncharted territory for a number of hours at this point.
Yeah, and by contrast, Caro is just in her bag right now. Like, this is where she thrives. She's an endurance specialist. She loves the long races. And it's, her ability to have that depth of fitness to just keep it rolling all day is on full display. I'll be honest, the thing that's really impressed me, though, is what got her to this point, because you have to navigate really challenging tactical and group dynamics. You have to get yourself into a position to be off the front in a winning move where you can just put the power down. And so even though she's maybe an endurance specialist, she also has to be really confident in the group, really confident in reading moves. And so seeing her off the front leading in such a commanding fashion is a result of making a lot of the right decisions for a bunch of hours.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen by luck, right? That you ride into that position. It takes a lot of different elements to get yourself there. But right now, our women's chase, it looks like we're down to 4 riders in the chase, so we're going to have to wait for our next timing update for the riders to get through to let us know exactly how things have shaped out. But it looks like Sofia Gomez, Avisha Fanye up in that mix. We still got Lauren De Crescenzo, it says, up in that mix as well. So Lauren recovering from that little spill she took. Cecile Lejeune, Rosa Closure up there as well. And that's where the split starts to happen. So Closure, Lejeune, De Crescenzo, and Visha Fanye, they're the riders that we are looking at right now in that chase group for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The other riders have been distanced by not a whole lot, only about 30 seconds right now, back to Morgan Aguirre, Sarah Lang, Annika Langveld, and G. Schurz back in that what we would call the second or, third or fourth chase group at this point, depending how you want to classify the 3 riders that are they're all on their own at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see this race just continue to splinter. And, hats off to Lauren, LDC. We saw her go down quite hard, in that crash. And she's just tough as nails. She's not going to stop. She's not going to stop fighting until she gets to the finish line. And it looks like she's going to be rewarded with a really solid finish today if she hangs in there in this group of 4. Sofia Gomez Villafane, of course, past winner. We're used to seeing her at the front of races. She won Traca 200 not too long ago, so she's clearly in form. Rosa Closer, last year's winner. She's in pole position to have another really, really solid finish. Cecile Lejeune is maybe the one, I don't want to say that she's a surprise, but she's having an incredible day. You know, of all of the names we just listed down, she's probably the one that's least used to being at the front of a big race like this. But a lot of people are going to know her name after today.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think she would have been on the tip of our tongues in terms of race favorites. But, you know, when you talk about that stuff, you always talk about, like, there's always 3, 5, maybe 6 riders that you kind of classify as the absolute favorites that could win, get second place. And then there's always that second group of riders that are like, you know, if they have a really good day, they're going to be 5th, they're going to be 6th or something like that. And certainly Lejeune would potentially be in that mix of riders that we would think, you know, top 10 certainly would be a great result. But she's got the potential to get herself on the podium because, again, even while Stevens is ahead, you know, we're going out on a limb here with about 53 kilometers to go and still thinking that there's a high possibility that Lauren Stevens is going to be reeled in, and not just in part because she's maybe in uncharted territory, but look at these 4 chasers, right? They're working together. It's a well-oiled machine for maybe the first time we've seen in the women's chase all day, right? We started with 16. It was a little bit chaotic. That's where that gap really blew out to our 3 leaders. Then it got cut in half down to 8. The chase got a little bit better, a little smoother, but that gap certainly was pretty big and never really came down. But now we're down to 4. Everyone committed to the cause. We're later in the race. And so these riders now, it's kind of the selection they all want of committed riders down to the finish.
And it sounds funny, but at a certain point, you all just want to help each other get home. I mean, you've been out there a long time. It's hot. You want to take a clean shower, you know, get doused in ice, get a cold drink. Like, these riders are, they're having an amazing day, but you also want to help each other just get to the finish. It's such hard work, and it's such an amazing reception here at the finish line too. Anyone who finishes Unbound should be incredibly proud, and I think regardless of where you finish on the results sheet, even the top pros feel a certain sense of pride when you complete this race because it's just such a massive challenge. And so these 4 women will also be thinking about, you know what, I'm looking forward to getting to that finish line.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to what we talked about a little earlier in the broadcast, that the friendships run deep, right? When you spend so much time with somebody out here in this race, you develop this bond that generally can turn into a friendship. And, you know, these riders, they race together so often all year long for, you know, in every different corner of the world. So even though we've got riders from different countries and different backgrounds that are out here in this chase group, they spend so much time together traveling, going to these races, whether they're Lifetime Grand Prix series or not, that they develop that special bond out there. And you know, it might be a little cutthroat at times on the bike, but you know, these riders, they'll be hanging out together afterwards. And you know, it always reminds me last year at Leadville, where when Lisa Rollins came across with just this emphatic solo victory. She was crying the whole way up the whole way up 6th Street into town. And you know, when Sofia Gomez Vichafanye finished, she went over and gave Melissa the biggest hug I've ever seen. And it wasn't like a hey, good job hug. It was this genuine, deep friendship, respectful hug of like, I can't believe what a great performance. This is so wonderful for you, and I'm happy for you for this ride.
Yeah, I think, you know, all of these riders have a huge amount of respect for each other because everyone knows how hard it is. The races are hard, but also preparing yourself and making all the sacrifices to be the sort of athlete that can race at the front of these races is just an all-consuming job. You know, professional cyclists don't get weekends, really. It's a 365-day a year job. You dedicate so many different facets of your life to just riding a bike as fast as you can, and all the riders are familiar with those sacrifices, and so there really is a camaraderie that extends, you know, beyond the competition, I feel like, at the end of the day.
Hi Hi everyone, I am Meredith Miller and I am here with Cameron Jones, your Unbound 200 men's winner. Not only did you punch your ticket for the wild card selection, so you are now in the Grand Prix for the rest of the year, but you won Unbound with a long range attack with one other rider. Did you plan on doing that from the very beginning?
I think, like I was saying to you yesterday, I was like, it's probably in my best interest to play it safe because there's more than just like the race on the line. There's the chance to be in the Grand Prix that could potentially lose if I did do sort of anything reckless. But I was the whole time just saying, who am I kidding? I'm just going to send it. Out on my recce rides, I thought that sort of towards the end of Divide Road would be a nice place to be in the front. It looks like it. Last year it set up a bit, and then that next little loop, there's some technical stuff. It's always nice to be able to ride the front and actually see where you're going. It's safer, so you can see any obstacles. Yeah, I ended up going a bit earlier than I planned. It was all strung out coming into Eskridge, and yeah, saw Keegan and my buddy Max sort of chopping off at the front, and I went to join in the fun, and then rolled through, and they all stopped. So I just kept on going, and I was like, oh, I'm committed now. So managed to bridge across to, there's actually quite a big group up the road. I hadn't really taken much notice of what was going on, and they were all spread out throughout Divide Road. And again, it was good to have everything sort of in single file and spaced out so I could see where I was going, and just rode straight through the initial break through the other side, and yeah, got a gap with Simon, and yeah, he was. I was a bit unsure for a start, but yeah, he assured me that it was a good thing to do. So yeah, and then yeah, we got like 30 seconds, a minute and a half, and yeah, I'll be good to see what happened behind, but at one point we had like 40 or 50 in a peloton, like 3 minutes back, and that was sort of a bit concerning because it's a lot of firepower and not a huge gap. Like that was before halfway of the race. And then, yeah, we got some more positive splits, hearing that there was only 12 behind, and it was like 5 minutes and 10 minutes to the rest of them. That was a pretty cool feeling. Yeah, we both managed to keep morale high and help each other as much as we could. Like, he lubed my chain, I gave him some water. Yeah, try to just do even pulls. He went through a bit of a low moment early on, then me a bit later on, and you know that you're going to come out the end of it, and we both knew that, so just do what you can when you're feeling good, and then yeah, coming to the finish, I was sort of keen to leave it to a sprint and just ride hard up the hill, and riding hard up the hill was enough to break the elastic and got to savour the roll into town.
Yeah, that was amazing. It looked like you guys had good sportsmanship all day long. You guys were camaraderie. You guys were working really, really well together all day. You were chatting to one another, and then when you attacked up that Highland Hill, it looked like maybe it was just your way. You knew that you had it, and you came in solo. And we also know that your family is here with you from New Zealand. So what does this win mean to you in front of your family?
Oh, it's real special to have them here. This is the first US race they've come to watch, having watched me chase this for a couple of years now. So, yeah, glad to put on a good show for them. And it was, yeah, awesome they could come and help and do a great job in the feed zones. And, yeah, look after me sort of all week coming into it.
Well, fantastic job out there. We're so proud of you. Congratulations. And we will see you in the Grand Prix for the rest of the year.
Yeah, let's go. Gonna go to altitude now. Gotta, yeah, figure out how I'm going to do Leadville.
Oh, you'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure about that. Well, thank you, man.
Introduce, keep going.
Hi, I'm Meredith Miller, and I am here with Simon Pelot. Simon Pelot. Thank you for that. What a fantastic race today. You guys had us on the edge of our seat all day long. You guys went for the long range attack, and we're like, I don't know, are they a little bit crazy, or is this the right thing to do?
For sure we are a little bit crazy, but I mean, it was super interesting situation to be as soon as possible in the front of the race today, especially with such a strong wind and a powerful fields behind, but not a real collaboration. I already saw that at Theodore, and I really wanted to be in the front and not be in the same position as I was in Traka 1 month ago almost, when I was chasing I wanted the order to chase today, and that's always been my way of racing on the road already. And I always say since the first interviews around that I'm here to show my qualities and my abilities, and to make the show, to make the public understand and enjoy cycling, and also to have fun myself. And until the last 50 Ks, I had a lot of fun.
So the last 50 Ks got a little tough, but congratulations on your second place today. That was a fantastic ride out there, super strong, and we look forward to seeing you at the next race in Leadville.
Yeah, of course. First of all, I need to get a mountain bike, then to get some housing there. So if anybody in Leadville have a house, I'm still willing to find a spot anywhere. No, I'm kidding, but yeah, it's a lot of preparation. Until Leadville, I'm still have big objectives also. I'm racing with the national team. Yeah, I'm flying to Canada next weekend for Festival of Gravel Earth Series. Then I'm racing on the road with the national team for the biggest road event in Switzerland. Then the UCI gravel in Switzerland, the national championship, and then I fly to China for Qinghai Lake for 8 days of hardcore racing at altitude to get ready for Leadville. So still a long road to go.
Yes, well, you got your work cut out for you, but I am pretty sure you'll be ready for Leadville and everything else that's to come this year. So congratulations again on a fantastic ride out there.
Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Good job. Thank you so much. You're good. You're clear. And introduce third. You don't have to introduce yourself.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Bring him in.
Okay.
Bring him in.
All right, and we have third place coming in today. I know I'm not going to say your name correctly. Torbjorn Rode, Toby, as you are affectionately known. Congratulations on third place today. So in the end, that gap was starting to come down. Were you guys aware of where that gap was, and what was going through your mind?
I think we were hearing like 7-8 minutes, I don't know, maybe 2 hours ago. And we thought we were going pretty fast, and then I think it was down to 5. That's the last I heard. Did it get closer, or?
I think it was about 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was a little optimistic at first, but I don't know. In the tailwind, everyone was going fast, and they really wanted it, of course. So, yeah, we weren't quite able to catch them.
But it was a fast and furious day out there today. Could you feel the speed, the heat, all the things, and how was it for you overall?
Yeah, it was definitely a fast one. I was looking down when we hit the first 8 zone. I was like, whoa, we're like 20 minutes ahead of time or whatever what we were last year. So I was like, okay, this is going to be a fast one. And then we had a bit of headwind up on the north and like heading west on top, whatever, and slowed us down a little bit. But from there, it was, yeah, cross or tailwind pretty much all the way home. We were just flying.
Well, great, fantastic ride out there today. Congratulations on your third place, and we look forward to seeing you at the next one.
Thank you very much.
Throw it back to the studio.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
Also, great insights from the podium. Meredith Miller down there getting a word with our top 3, and great to hear the stories in how their respective races unfolded to result how they did. We are back with our women's race, and we are finally under that 30-mile to go mark, 29.9 to be exact. Our women coming up on 8 hours and 50 minutes under the wheels, and they're just in that neighborhood of the Cahola Lake. So we'll have to get a look and see if they've made it up and over that little 2-step climb on the lake, where right now we're looking at our chasing group of 4, the same 4 riders we've been talking about there. There's going to be Sofia Gomez Vichafanye taking her turn on the front. And as we alluded to, the women, now that chase group has been pared down a little bit, they are starting to show a little more cohesion out there to work together. So hopefully we'll get a look at our leader of our women's race out there. Caroline Mignon has been doing a great job, the sole survivor of what was once a 3-rider group at the front. They came through that checkpoint just after Council Grove, and that's where things, just for one reason or another, went sideways for both Cecily Decker and Lauren Stevens. So now Cecily Decker about 3.5 minutes off the pace. Lauren Stevens, another 7 or so minutes behind Decker, so almost 10 full minutes behind Carolina. That's a big chunk of time to lose in, just a handful of miles, really, to lose that in about 10, 12 miles. Their chase group is Di Crescenzo, Gomez, Vichafanye, Lejeune, and last year's winner here on Commercial Street, Rosa Closer.
It looks like LDC has been tailed off the back of this group of 3 now. It looks like she maybe just kind of lost the wheel on a descent and some loose rock. I think she's going to get back on the back here, but she's not making her life any easier at the moment. These little gaps are tough this late in the race. Yeah, she's getting back in there, but there are areas on the course where some graders, some road maintenance crews have come through recently. I saw a couple out when I was out riding in the last couple of days, and kind of counterintuitively, when the road crews come out, it often churns up a bunch of rock for a little while before it packs back down, and those are really tough, chunky sections of gravel.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if LDC may be suffering a little bit from that mishap she had earlier. She did a great job to get back to the group. I mean, I don't think we doubted that, but anytime you crash, it definitely takes a little bit out of you. So that remains to be seen, but we know that she's back in our chase group now.
Every morning you make a promise to yourself to push harder, to go further, to give it your best. Years ago, I made a promise too. When I discovered supplements weren't what they claimed to be, I promised to create something worthy of your standards. Something as committed to excellence as you are, because extraordinary effort deserves extraordinary support. LTH, the most rigorously tested supplements in the industry.
We are back to the Dust Bowl here out in the Flint Hills. Everything dried up, as we've been talking about. Things very dry, very dusty, as we're watching our women get down to the tail end of the race. Roughly 45 kilometers, 28 miles left to go. And, well, all these great performances today remind me of our 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. The Shimano GRX has been tested on gravel all over the world and proven right here at Unbound. So thanks to our presenting sponsor, bike.shimano.com. Lauren, those were Meredith. I'm sorry. Those, I'm getting confused here. So
we're getting tired also.
We're
It's been a
tired.
long day.
We're on such a high from that men's finish.
Oh,
It was great, and such great interviews down there. And all those guys amazingly look put together and pretty happy after, 8 hours and 37 minutes or whatever that blistering time was.
That time was insane.
Right?
And the fact that those guys held it off, we really didn't know at the beginning of the show whether or not they were going to be able to go the distance. And
Right.
the fact that they did, I'm really curious to hear more from the rest of the group,
Yeah,
what
the
was
chase,
going on,
I'd
the
love to have
chase.
chaser interviews, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they were just all looking at each other, just no one had in their legs today or what it was, but that was just a phenomenal ride by Simone and Cam.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna say it. I think there were some question marks about whether a 200-mile race could be exciting from start to finish. I'm just going to cast my vote for broadcasting from start to finish last year because the break formation that had to happen for those two guys to launch and get the gap that they did would have just been incredible to watch unfold. And I thought Cam, I mean, he's such a good guy, but also I was so impressed by how well-spoken he was. He really articulated how the race played out really well, and he's such a humble guy, too. I think he was maybe in a little bit of shock, but, yeah, brave new world for Cam Jones.
I think it's going to take a little time to settle in what actually just happened today for him.
You know what's so great, right? He's all the way here from New Zealand, and as you pointed out, his family is here, right? His family is here to see that, so that, like, what better day could you ask for to have your family see you win the biggest gravel race in the world, number one, and punch your ticket into the Grand Prix for the rest of the year?
Right.
And dreams are made, right?
Exactly. His family was standing at the finish line, of course, and they were so thrilled. So it was really cool to see all the emotions at the finish line, not just from Cam and his family, but all the guys as they were coming across the finish line, but yeah, Cam, I've already been sending messages back to the Shimano New Zealand crew.
Sure,
are you watching? Did you see what just happened?
Yeah,
and
it's
a little early. Yeah, exactly. It's a little early in New Zealand right now, so they may not have had it on yet, but they'll be surprised when they do turn on the results for today.
It'll be a great treat for that crew down there, right?
Yes.
One of their very own. I think you said he's actually been in the Shimano family for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great to see all his hard work come to fruition. So, yeah, we're back with the women's race, and as things have unfolded, we've got a chase group of 4 riders now, so things have been pared down just a little bit, but our leader's still looking amazingly strong out there in front. She's been through the 175.6 mile checkpoint, still rolling just a hair shy of 20 miles an hour. My word, 19.81 miles an hour, the current average speed. So she just got through there really a few minutes ago. So we've got a couple minutes before we see what we assume will be Cecily Decker making it through. And Decker was only 3 minutes behind, and Lauren Stevens 7 minutes behind. So Stevens kind of the biggest victim of the cumulative fatigue out here so far. So we just got the update. Decker just went through, and almost 6 minutes on the nose is that gap. So Carolina Mignon is absolutely on fire out there. And, when this group kind of dissolved coming out of Council Grove, we were all kind of wondering, geez, can she hang on? And she's looking so determined, like she's gotten a second wind out there today.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about Carolina is that she actually normally works a full-time job as a computer coder, but she was able to take a sabbatical to pursue a dream like this.
Wow.
So she has her work has been able to give her some time off, and then she comes out and does this, and I don't know, maybe she won't go back to work after today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear. It's interesting. There are some really, really fast professional riders who actually choose to maintain a full-time job or even a part-time job just because they like that life balance. I would love to hear from her, how this ride today, no matter how it plays out ultimately, changes her perspective or not. But one thing I did just notice is you called out that there was a 6 minute gap now to Cecily. I don't think Caro knows that. She was going up Kahola Hill there. She kind of was standing, and then she was sitting down and then standing again, clearly starting to feel it. And she was also looking over her shoulder, which I thought was really interesting.
Yeah.
And again, that's just gravel racing. Like in a road race, 6 minute gap, you would not be looking over your shoulder.
No,
but
you're straight ahead, right?
She has no clue that she has a 6 minute gap. So just getting inside her head a little bit, there's going to be some anxieties, a little bit of stressors. You're leading Unbound. You want to finish off the job, but you don't necessarily know where the pursuers are behind.
Sometimes that's not the worst thing, right? As long as you feel okay, it keeps you motivated, right? Because sometimes if you get a little complacent out there and say to yourself, look, I'm just going to back off, I'm going to lower my watts by 10% for the next 5 miles just to recover, to be able to buckle back down. If you get that complacent, sometimes that's going to kind of bite you in the backside. And
it's true.
So it's not bad having a little bit of fear as a motivator right now.
It's true. It's not the most pleasant mindset to be in, but it does propel you forward.
So it's interesting looking at this group of 4 right now. We have 3 former Unbound 200 winners.
Wow. Oh, good. Yeah, great insight
and then
there, right?
Cécile Lejeune.
Yeah.
And who, again, we talked about a little bit earlier, a little bit of an unknown unless people were paying attention. Oregon Trail Gravel Grinder winner last year. But, like, this is an impressive move for her. This is going to be a big day for her just to even be with these former Unbound winners right now.
Yeah, certainly for, in the women's race, she's gonna certainly be one of the highlights of a rider who's, of course she's been on the radar, but again, not ever really is one of those top 3 or top 4 contenders. But yeah, she's kind of putting her stamp on it. And what a year to put your stamp on it. It's such a hard year, such a fast year that there's no question this one's going to go down in the history books for a lot of different reasons.
Yeah, and I also noticed you can't see it in this shot when the camera's on her right side, but a minute ago she was in the right-hand track, the camera was in the left-hand track. She's got a big tear on her left shoulder in her jersey. I think she's been down. And it's just amazing. It's another testament to even when you're having a dream ride, riding in 6th place, with the potential to be on the podium, as high as 4th place right now is possible for her. Even in a dream scenario, she's not having a perfect day, and it's just part of this race. It's just rough and tumble as we see the camera getting a little rough and tumble through
as
those
you
ruts
say that.
too.
It's so much about managing adversity, right? There's no such thing as a perfect race. I think we all know, we've all been in the game long enough that it just doesn't happen really. And so it's just a matter of how little of adversity you can have and how well you can manage all those different little bits of adversity out there. And so, yeah, if she's been on the floor, which obviously with that tear in the jersey, she's doing a great job. I wonder where that crash was. We know we had 2 really early, right?
Right.
Maybe one of those.
It could have been one of the early ones. The fact that she's in this group at this point in the race tells me that it was probably pretty early on where she was able to get back pretty fast.
Well, and how often are you watching a bike race and 2 riders that are in podium position have crashed?
Yeah,
I mean, that's crazy. Like, this race is just so gnarly.
So there's so much to overcome out there. We again, not to keep beating it, but we all thought the mud was going to be throwing the curveball, but it just shows that the dry, dusty conditions can be just as challenging. I mean, how many times earlier you pointed out, I think once Payson, or maybe twice, that, Cecily Decker, when she was in the lead, was nearly overcooking a couple of those turns out there because the speed is so high. And, sometimes you forget when the speed is so high that you're not riding on solid pavement. There's loose terrain under the wheels, and it's, riding on marbles at high speed around those turns. So, even these seemingly idyllic conditions can offer their own set of troubles out there.
Yeah, even quote-unquote ideal conditions for a record-setting pace is still unpredictable, is still hard to navigate, and there's surprises around every turn for sure.
Well, and when you're just in the red, and you're seeing sideways right now, it's not just the speeds because they're still going incredibly fast, but also just your arms are tired, your legs are tired. Trying to steer your bike through all that loose stuff, it just becomes more challenging with every mile that goes on.
Yeah, everybody thinks it's all about pedaling, right? There's just the legs that are getting fatigued. But, we see the camera kind of jostling out here, and we see the riders jostling around. So your core, your shoulders, your neck, your biceps, all that is just taking a constant hammering. It's like, running a big drill almost all day long, and trying to manage that stuff as well is really challenging. We've seen so many riders sitting up and stretching when they have that opportunity, trying to get a little flex in the lower back there to manage that discomfort.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure what sort of camera angles we were going to be getting today, honestly. Getting all of these side shots is so cool because it just gives you a perspective at the speed. Caro's been out here solo for a long time now, and she is absolutely flying. Like, look how fast she's covering terrain right now. It is so cool to see from this perspective.
And it's funny too, like I'm kind of watching her body language, the shoulders, the face, the facial expressions, and it wasn't that long ago that we thought, we were seeing her mouth open, kind of seeing the full kind of grimace there, that we thought that she was really under some duress. But looking at her now from this angle, she looks in control, like she's out on just a really hard training day, right?
Yeah, I was thinking she was looking a little labored up that last climb, and right over the crest of that climb, I mean, yeah, she looks like she's in control right now.
Great job today to Jason Anderson, Michael O'Hara, Mary Lack,
It is interesting how your body just really goes through ebbs and flows. You know, even when you're the strongest rider on the day, like it seems Caro is proving right now, you go through periods where you feel really good, and then 10 minutes later you're questioning everything. Maybe you didn't quite nail your fueling, or it's just what your body is telling you in that moment, and you can get a little bit low mentally during those periods. But then it turns right back around, and it looks like right now Caro could not be feeling better.
Sometimes it's like, you know, you're driving your car and the needle on the fuel gauge is getting a little bit lower, and you know, you kind of start to get those little spurts of the car kind of starting to run out of gas. It kind of seems, oh geez, look at that.
That's
just
tough.
Trying to pick the best line there, getting around one of our amateur athletes out on the course, but a great job to navigate that section, get across from the right to the left there in her path of travel. But yeah, that was a close one out there, and that just shows that, you know, there's always one good race line, and everybody wants that race line, trying to get it. And you know, the reactions may be a little bit slow here as we're into the 9-hour mark of the race. But yeah, good save there by our leader.
Well, it's also a testament to how the ruts out here are, you know, more significant than maybe the cameras are able to completely show. Like, obviously, she didn't want to shoulder check that rider right there. In an ideal world, if this had been a perfectly smooth road, she just would have moved over. But she didn't have the opportunity there because the road is so chewed up in the middle there just for that one moment. It was just bad timing. But, yeah, I mean, those are – it doesn't look like it was too stressful. It looked like she was in control, but – there's still things that could happen in this race. It's not completely over yet. She's got 22 miles left. Just got to keep it smooth. She'll absolutely be in maintenance mode right now, obviously. I wonder if she kind of knows that she's got a decisive gap. Hopefully. She was looking over her shoulder earlier. But yeah, just got to keep it smooth, keep fueling going, and hopefully soon she can even maybe start enjoying it a little bit.
Yeah, you would hope. I mean, she's got 34 kilometers to go, and right now, so 34 kilometers, roughly 21 and 3/4 miles, and average speed just under 20. So, well, you know, some simple math. She's got just a little bit over an hour to go in this race, so she's probably going to hit the line, we're going to guess, in around 10 hours and 15 minutes or so, or maybe a shade underneath that, because again, we know that she's rapidly approaching that last 15 odd miles, where it gets definitely a little bit flatter, and obviously she's going to have that wind to deal with, where it kind of, you go south, you go east, you go south, you go east, and it kind of keeps cutting and diving there, so it changes from crosswind to maybe a little bit of tailwind from time to time. So yeah, she's now in the final bit of this race here.
Well, that was one interesting thing about Cam's interview, is we've been talking about this cross headwind that they were going to have, and it sounds like what was forecasted didn't actually happen. They kept referencing, Torbjorn also, that they had tailwind, and I just refreshed a wind map here, and sure enough, they have a ripping tailwind all the way home.
That explains a whole lot. Huh?
It explains a lot, and you wish you could get in Caro's ear here and say, you know what, if you just put the pedal to the floor that little bit, you could break 10 hours. It's going to be close, but there's no way that she's going to be doing less than 20 miles an hour here all the way to the finish, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's pushing, you know, closer to 24, 25 miles an hour. Looks like that 10-hour mark is just going to be a hair out of reach probably, but without a doubt, she is absolutely flying home.
Well, let's talk about wind for a second, and the difference between a tailwind and a headwind if you're chasing somebody. Like, I think that, you know, some people are like, oh, I want a headwind, a tailwind, because, you know, you're obviously going to be going faster at that time, but it also means you have to be able to pedal that fast, especially this late in the race. So sometimes, you know, a headwind kind of neutralizes things, where a tailwind makes it harder for things to come back.
Yeah, I'd almost always rather have a little bit of a headwind or a slight crosswind to get that chase, because as you pointed out, the tailwind, it's all about that high speed, and obviously in either scenario you've got to be going faster than the other rider, but if you're feeling decent, it's a little easier to have that headwind to fight through, because that tailwind, that high speed, it's so tough to go a little bit faster.
And typically, you know, a tailwind is in the favor of the breakaway rider. There's a few reasons for that, but, you know, one is the chase behind is just getting less benefit working together. When there's a tailwind, if you're drafting, if you're, you know, theoretically getting a little bit of a tow from the rider ahead of you, When there's a big tailwind, that effect is diminished. So you're not getting as much draft as opposed to if you're in a headwind. And the other thing is with the tailwind, it makes the race shorter. The chase has less time to close the gap.
Yeah, that's actually a great insight,
point.
right? The higher speed, you get done quicker, so that runway gets shorter and shorter, faster and faster. It's funny, if the three leaders would have stayed together out of Council Grove, we might well be looking at that 10-hour mark. But yeah, I think this one's going to be a tall order at 50 minutes left to hit that 10-hour mark. Still a little over 20 miles to go, so I think that just not going to work out right now as we're starting to get some fresh time gaps out there. And look at this. It looks like Rosa Closure has now bumped herself up into third spot. So Closure, Lejeune, Visha Fanye, and DiCrescenzo, they've caught Stevens. So we thought that might happen, right? She lost 7 minutes. Well, she lost 10 minutes on Mignon really, really quickly, and that kind of spoke to the fact that, yeah, she's probably going to get caught. And sure enough, that has happened, that Lauren Stevens, your national champion here in gravel racing, has been caught. So Decker still hanging on out there, but she's just about 5.5 minutes behind. But look at this, the chase group now 5 strong, 16 minutes in arrears. So, look, it's certainly first place is, barring a mechanical, is probably going to make it to the line. Decker, the jury's still out on that one right now. But we've got a great chasing group, but they're as unified as they seem, they're actually losing time still. So let's check in with Lauren Hall. Maybe she can give us a little more insight as to how these splits are going on up there.
Yeah, Bill, you were talking that there was only 20, 30 miles left, but we are in those long, late miles, right? And every hill is really starting to add up. Caro is definitely starting rocking side by side, taking on fuel and pacing, like you said. When we were going up and over Cahola Hill, she was given the look back because she didn't know that split. I think she now knows the split to that chase group. But, like you're saying, always cognizant of what's behind you. But Caro is definitely pushing forward. It's impressive to watch her, and as she's passing all of the other participants, a lot of people are pulling off and really kind of taking in the spectacle. But, yeah, it is really warm out here right now. It's just also seems like there's nothing but cross headwinds for Caro. We're trying to definitely not dust her as much as possible, staying to one side or the other. And she is flying through these miles, even though you can definitely tell the wear and tear is starting to take place in the late miles of the Unbound race. Guys?
But yeah, Mignon still looking strong. Decker, her teammate, back there just about 5 minutes down in this chase group. Maybe they were looking pretty unified, now looking maybe a little less so as they've reeled in Stevens. And we talked about the potential for that earlier. They knew 3 riders went off, but that was so many hours ago that they've caught one of them now. So maybe they're kind of, not resting on their laurels a little bit, but they're like, all right, we kind of closed that chapter, so we're going to take just a little bit of a breather right now. And, obviously that's not going to help their cause into trying to compete for those top 2 positions.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say this group is looking that cohesive right now. Yeah. It looks like they're just kind of, we see 3 of them sort of side by side
Right.
across the road, and no one's, Cecile is saying, come on, get on my wheel, let's go. I think I'm impressed that she's coming in the front. With the royalty that is in this group that she's with, she could easily sit back and say, hey, I'm kind of the unknown here, and let the other ladies do the work here. But
right. You're the ones that are expected to be on the podium, not necessarily me. So, why don't you get in the driver's seat here for a minute? But yeah, she's taken the bull by the horns here, and I kind of like to see it. Right, I love to see it. It's just another face putting themselves at the front of the race here, and kind of asserting themselves at the top of our women's hierarchy out here.
That almost looked like she was making a little bit of a joke. She was tucking as low as she could get, but not pedaling, and also saying "jump on my wheel." I don't know if she was kind of poking fun at the fact that, you know, the cohesion is completely out of this group at this point, but it's clear that they have been told what the gap is, and they're starting to think about third place.
Yeah. Well, we heard Cam say that they were getting time checks throughout most of the day. Once they started getting mixed in with some of the other participants, I would think that would be a little harder for the vehicles out on course to get close enough to tell them that, but they have a little more space out here, so they may be getting some information to what those time gaps are. And it looks like Sophia and Lauren, you know, talking to each other. Oh, I wonder if it looks like Lauren must be cramping here, 1 foot out of the pedal.
Oh, that's
yeah.
That's such a miserable feeling when you know you've got roughly an hour to go, you know, 30 Ks here to go, and trying to hold off those cramps, and you know, all the liquid, all the food that they've taken in your body still just not cooperating with you at this stage. That's always a tough one to try and overcome here.
Yeah, and we talked about the heat earlier and how much harder that can be to get the fluids and the fuel in, especially all the carbs that can really wreck your stomach. So, I don't know how well these women have been feeling today, but they look like they're going pretty strong right now. And yeah, cramping could be an issue in the last miles of the race. It happens to everyone.
Yeah, and you know, again, we're on such a fast pace this year, and you know, it's that's a normal part of it. You know, it's not even so much hydration sometimes. It's when you start to exceed your body's capabilities because you're going so hard that your muscles are like, hey, we're not used to going this hard. So then they start to kind of give you those issues. So that's part of the equation here as well. So I'm sure all these riders have been just dousing themselves with water, taking on as much hydration as they possibly can here throughout the day. And we're seeing, it looks like a little cat and mouse going on. Sophia,
Sophia's not rolling through at all.
Yeah, she's no interest right now.
I'm not sure what this is about.
Yeah, we're a little far out for that, right?
Well, and you know, she's got no riders ahead, so I don't know if she's thinking about, you know, Annika Longvad in the group behind, or what the story is. But you know, you're riding for third place. I know that 3 of the 4 ladies in that group have won Unbound before, so obviously a podium isn't going to quite feel the same, having won the race before, but there's still bonuses on the line, and there's still a boatload of Grand Prix points on the line. So I'd be curious to hear why she's making that decision to play it kind of cagey right now.
Yeah, unless she's just not feeling well. You know, she's not feeling good. She knows if she puts in too much of an effort, that's when the cramps come on or something like that. I'm with you. I don't quite understand that move right now. I would think that they would want to work together. A podium's a podium, whether you've won or not.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I'll tell you who doesn't mind all this lack of cooperation is your leader right now. Carolina is just continuing to ride that steady pace, and as much as those 4 chasers fail to cooperate, the leader is going to pull out a few more seconds at a clip out there. So you know, it's working for her to continue to pad that lead out there, and again looking strong as you see the dust kind of pushing across the roadway there, and Carolina every so often looking down at the pedals, just, you know, come on, don't give up legs. You know, I just need a little bit more out of you. We're under an hour to the finish, you know, and just really trying to play those games now and talk herself through these last few miles out here.
Yeah, we just got an update that it just says Caro going 26 miles per hour coming into Americas. So
my word.
I think she's in that tailwind section now.
Yeah, that's safe to say, right?
17-ish miles to go, 9 hours, 19 minutes. You know, she'd have to really haul home here to break that 10-hour barrier, but she's going to be awfully close.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if it was a straight-up cross tailwind the whole way home, I would say, you know, she might get this done, but she's going to have enough little sections of kind of turning this way, that way, and getting a little,
look at the speed.
Little crossing buffer.
Insane.
Yeah, the shrubbery is just moving past in the background with. It's amazing right now. She's down on the drop, so that's another indication.
Yep.
She's got the wind really at her back, and she's trying to make the most of that speed right now, continuing to take drinks, even though she knows she's got a big lead there. Shaking her head, so maybe she got a little bit of info there from, that's our crew following along, Lauren Hall in that vehicle, who's been giving us some great updates all day long. So this is turning into another spectacular finish here with just about 26 kilometers to go at this point.
You know, when things are really going sideways for riders, oftentimes we say they look like they're pedaling squares. She does not look like that
not at all. Look
at
at
all.
that, right?
Yeah.
Very
powerful.
smooth.
Super smooth.
Maybe a slightly lower cadence, but it's still very powerful, and she's still in command of the bike, which is super important at this stage.
And that's sort of her style, I think, is to roll a little bit of a bigger gear. One thing also, being in this position where you have a really commanding lead, some might be wondering, why is she just still riding flat out like this? Do you want to play it a little bit more safe? But you have to remember that for 9 hours and 20 minutes, she's been battling and fighting and riding as hard as she can. And when you're in that mindset for that many hours in a row, you're just in a groove, and you're just almost become like a perpetual motion machine, just forward progress as fast as you can. You're just programmed to get through this course as fast as you possibly can. And I'll be really curious to see, I don't want to get my heart too set on it, on this 10-hour barrier, but she's going to be coming so close to it. And I wonder if in the back of her mind, she's using that as a little bit of a carrot, because that would be to not only win Unbound, but to be the first to break that 10-hour barrier would be truly historic.
Yeah, I bet the other thing she's kind of thinking about is, if she has any kind of mechanical problem out there, a flat tire or anything like that, she's going to lose a large chunk of that gap really quickly out there. So it's like, look, you don't want to risk that, because the second you rest on your laurels, that's when things can go sideways. So it's like, look, you still feel good, keep on the pedals, and that way, if you do have a problem, you've got the biggest insurance policy that you can have to support yourself at that time.
Yeah, 60 miles is still a long ways to go.
Yeah,
We've talked about all day long how the conditions, the weather, the conditions of the course, all the things play a factor, and even though you think you're most prepared, things can go sideways. So yeah, she wants to make sure she still has that buffer if something does go sideways.
Sophia's attacking.
Look at this.
Sophia's going for it.
So that's why she was riding
Yes.
cagey, waiting for a section to try and split this group. And
look at Rosa.
Yeah, Rosa
Right on
doing
her
a
wheel.
great job to react right on her wheel, and Cecily getting right back on there as well. So a cagey move by Sophia, but doesn't look like it worked, as she's got two riders closing down that gap very quickly. But look at the body language. She's still driving it, and you can see we're on a little bit of an incline here as well. So she's probably going to keep punching the pedals all the way over the top.
I'll be honest, Rosa looks good. She closed that gap pretty easily. She was right on that wheel.
I've been thinking the same thing. I would say out of the four of these riders, she looks the smoothest and most relaxed right now. She's just been sitting up on the hoods. She's got a high cadence, no body rocking at all. Sophia, like you said, she brought that little attack back right away. LDC is always kind of all over her bike, so it's kind of hard to say what her, she rocks a lot on her bike, and that's just her style. So can't really tell exactly how she's feeling from that perspective. And I would say that Cecile she also looks really smooth to me.
Yeah,
so.
she was right on Rosa's wheel.
Right.
I'll tell you what surprises me now, right? Normally when you have this situation in a breakaway or a chase group, the second one rider attacks, that usually just completely kills the cooperation out there. But Cecily going right back to the front and continuing to get on the pace out there. So kind of an interesting dynamic going on in that chase group. But back with our leader, and just looking as fluid as ever, looking like...
Look at the speed difference.
Yeah, right. Amazing. Double the speed right now going by some of our amateur athletes out there on the course.
That's one of the coolest things about these mass participation races. And you see it at races like Leadville, too. The age group riders, the other distance riders, getting to see the best riders in the world rip past and just see what the best riders look like doing their thing at the peak of their powers, I think is probably pretty cool for some of these age group riders. And You see it when they pull out their phone and take a little photo or video.
Yeah, I mean, look, does your average high school football player get to go throw the ball around with NFL players? No, that doesn't happen. But in the world of gravel racing here at Unbound, you literally get to ride with the stars of the sport, and it's a one-of-a-kind experience.
And not only are you riding with the stars, you're doing exactly the same
Right,
course
exactly.
as them, too.
Right.
So you're feeling all the same things that they are out on the course.
Now, this is impressive. A little bit of logistics here from Caro. She took the lid off of her back water bottle. She pulled like a plastic bottle of water that you buy at a store out of her pocket, or I think it was out of her front, actually.
Yeah.
Poured the water into that water bottle, screwed the lid back on, and I don't think she dipped in speed at all.
Yeah, super fluid, right? Just super fluid move, and didn't lose a second of time with that. So yeah, very, very good move there right now. As you see her dive into this right-hander, very nice body language, negotiating those turns. Again, this loose gravel out here is very challenging, and late in the race, right? That's when you've really got to be careful out here around those turns. The arms get tired. You start to lose a little bit of control over the front end, and it's really easy to have that front wheel just wash out from underneath you. So maybe even a little extra attention needing to be paid to what you're doing through every one of these turns out here.
It'll be interesting to see how this race for third plays out. Clearly, Sophia is prepared to attack. I would have to assume that's not her last try at getting away. It'll be interesting if any of the other three ladies here try to attack early as well, or want to wait for a sprint. If that keeps happening, if attacks keep happening in this group and they get closed down, inevitably you look at each other. You can come almost to a complete stop. And in that scenario, it's not totally out of the realm of possibility that they could get caught from behind by, maybe Annika Longvad, Sarah Lang, Hedvig Schurz, Morgan Aguirre. There's a group behind that last time check was only 2-3 minutes behind. So if this group of four riding for third really starts playing some games, we might get a little surprise right at the end.
Yeah, and going back to Sophia's little move, she might have just been testing things, the waters, to see, okay, who's feeling good. Maybe I'm not ready to go just yet, but I just want to put in a little dig. And, hey, if it sticks, great. But if not, she kind of knows. Now she knows Rosa. Rosa's probably the one to watch.
Yep.
If she looked over her shoulder, okay, Cecily's still there too. And then, LDC. And we also know that Rosa clearly has a good sprint from last year, right?
Nine riders, right?
Right.
9 riders
so
sprint there.
I think she's probably feeling pretty confident right now in this group.
And I think sometimes too with those little attacks, the other side of that attack from an experienced rider is, sometimes when you make that move, it's probing in a number of ways, and sometimes you make that move just with 3/4 effort, and just to let riders come back to the wheel, to give them a little overconfidence that, I can close this gap down. You do it another time, and then maybe the third time you really lay into it, and the riders can't come back because now you're going in full gas. So Sophia's such a cagey rider. She's got kind of everything in her quiver up there. So you never know how she's working this one out.
Beautiful shots. Pedaling circles, but making big old squares in the Flint Hills.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful area to come out and ride here. Every time the camera pans out, you're just kind of awestruck with the surroundings out in this area. And I mean, we're getting so close to town. So you're only about really 11 miles outside of Emporia, 13 miles to the finish. And look at this wonderful landscape that you get here in Emporia. It's so easy to see why the gravel racing and the gravel riding is some of the best in the world in this area. We're just minutes outside of town, and you would think you're literally in the middle of nowhere in these wonderful roads.
I'll be the first to admit that my first time coming here, I was pretty blown away. I had this, vision of just flat, no views forever.
Everyone hears Kansas and like,
exactly.
How hard can it be, right?
Exactly. And you get into those Flint Hills, and they're punchy, they're hard, they really punch you in the gut, and it is also a lot more, the scenery, the landscape is a lot more stunning than I also ever expected it to be. So
yeah, all those hills, it's like it's like death by 1,000 cuts out there, right? It's never one big moment that really drains you, but it's just that repetitiveness of these 30-second to 1 minute little efforts that you have to make, and they come back to get you. Even the best riders, they're going to come back to get you at some point.
It's so green this time of year too, especially with all the rain we've
Right.
gotten recently.
Look at the chopper, the Lifetime chopper floating around, staying with our leader. We know from experience that once you see that chopper overhead out here on Commercial Street, well, you know the leaders are somewhere around Emporia State University and making their way into the final section. So I'm sure our fans out there along the home straight are having a good time waiting to see our leader. And, well, now we're just a shade over 20 kilometers from the line, just 9 hours in 30 minutes, 20 Ks to go. And, well, if she were able to average 40 K an hour, she would make that 10-hour time. But I think unless we're going to see a blistering tailwind all the way in, we're looking at, probably about 10 minutes or 10 hours and 10 minutes or so to expect to see her come down here into town. As we're looking again at our chase group, and things seem to be maybe back to being a little cohesive. Closure continuing to look over that left shoulder. I don't know if she's waiting for someone else to attack. There was not a counterattack before, right? Sophia went, they chased, and normally you might see a counterattack from the last rider into the group, but that didn't happen. But maybe Rosa thinking, well, somebody's going to take a stab at it here.
Yeah, and I remember from last year, it's so hard to get away at this point in the race because you can see the surface is smooth, the pace is high. We're really in the flatlands now, and anytime there's an attack, the advantage is on this sort of terrain, the advantage is with the chaser because you can see the person you're pursuing all the time. It's just this little carrot, and if you can just get back to their back wheel, you're back in business. So I think it's going to be pretty hard for one of these four to get away solo at this point, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it come down to Highland Hill.
Yeah, I completely agree. We obviously saw that in the battle for the win, and then just as we thought we might not see it in the battle for third, it unfolded. And I think we're definitely going to see that's where the launch pad is going to be, and it's a matter of at what point on Highland Hill is it going to be down near the bottom just as a starter? Is it going to be kind of over the crest? And who is it going to be, right? We know Sophia has obviously been the one person so far to launch a move here, so we know what her interests potentially are. But there's still a few other riders as now Sophia's getting waved to the front, but she's having none of it right now.
Well, it's interesting too because in Rosa's position, it's hard when someone attacks you and then they just sit on the back again.
Right. It's almost disrespectful, but it's tactics, right?
It's tactics. I mean, there's definitely no rules against it. It's all part of the game. I would love to hear the breakdown from Sophia after, exactly what sort of game she had in her mind here, what was going through her head, what little edge she was looking for. But there's definitely some games being played, but the speed is still pretty decently high. I thought there for a minute the group behind might actually sneak up on them, but I'm thinking they're probably pretty safe in their battle for third at this point. Yeah. Who we haven't seen for a while is Cecily Decker.
I was just going to say that. We've almost forgotten about Cecily. We're talking about all these riders who look good, who are throwing their attacks, but Cecily Decker at the last time check at mile 187.2 was roughly 6.5 to 7 minutes behind. So I'm really curious if she's just holding steady as well, and I'd love to see the look on her, face, if she's grimacing, if she's feeling good, if she's smooth. She clearly is holding herself steady right in the middle of.
As quickly as she lost contact in Council Grove, one would think that she would have just probably have been reabsorbed, right? But unbelievable show of strength out there. It must have just been just this little brief moment of a struggle there outside that feed area. But she's been doing a great job, and we're just now waiting to see our chasers get through that 187.2 checkpoint so we can see if Cecily is going to look like she may be in the clear here.
And I'll be honest, there's a chance we did see Cecily, but it's really hard to tell her apart from Caro. So
it's a fair point, right?
One of them has some sort of red thing tucked in right here.
Oh, there you have
some sort of red thing tucked in the back there. So
I'm pretty sure that's our leader. I'm pretty sure that's
Caro.
Yeah, maybe we can kind of use that as a clue if we don't see a red object on another Paul rider.
Some
maybe
red thing. I think Not sure if that's her number flapping or what's going on out there. But either way, continuing to look strong up there on the hoods, looking relatively relaxed, continuing to eye that pedal stroke. And, you know, it's as smooth as it could be, right, for 9.5 hours of racing your bike out here.
Yeah, she's ripping. Absolutely ripping.
What's going through the heads of all these age groupers and these
Right?
amateurs, right?
Right.
Look how fast. I mean, this is, again, the side view phenomenal, especially when she's passing riders. It's just a great introspective of what kind of speed the pros carry.
I mean, you said double the speed earlier. There's a good chance that it's like triple the speed. You know, if she's pushing 30 miles an hour when there's a good tailwind, slight false flat downhill, just the speed is absolutely really cool to behold.
This is really impressive. I'm just watching her, you know, pedaling stroke again, and just a minute ago she was kind of like towing down a little bit more, and I'm just curious if she's trying to like shake out or
stretch the muscles a little. Or,
exactly.
Yeah, right.
Even when you have a massive gap and you're stamping your authority on Unbound, you're hurting a lot at this point.
Well, right, like everybody's hurting, right? It's not like she's the only rider feeling good because she's out in the lead. She's hurting just as much as everybody else, but she got that real estate between herself and the rest of them before that point settled in, which is, you know, that's obviously the tactic with these long-range breakaway efforts.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting a little recalibration on distance to go. It says, you can see the tear there on Cecile Lejeune's shoulder.
Right.
I'll be curious to see once this graphic refreshes of how much distance we have to go. Because, God, Caro is absolutely flying.
Yeah, we should be right around that 9, maybe 10 miles to go markers. What in theory, we should be right now. We'll see that momentarily as we're continuing to watch Sophia and LDC and the rest of this chase group do what they can out here. They all know the inevitable's coming, right?
Yep.
It's all in their head at this point, so it's just a matter of kind of being on high alert and trying to be as ready as they can be to pounce on whoever's going to make the next move.
Yeah, Lauren Hall just checking in with us, saying that lots of other riders, the other participants out on course, are taking a lot of photos and videos as Caro passes, because it's just stunning. It's stunning for them to see how fast she's going by, and to think that some of those riders may have only been out there for 25, 50, 100 miles, and here she is doing 200 miles at this speed. It's pretty mind-blowing. But Lauren did say that by the look on her face, it looks like she's cracking a little bit, but I think she's probably doing pretty good for herself right now with, 10-ish miles to go now. So, as long as she can keep it together, the cramps, she can, ward off any cramps. I think that's probably one of the biggest things she's got to be careful of right now. As long as she can do that, I'd say she's pretty safe right now.
Yeah, I think she's definitely in the safety zone at this point. And you see that big plume of dust from our lead vehicle there catching her as she rolls through. So now, once again, we're back with our chasers, and still status quo in the chase group. And, just look at the background, right? You can see how much faster the leader is moving than our chasers right now. We know they're all on pretty similar terrain. It's not like one of them is on an incline necessarily and one of them's on the flats. We're kind of down to that relatively flat section, the tail end of the race. So pretty similar terrain from our leader back to our chaser. And you can see by the way the trees are moving past, our leader is definitely carrying a little more speed still right now on her own.
Well, and the thing is, I mean, even if she were to crack, when you have an 11, 12 mile per hour tailwind on terrain that flat, you can actually kind of afford to crack a little bit. She's getting pushed home this point, both by her incredibly strong legs and a favorable wind, which, to be honest, probably feels pretty amazing. Every cyclist out there will know how good it feels to surf a tailwind. And she's getting a nice little gift here at the end of a lot of hard work in that regard. There's few better feelings than that.
So maybe an important thing to note: our leader out there all day, Carolina Mignon, not one of our Lifetime Grand Prix athletes. So she's looking like she's going to win the race, but we'll still have our Lifetime Grand Prix winner on the day, which right now Cecily Decker is still holding on to second out there on the course. So that honor may go to Decker if she can fight off of this chasing group from behind yet.
Yeah, and if you were tuned in earlier when Kimo Seymour was in the studio back in Boulder, he had mentioned that if Cecily Decker finishes at that time, it was the 3 leaders off the front. He said that if Cecily finished with that group and Sophia finished lower than second, it's a little confusing.
Yeah,
that Cecily
right.
would be the overall leader of the Grand Prix. So I don't know quite how things are going to play out, but right now we're seeing kind of neck and neck between Cecily and Sophia, not only where their Grand Prix placings are on the day, but where their placings will be after the finish today.
So you wonder if that's part of Sophia's tactic
Right.
back in that group, right? Is now she's kind of turned her attention toward the Grand Prix standings, maybe versus the overall race win here today, knowing that gap is relatively insurmountable.
Yeah, and I know it could be a little bit confusing too because we have a Cecily and we have a Cecile,
Right, there's that.
both in the Grand Prix. But yeah, I mean Sophia and Cecily were first and second in the Grand Prix standings going into today. So if Sophia finishes ahead of Cecile, Cecily and Sophia will be tied on points. If Cecile beats Sophia, Cecily will be the outright leader of the Grand Prix.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's kind of it's a bit confusing. Payson, can you explain sort of how the points work a little bit?
Yeah, so basically it starts at 30 points. A win awards you 30 points, and in the top 5 placings, there's 2 points between each placing. So 30th for first, 28th for second. Once you get down to 6th, it's incremental by single points. So it's really advantageous to obviously finish in the top 5. So someone like Cecile, who very much looks set to finish at worst 3rd in the Grand Prix today, is going to take home a whole bunch of points and just absolutely launch up those standings.
Right. And going back to the men's side, I'm not sure if you guys spoke about this at all, but do we think that the overall standings for the men would have changed? I mean, Keegan leading coming into today with Brendan Johnston and Simone Pilot 2nd and 3rd, and with Brendan and Simone's finishes, do we think that they would have leapfrogged above Keegan?
I'll take a quick look at that. Definitely a little bit more number crunching required to figure that one out because the men were kind of all over the place today. But I think we're about to get a Highland Hill video kind of building the anticipation for an exciting finish here.
Highland Hill is the last climb in the race. It's very short, 45 seconds or less, depending on how fast you're going, but it's the last chance. After that, it's just a sprint to the line. I feel like the final stretch started with about 20 miles to go because all the girls started playing cat and mouse, and we all knew that there was one final climb on Highland Hill, and then it was just an all-out mad dash for the finish line. And so Highland Hill was really the punctuation of the end of cat and mouse and the beginning of the sprint for the win. I didn't want to leave it up to the sprint last year. I was feeling really good, maybe a little too good, maybe a little too anxious. So I sent it on that climb, hoping to intimidate everyone else into fighting for second. But instead, I burned my match too early and ended up leading others out for the win. I think it's really important to read the race on that final climb. You can win the race there, but you can also lose the race there. And so no matter how you look at it, that final climb, if you come into it with someone, it is a make or break moment.
All right, we are back with our chasers once again. One of the riders reaching deep into the pocket for probably what's going to be the last bit of nutrition going in the tank here. A little bit of sugar, perhaps a goo or something like that to make sure they've got enough to get to the line with a little bit of pep in the legs here for the finish.
Yeah, you really have to fuel all the way to the finish line because in this scenario, you're going to be asking your body to do a huge power spike under some sort of circumstance. It could be, sort of like a VO2 max type effort up Highland Hill. you could, maybe they play it for the sprint, and Highland Hill is actually done at a little bit lower power, and then you just have to do this huge power spike in the finish line for the sprint. But believe it or not, having a little bit of sugar in your mouth right before one of those final efforts triggers some things in your body that allows you to just get that last percentage of power out of your body, even when you're this depleted. So fueling all the way to the finish, right down until probably right before they get through that tunnel under the highway, they'll be taking a gel to kind of trigger that last little bit of tank emptying sprint.
Yeah, it'll definitely have a positive effect all the way to the line, and every little bit matters. We've seen so far in our men's finish for first, second, third, and fourth some pretty big attacks there on that final climb of Highland Hill. And to your point, they've been riding it just this steady kind of power output for hours and hours now. Some small spikes going over these rollers, but really it's by and large been just super, super steady, super smooth. And sometimes it's really hard to break out of that, right?
Absolutely.
Your legs get in that mode and
It's like when you've, been out riding for a while, you might stop for a coffee or something, you get back up and try to start riding again, and your legs just...
Might.
And it just takes a minute to get your legs going again, or, you've done a long climb and then followed by a long descent, and then after, you just haven't been pedaling for a while. It's hard to get the legs going. Kind of same situation. You've just been steady, taking over the cadence, and when you have to ask the legs to accelerate just that little bit, they might revolt. They might not want
to. It's such
to.
a big ask at that point, right? And you never know if they're gonna fully cooperate.
It's also a mindset, to be the rider that makes that first move. If you're responding to an attack, there's kind of an immediate adrenaline spike. See Rosa motioning Sophia to roll through again, but if you're responding to an attack, the adrenaline spike kind of helps with that. But to psych yourself up to be the one that makes the attack, kind of like you're saying, when you've just been in this long grind all day, is an interesting headspace to be in.
Oh yeah, you get all these thoughts of can I do it out there? Of is this the right move? Do I have the ability to get it done?
This is Cecily, and notably looking a little more fatigued than her teammate Carolina, but last time we checked, she had a really, really healthy lead. It'll be interesting to see, though. I mean, God, you have to imagine she's just absolutely on her last legs at this point. Can she hold it together? 6.5 miles to go. This would be maximum points in the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, she would be tied for the lead. She's just got to hang in there a little while longer.
Yeah, just 5 miles ago, she had an 11-minute lead over that chasing group. So even though she's looking definitely a little rough out there, she's got a great lead right now.
And the thing with Cecily, too, is that she had surgery over the winter. So she was a former national U.S. ski team member, and she had a lot of knee surgeries during that time. And I think there were some things that sort of built up or whatever. Things just weren't clicking right as they should be in her knee. And so she had a procedure done and was off the bike for a little while. So I think that's part of why she... at Traca, she did the 200, not the 360. I think she's kind of still building up that form and that base, and so maybe didn't want to overcook herself. One, because the events are fairly close together, but also she's still just kind of building everything up to this big day.
I would say she did it.
Yeah.
The build is complete.
Right?
Yes.
She nailed it. Look at, like the men's race, look at the international flair in our top 11 right now. 4 Americans in the top 11, only 3 in the top 10. We've got, Dutch rider, we got French riders in the mix. We've got, obviously Sophia in the mix. So another great global representation going on at the top end of our women's field right now.
And just such diversity too, beyond the nationality. I think, Meredith, you were saying Caro is a computer programmer, and then you have Cecily Decker, who is a skier, LDC, who comes from the road but has quite a storied history, Sophia, who's been to the Olympics for cross-country mountain biking, won Cape Epic multiple times, Cecile Lejeune, who's kind of a newer arrival, Rosa Closer, who finished, I think, top 30 at Paris-Roubaix this year with Canyon SRAM, racing at the highest level on the road. Annika Longvad, as legendary as it gets from a multi-discipline standpoint, I think I mentioned it earlier, but she's both finished top 3 at Strade Bianche and won Cape Epic 6 times, been many-time world champion.
6-time world champion.
6-time world
That's
champion on the mountain bike.
Yeah.
I mean, just the diversity in the top 10 is so cool, and I think that's one of the things that is so exciting about gravel is we have people coming to this discipline from all different directions, and because of that, all of these riders come with different skill sets, different strengths and weaknesses, and it's just so neat to watch it unfold with such good coverage.
Right, you can see how those different skill sets bring a little different something out here, and they all work in their own way out there. So, yeah, great to see our leader now just about 10 minutes away from hitting that 10-hour mark, and just about almost exactly 8 kilometers yet to go. So 8 Ks left for our leader. So, yeah, it's going to be just over that 10-hour mark. But, you know, unbelievable performance going on right now. The Pas Normal riders looking so strong out here today, and they positioned themselves so well from early on, putting 2 riders in that 3-rider break, and then, you know, nothing necessarily intentional, at least so it seems, causing that split outside of Council Grove, but the situation became 1-1-1 with Lauren Stevens on the back foot. Stevens has now been caught by that chasing group, and you know, it's our two Pas Normal riders up there occupying spots 1 and 2. So it's going to be a pretty nice little celebration for those riders tonight, should things hold true here in the finale and they'll get the top 2 spots.
Yeah, in a long day like this, what kind of mental games do you play with yourself? Like, I'm thinking about Carolina. She's got about 5 miles to go, and she knows she's close to the finish, but yet it probably seems like forever. Is this, like, at what point do you start counting down miles? Like, I've got one more mile, then 1 more mile, and, you know, you're just breaking it up into, like, a lot of people when they do intervals, you know, you've got a 20-minute interval, but you might break it up into 5 minutes at a time. Like, how do you, like, what is your mind?
She's probably been doing that for a while now.
Right.
She's been solo for, 80 kilometers?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
she's probably been playing that game for quite a while here.
Absolutely, and especially once you get past Cahola Hill and it gets into these flatlands, it can really feel like it's dragging on, even when you have a nice tailwind. And so, yeah, you know, for sure you're looking at the mileage. I don't know if she was maybe using that 10-hour barrier as a little bit of a carrot for a while. That can provide some motivation and some momentum, but you know, that's part of the game. At a certain point, you just have to face the distance. You have to face these really long straight roads, and when you're doing it alone, it can be a huge battle mentally, even when you're leading the race.
Yeah, I feel like there's a point for me where I just stop looking at the computer.
Yeah,
like, I don't want to know anymore.
Exactly. Less information is better at a certain point. I mean, you know it's coming at some point, so you just pedal and
head
pedal
down.
and head down and just go. And it seems to be working out right now. Is our leader now 4.3 miles to go, so right around 6 kilometers left here in our race. We started out on the start line this morning at 6:05 with 202.5 miles, over 10,000 feet of elevation facing the riders before they circled the northbound route and got themselves back into Commercial Street. And well, we're closing in on the final little bit. Highland Hill, really the only little bit of elevation left. So most of that 10,000 feet of elevation is already under the wheels of our leader here. There's our lead vehicle. You could just see that coming into sight up there, following Mignon up there, and now back once again to our chasers. And man, look who's at the back of the bus again. Shocking news there, Sophia. Well, maybe she's going to come through this time.
It is interesting. You know, she's not camped out at the back. She's just sort of missing poles here and there. So I don't know if she's trying to save up some bullets here or there for another big move. Or how she's looking to play this, but she's definitely thinking. That's for sure.
For sure. A lot different than what Carolina and Cecily Decker are having to think about right now, just rolling in solo.
Right.
And, you know, it's just, that's one of the best feelings when you don't have to think coming across the finish.
Yeah, you don't have to, how am I going to beat this
Right.
other rider or this group? You don't have to work that out in your head because it's so tough late in the race when you're just, your head's a little bit scrambled from everything else. Last thing you want to do is have to try and come up with plan A and B there in the finale.
Right. And if we do think about what these riders, if we talk about what these riders might be thinking about, I think Rosa probably feels pretty comfortable with the sprint.
Absolutely.
I would think, based on last year
sure.
at least. Who
Makes
knows
sense.
how she's feeling today. Sophia wasn't part of that finish last year, so
Right.
not really sure, where her sprint might be. LDC was part of that group. Granted, she did try to, I think, put in a little attack
she put in
on
a
Highland
dig.
Hill.
Yeah, exactly.
But she ended up coming through just off the back of the main group. And then Cecile is also an unknown amongst these riders and what kind of finish she has.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if Cecile's, we were kind of thinking of her maybe, we were thinking of her maybe as a little bit of the underdog out there, but maybe in her head she's like, you know what, maybe she's got some good fast twitch and she's feeling pretty confident to give it a little pop in that final kilometer, that final couple hundred meters. It's gonna be really interesting for us and all of our viewers to see this finale coming up here in literally exactly 5 kilometers from now.
And I'm curious about Cecile's mindset going into this. Is she sort of like, I'm happy to be here right now and I'm going to get worst case third place Grand Prix points? Or is she looking to kind of take things, take command, take as many points as she possibly can? She's going up against the most dominant rider, certainly in the Grand Prix, and arguably the most dominant rider in gravel of the last 5 years in Sophia. And so is there any intimidation factor there? Is she just going to be looking to follow her around in the final and see if she can sneak around her at the end? Or is she going to kind of take up the mantle and take the race to Sophia a little bit? I'm really curious to see.
The one thing about that, the fact that she may be a little unknown, is that she also doesn't know these other riders that well either.
She doesn't know what she's capable of.
Right? And I mean, of course she follows the sport. I'm sure she knows exactly who she's with and, what their accolades are. But I don't think she's riding afraid.
No, I hope not.
At all.
Right? She should have a whole boatload of confidence right now.
And
she's not rolling through like she's afraid. I mean, she's rolling through great.
And she's been encouraging everyone to roll through. And so that makes me think that she's feeling pretty good out there and confident in herself as well.
LDC now taking her turn on the way through, and that's certainly LDC, a rider based on last year, is I'm sure thinking about where she's going to time her move on Highland Hill, because that's, admittedly that's going to be her best opportunity, right, is to launch from, a kilometer or a kilometer and a half out and try and catch folks off guard as much as you possibly can here in the finale.
Yeah, I would say that is LDC's. I think we can probably all agree that that's going to be her best bet
Right,
is to
she's
try to
gotta
go
go
on
early.
Highland Hill.
Maybe even earlier. You never know
Sure.
if you can play the other riders against each other. If you can catch them by surprise and someone doesn't jump on the wheel immediately like we saw Rosa do with Sophia earlier, all of a sudden those 3 other riders look at each other. There's a moment of hesitation, and sometimes that's all it takes. So,
Well, to be honest, that might be actually the real move, is hit them before Highland Hill, because everyone's
When
thinking
you're not-
that's the logical launch pad, right?
Right,
Well,
when
and
you're
the-
least expecting it.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up earlier. It was really interesting the way our race finished up last year. I was expecting just huge fireworks on Highland Hill, and it was hard, but where the decisive move happened was on the plateau right after, because that's when people kind of let their guard down for just a second. They're like, oh, I didn't get dropped on Highland Hill, and then boom, someone goes when you're not expecting it, and then it's too late.
Yeah, it's such a common mistake, right, that you see.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of riders, the smart riders train that, actually, when you're doing hill repeats or something.
Up and over the hill,
exactly.
right?
You don't finish your interval at the top of the hill. You
Never.
finish maybe 30 seconds, a minute later, because it's really over the top.
Right.
Where people want to sit up because you're done, you're on your limit, and then somebody else takes advantage of that.
Yeah, and then you carry that speed into a downhill if you've got one on the other side, and kind of like the tailwind, it becomes very hard to shut that down.
It is pretty surreal in my experience to come into this section of the course, because these last, half mile of gravel, these riders will have ridden it multiple times all week. They'll have done a couple hard training rides out here, longer training rides. They'll do some recovery rides, but probably every single ride they're on this section of course. And you get there after such a long, huge adventure where you rode all the way out to Alta Vista, at the far northern end of the course, covered so much terrain, and all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, I'm back here. I'm back in Emporia. And you kind of, if you're in a position like Caro, maybe you take a minute. Hopefully she takes a minute to kind of reflect on what she's pulled off today, reflect on the incredible terrain she's covered. And, yeah, she's finally coming home to familiar territory here in Emporia.
Yeah, certainly by the time she gets over Highland Hill and into, obviously well into Emporia proper and near the finish, she's. I really hope she takes the moment to soak it all in and enjoy the crowd, because I'm sure we've got a phenomenal crowd out there just ready to give her a hero's welcome home here on Commercial Street. And it's going to be well deserving, because part of that 3-rider group for so long, and then the last 80 kilometers or so all by her lonesome out here. And there's a lot of different ways to win a bike race, but this is one of the hardest ways to get the job done out here, is by yourself for a couple hours out here on some of the most challenging terrain you could find.
Look at the clock. I mean, she's going under this bridge at 10 hours. This time would have won the men's race not that long ago.
Amazing.
I'm serious.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's phenomenal, right?
Unreal.
So yeah, we are now just 2 kilometers from the finish, as we've got our leader making her way in here. So now into the campus of Emporia State University. I'm sure the chopper is flying high out there. Fans are going to be starting to line the fence, because they know that the winner is just moments away from appearing into town here. And what a great day for this rider.
Smiling.
Yeah, look at that. She's finally comfortable,
knows.
right? She knows.
Now she knows.
Yeah, even a bit of a mishap now, a flat tire now, you could ride that in with still plenty of time to savor the work you've done.
She could even run it in.
I was about to say she could run it in. Let's not say that, but
yeah,
right.
I could. But
yeah.
So here we are on Highland Hill, the final incline of the day, and doesn't have to worry about a surprise attack from anybody. Can just ride her tempo a little bit, and while it's still a hard tempo, I'm sure she's going a little easier than normal, because it just doesn't even matter at this point. She just wants to get over the top of the hill. And once she's up on that plateau, well, she's going to know that this one is definitive, and it's going to be one of the biggest wins, as we've got one of our great fans out there. And I bet she's looking at that hot dog and maybe salivating a little bit about what's to come here to enjoy the fruits of her labor.
Yeah, Highland Hill, Hot Dog Hill, you know.
Either way, right? Either way.
That's one of the best things about finishing Unbound, is you get to eat whatever you want.
It's funny how many people come across the finish line and they want a beer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
especially
funny.
after a hot day.
Yeah,
Yes.
a beer right after this. It's a little bit of a cheap buzz out there, so understandable if that's your first go-to. And look at the grin on her face right now. She is all smiles. She knows she's got this one done. We're going to get that overhead shot, I think, in just a minute. So she's going to have just a couple more turns to navigate into downtown Emporia. It's been a little over 10 hours since we sent our women out. 6:05 a.m. is when we rallied around them, cheered them off as they made their way out onto the course to start their journey. Now she's only officially one turn away. She's made that right-hand turn. She's just kind of getting through the motions here. One final time, she's going to make the left turn, and well, at that point the crowd will have her well in their sights, and they're going to make a whole lot of noise. And my word, what a hard deserved victory. She's kind of making sure the helmet straps are nice and neat, and a pro's pro right there.
Zips
making
up.
sure, zipping up, and knowing she's been to her media training. She knows how to get it done for all of her sponsors. So there's that final left-hand turn, and it's going to be a great win for our rider here. Caroline Mignon is going to take a phenomenal win. She's got her hands on the tops. She is celebrating. So what a great champion out here today to cap off our women's elite 200-mile race, round number 2 of the Life Time Grand Prix. Your champion just about to get herself across the line. And it looks to me like there's a whole lot of emotion in this finish. I would imagine some tears are being shed, because what a day on the bike. The crowd showing their love, the hands in the air well before the finish line. And I'll tell you what, you couldn't ask for a better finish than this. 2 hours solo to take the win here.
Yes, I mean, what an effort. Well-deserved win. She's a back-to-back Traca 360 winner, and now she can add Unbound 200 to her Palmares as well.
Yeah, we have a new Queen of Gravel. Caroline Migon.
Yeah, I love seeing fresh champions every year because it keeps the following year that much more fresh when there's just so many other champions to call. And look at that just raw emotion. You can't replicate that anywhere now.
That's cool because you have to think she would have known for a while.
Yeah,
but
of
still
course.
having this outpouring of emotion when you officially do it, so cool.
Yeah, it's so great to see, and we couldn't ask for a more deserving champion than Carolina Mignon here across the line, officially your champion here today. Well, as we've got our women's finisher across the line, we want to give another big shout out to our presenting sponsor, Shimano. They've been a great supporter of our event here, and, well, we couldn't do it without their generous support. The 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. Our men's champions have been in, our women's champion is in, and now it's going to be a great battle to decide second and third step on the podium here today. And this battle's starting to get pretty cagey once again out here. Our last time slip was roughly 7 minutes, so we've still got about 4.5, 5 minutes or so before we see our leaders coming in. So they should be just literally on the outskirts of Emporia right now.
Well, first we should see Cecily Decker,
Oh,
or next we should see
you're right.
Cecily
How
Decker
quickly
coming.
we
I know,
forget, right?
We haven't seen a lot of her in these closing miles, but I'm pretty sure, assuming that she hasn't had to pull over to the side of the road or not, she had a sizable gap lead to these four chasers, so I'm pretty sure she should be safe to be rolling in for second place.
Yeah, and let's not forget, we'll kind of reiterate the point that our winner, Caroline, not part of the Lifetime Grand Prix. She's winning the race outright, a phenomenal win, but Cecily Decker currently sitting in second. She's going to potentially be our leading rider in the Lifetime Grand Prix.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out with these four riders here. Here we're seeing Cecily now looking a little labored, but hey, she knows this finish line is in sight, and she's just got to keep making forward progress here at this point.
Yeah, I think, again, barring some unbelievable disaster, I think Cecily is going to make her way into town here and up that final climb shortly, and she's going to bask in a little bit of the glory of her ride as well. A former ski team member who's, you mentioned had knee surgery. She's, not. I guess we could say she's on a little bit of a rehab from that knee surgery. It wasn't all that long ago, and kind of amazing the level she's gotten herself back to so quickly here to come home second place in the granddaddy of all gravel races worldwide.
Right, when she had her procedure over the winter, of course she had to take some time off, and then she gradually got on the trainer, just working on that range of motion. And then the next thing she told me, she was like, I'm going to sign up for a Skimo race. Like, she's total
Did
Skimo.
you learn your lesson? That's why you're here. That's why you had surgery, young lady.
Well, Skimo is a little different than alpine downhill skiing, but still, it was a testament to just how eager she was also to get back to training, and also how good how smooth her rehab was going, how quick it was, so that she did, I think, get back to training sooner than she might have expected.
Yeah, and anyone who's had a knee surgery knows that that's a tough one, right? It's not such an easy recovery. There's a few surgeries that you simply have to take your time, and it's very methodical in the approach to getting back into shape. And she's followed doctor's orders to a T out here, and sure enough, she's back on top of her game. And we saw her riding so aggressively in Monterey at the Sea Otter Classic. And if there had been an award, we said it then, if there had been an award for the most aggressive rider, she would have won that award hands down, because every time we saw the coverage, Cecily was on the front for one reason or another. And at times we kind of questioned why she was on the front so much, but just an aggressive racing style out there, and it's obviously paying off here today.
Yeah, she is a fighter for sure. I think she's an eager racer too. There are some racers who know how to be patient and can sit in and at the end of the day, well, that was a boring race because no one was really racing their bike, but she does not do that. She wants to make the race. There's people who make the race and people who are part of the race, and she likes to make the race.
Yeah, clearly. And look, it comes with its risks and rewards, right? sometimes it's not going to work out for you, and you have to take a calculated gamble. But so far, her calculated gambles have been very well calculated. She was up there in that leading trio for so long, and out of Council Grove, just a little bit of an issue that caused that separation among our three leaders. And we kind of suspected that she was going to get reeled back in by the chase group,
like Lauren did.
Yeah, like Lauren Stevens did, and we kind of figured that she would be back in the fold of the group behind certainly by the final hour of the race. But as well as Caroline has done for that 2 hours at the front, Cecily has done the same here, just literally 7 minutes behind, holding a steady pace. So a great ride by her, as well as I think she's about to be greeted by the hot dog there on the hill.
Yes, I mean, I'm super proud of Cecily as well. She's had a great ride out there, and she put it all out on the line. You're either racing for the win or you're risking not even being on the podium, and it has paid off for her. This is a fantastic result, and and if she had just sat in, you never know what can happen out there. And as we talked about, the advantage of being out there in a small group or by yourself is you get to choose your lines, you avoid all the chaos, the crashes, and all those things. So while it's a hard effort, there are some advantages, and it's paid off for her today.
Yeah, I mean, there's a famous sporting quote from an NBA player years ago of, you miss 1,000% of the shots you don't take, right?
Right.
And so you've got to take your shot. And sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you have to kind of deal with that. But she's gonna win today, even though she's gonna come home second overall. She's gonna be at the top of our Lifetime Grand Prix standings for the day, and it's gonna cap a phenomenal day for the team, right? A 1-2 finish, and I would have to go back through the history books and see if we've done that in the past, because that may be a first time, certainly in general or in the women's race out here. But we've now got Decker. She's on just about the final stretch. She's going to have one more left-hand turn to take, and then she'll be able to see that finish line truss a few hundred meters down the road, and that's going to be the best sight she's seen
Exactly.
for a couple of hours now, right?
I was going to say the same thing, yes. So that is going to be a welcome sight when you see the finish line banner, the crowd just banging on the boards, bringing her home. It's got to be such a good feeling. And, again, she's going to be exhausted, and I hope that she's not disappointed today, because it is easy, when you're in that second or third place, like, to be so close. But still, I think this was a phenomenal ride by Cecily today.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully the big picture, she's going to say, this was the best ride. It was the best I can do, and it was a great ride. Period. Put an end to that. So our silver medalist now coming down the straight, and you can see she's backed off. She's getting ready to soak it all in. So the crowd starting to see her come into the picture here along Commercial Street, and you can see some folks clapping along the fencing there as we now get down into the banners. That means the final few hundred meters here. So silver medal ride on the day going to go to Cecily Decker, and she's looking like she can't even celebrate right now. She is cooked, which is even more impressive. Everything was left on the road there for that silver medal ride.
Yeah, and she gave a little punch in the air, and I think that's, for her teammate who won, Carolina, I think she's excited for her teammate, but then also just excited for her own place out there today after a long, hot day in the saddle.
Yeah, I mean, we've been tucked away in the climate-controlled studio all day, and so we're like, how bad could it really be out there? But I'm sure once we open that door, we're going to be like, oh, man, my respect is going to go up even more for these riders out there. We see people hiding in the shade out here just outside of our studio. So definitely a toasty day for all these athletes to deal with as they make their way to the Lifetime Grand Prix zone, where they can get a little bit of water, a little cool down, a little relaxation there before we get them queued up for our interview process.
Yeah, I can tell you sometimes the hardest thing at the finish is actually getting off your bike
right?
without cramping, trying to get your leg over.
Yeah, pedaling is no problem, but as soon as you lift that leg, your hip flexor, it's like, wait a minute.
You've just been in that metronome, like that, in that pedaling stroke all day long, and then your body's like, wait a minute, we're done?
Yeah, what do you mean
how
we're
do
done?
Yeah.
I'll keep riding, but I certainly don't want to do that maneuver.
Right.
I had a little dousing off with the cold water there, trying to bring that core temperature down just a little bit to start the recovery process as fast as possible. So our top 2 riders in our women's Lifetime Grand Prix, round number 2 here at the Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano, have been decided. All that's to be decided now is who is going to be in 3rd place on the day. And we're now back with our 4 chasers here, and it's still kind of status quo in the group. And again, the language of where they are on the road kind of speaks volumes of how hard they're going and what they're starting to think.
Yeah, I think at this point they know. I mean, they have known for a long time that this group was going to be sprinting for 3rd place, and so I think soon we're gonna see the cat and mouse games stop, or they're going to stop looking at each other, and somebody's got to start launching attacks. And as we said earlier, is it going to happen before Highland Hill, or are they going to wait until that last little punchy climb to the finish?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. It's a matter of where and who. You know, we know Sophia is probably going to attack, and you know, we know LDC is probably going to attack, because that's, you know, I think Sophia maybe has a few more bits of ammunition in her pocket to use, but Di Crescenzo, she's got that one move, right? It's going to have to be that late attack if she wants to get into 3rd place. But again, you know, Closer, your winner here last year, our suspicion is she's going to rely on that sprint. Who knows? We're wrong plenty of times, but she won that sprint in pretty handy fashion last year. So obviously that leads us to believe that she's going to have maybe a little extra confidence than the rest of the riders. And then Lejeune, she, you know, literally the wild card out there. We just don't know what to expect from her right now.
Yeah, I think that, you know, even though Rosa won that sprint pretty handedly last year, this is a different makeup, you know, so you don't really know, other than LDC, the other 2, she doesn't really know how they sprint. I'm sure she's raced against Sophia before. I think they both did Traca 200, where Sophia won. And so there again, Sophia beat her in that race. So, you know, I think we're going to start to see some attacks coming pretty soon.
Yeah,
no one wants to leave it to the last minute.
Yeah, it's such a risk. And, you know, we talked about it earlier, you know, certainly when we alluded to the men's finish as it was starting to get down to the closing moments, is no matter how fast you feel you are on paper, it's a risk. It's a big risk, because you're not talking about sprinting after 2, 3, even 4 hours. You're talking about sprinting after 10 hours.
Yes.
And it's 100% a different ball of wax.
Yeah. I mean, sprinting after 10 hours versus sprinting when you're fresh it's totally a different ball game. Do you even get in the drops after 10 hours?
If you even have the mental state to remember that that's really where you want to be, right? It's so many different things come into play there. You see the riders are kind of spread out a little bit, and, you know, they've eased off. It doesn't matter, right? They're not going to be caught. They're obviously not going to catch anybody, because the 2 riders in front have finished, and they're not going to be caught from behind. So it kind of doesn't matter what they do at this point, as they're just kind of on the outskirts here of town. Probably, I would have to guess, maybe, you know, about 2.5 miles or so out of town.
And this is where things get really cagey of like, okay, you don't ever want to attack off the front. Right. And so how do you get yourself at the back of this group so that you can launch a surprise attack? Because, you don't usually just attack off the front, unlike, well, Cam did, I think. He just kind of I mean, granted, there were just 2 of them, but still, you know, Sophia, she's looking over her shoulder.
Yeah, that's a little interesting, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the chase is closed down. So.
I don't think so. At the last time check, it was about 4.5 minutes. So if they play around too much and the group behind has, you know, kept the hammer down, I still don't think they're going to get caught here, but we also don't really know exactly where that chase group is.
Yeah, initially I thought she was looking at Lejeune, because Lejeune was sitting on the back, and I thought Sophia was like, hey, wait a minute, that's my move. You're trying to take my move right now. But yeah, it was clear, and again, it's clear she's continuing to look back. And, you know, it's challenging, because how much info are they getting? They've passed riders all the way in.
Right.
So when they look back, they're seeing a lot of riders. And it's hard to tell at a quick 2-second glance who is who and whether someone's actually coming up from behind.
Yeah, they could easily be camouflaged in a lot of the other riders that are on that course right now. Yep, this is getting exciting. I can feel my heart rate going
wild,
up.
You think that only happens when we've got the number pinned on, but you find out quickly when you're on this side of the equation that you still get those goosebumps. You still get excited. The heart rate goes up, and you're just on high alert, waiting to see what's going to happen.
Right. They are soft pedaling now.
100%.
LDC almost came to, like, not a stop, but she was just kind of coasting through that turn, trying to force somebody else to come around. You just, like I said, you never want to be on the front of the group.
Yeah, so LDC, obviously, we've talked about what we feel her move is going to be. She's trying to position herself to drift back, but nobody's having anything of that right now. Closure on the wheel, and Sophia and Lejeune just off to the side of the group there, as we're getting a little bit of more of a close-up there. And still LDC kind of just looking around, but at this point, nobody's going to take the reins, right? Like, nobody's going to do that. They all know Highland Hill is just moments away, as you can see them get into their separate corral that we have for the pro versus amateur finishers, so we know that they're very, very close.
Oh, Cecile making the first move here. Huge acceleration from Cecile Lejeune right now. Hard to see if anyone was able to follow her wheel.
Yeah.
Not surprised, given the way that, okay, we see the wheel there. That's Rosa right there.
Yeah, Rosa very quick to react. Remember, when Sophia attacked a while ago, Rosa was the first one to respond. So Sophia, look at Sophia's body language, the shoulders really rocking, and Lejeune just digging in as they get under that inflatable arch. So we know they're at the top of the hill right now. Here's the question.
LDC.
Yeah, LDC looks like is off the pace right
Woo.
now. So just 3 riders potentially coming into the finale, but if the camera pans out, maybe we'll see LDC just a little bit behind here.
Yeah, they keep looking over their shoulder for LDC, and I mean, LDC, the thing a lot of times when you're, I'm surprised. I'm surprised she didn't just roll right through him. That would have been
look
the
at
move.
this one rider going Rosa going the wrong way, making that turn. So that's going to be potentially a big issue if Cecile Lejeune realizes what happened. So Lejeune is getting on the gas. Rosa, surprised because she knows the finish well from last year, but making that wrong turn. So now they're through the right-hander in town. That means one more turn to go. Lejeune still on the point. She's got Sophia on the wheel, and LDC there just on the left side of them. So LDC.
Rosa's back.
Rosa's back. That could
She's
spell
back.
trouble. She was our winner last year, that 9-rider sprint down to the line. So she is back. Lejeune is now fallen to the back of the group, which I don't know that's where I'd want to be now into the final left-hand turn.
It's a long sprint.
It is a long sprint, so this is going to be interesting. Sophia in a great spot right now as sprint's starting to wind up. LDC giving it everything as she can, waiting to see if Sophia makes the big move around. Rosa not making a move. There goes Cecile Lejeune up along the fencing. Lejeune coming up. That door going to stay open. It's going to be, this is down to the wire.
Tight sprint.
Sophia looks like she's going to have enough. Can Rosa come on by? All the way to the line. That is close. It looks from our vantage point like Sophia just got that one on the line.
Yeah.
What an amazing finish.
That was exciting. She almost opened that door for Rosa to come across that line. And, but wow. What a fantastic sprint finish there among these 4 women. They were fantastic today. Big hugs at the finish. Love to see the camaraderie amongst these riders right now.
Yeah, it's so great to see everyone kind of thanking each other and just giving each other praise for the great racing that we've had here today, and all of our top finishers now in the Lifetime Grand Prix zone, and lots of happy faces. LDC looking pretty pleased, and Sophia looking happy with that sprint finish out there. Rosa looking relatively pleased as well. I'll say relatively because maybe not so much.
Right. When you're so close.
Right.
So close. And also knowing that, she might have had that sprint had she not made that wrong turn. So she's probably going to be replaying that in her head for a while.
Right. What you make it to the end, a 202.5 mile race, and at 202, and 4.5 miles, you make a little blunder like that may well have cost her that sprint, because she had to make that big acceleration to come back. But
again, I mean, like we said, a sprint is a gamble.
Right.
A sprint is a gamble,
Right.
and so even though she won the sprint last year, different dynamics, different speed, all the things just played out really different today. So, but hats off to all these women. That was a great ride out there by our top 6 finishers so far.
Oh man, just I'm still kind of shaking here.
Yes,
that was,
totally.
That sprint was, we thought Cecile was going to have the move, then all of a sudden Rosa goes off, and we think it's going to be 3. Rosa gets back, and then just a great sprint all the way down Commercial Street there, and I would love to have had a side-by-side shot of that to see how close it was between Rosa coming up just on the left side there, but officially Sofia Gomez Vichafanye going to get 3rd place on the day, closure in a 4th, Lejeune in 5th, and LDC will come home in 6th place here. Oh man, what a day, right? For what a day it's been out here, and just so happy that we were able to make the live stream coverage happen all day today, and bring our viewers just literally blow by blow of the biggest and best gravel race in the world.
I know, this was fantastic. It was really exciting to be here in the studio calling it from behind the screen here. And I don't know if we actually thought, a couple years ago that this would happen, much less that we had, it started with the separate men's and women's starts last year. Now we, had that again this year, and being able to show the live coverage of both races just was really fantastic. It's the nerves, the tension has been high here in the studio watching the races unfold all day long.
Yeah, what a great day, and I hope this is the trend for the future. So our men's results up. Our winner, Cam Jones, out of New Zealand. Remember, Cam in the wild card, effectively punching his ticket to move into the Grand Prix from Leadville through the rest of the season. 2nd place, Simone Pelot. He was the first of our Grand Prix riders, so scores maximum points out there today for 50 total points. That'll put him in the overall lead going forward. In 3rd place, Torborn Road. He was also the 2nd of our Grand Prix athletes, so that's going to give him 47 total points. In 3rd, Maz Wirtz Schmidt. In 5th place, Brendan Johnson. Actually, Johnson and Pelot tie for the lead, but effectively, you backtrack results. Pelot should effectively be the leader, even though those two are tied on. Oh, sorry, I'm getting out of line here. Get farther down the line. In 6th, Ramon in there, and Keegan Swenson still had 54 points. So Keegan actually will still be our leader moving forward. So my mistake there, getting a little ahead of myself, but Keegan Swenson will still be in the lead. Simon Pelot and Brendan Johnson rounding out our top 3.
Hey, this is Payson McKelvin with today's winner, Caro, who just finished a 40-mile solo, 2-hour solo. Tell me about what was going through your head those last couple of hours.
I just thought if I was stupid or genius. I didn't know if I will make it till the finish. I would say till last 5K.
Really? You didn't know that you had an 18-minute lead? Well, Cecily was maybe, I think, 6-7 minutes back, but to the 3rd group, you had a huge lead.
Okay, I was not aware. I knew that Cecily was back, but I also know that she's super strong. And you also can have a flat, you can crash, you never know.
So you were on the gas all the way until Highland Hill, or when did you allow yourself to start enjoying it a little bit?
The last tarmac climb. Then I knew that I won, and I started to really smiling and just couldn't believe.
And how did your group get away? Because when the live coverage started, you already had a really commanding lead with the 3 of you. How did that break form early in the race?
In Esgridge, that was the first crucial section of the race. It was really hectic. The terrain was technical. There was a lot of mud, and I knew that I have to be in the front. So did Cecily. So we were 2 there, with also other girls. But in the end, it was just 3 of us at the end of the big climb there.
Can you put into words at all what this win means? You won't doubt yourself anymore.
Yes, I always come to the race, and I try to have a mindset that I'm a winner. But there are many people around that doubt you, and I think right now I just believe in myself.
Well, congratulations. It was such a pleasure to watch you race, and you were just absolutely flying in those last 20 miles. It was really cool to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're good. If you want to stop, introduce second place.
Next up, we're going to talk to Cecily Decker, who had just an unbelievable ride despite some misadventures, it sounds like. I was talking to you a little bit before this interview, and it sounds like more than a couple of things went wrong. And when you crossed the finish and walked into the tent, I honestly haven't seen many riders more destroyed after this race. Tell us what happened out there.
Yeah, I'm just completely wrecked. I kind of botched my first feed and only ended up with 2 bottles. Obviously, that's not enough for 80 miles. Yeah, I was out of water a long time and just so horribly dehydrated. Yeah.
And then you were telling me that when you went through that second aid, you were so thirsty that you basically just drank everything you had, and then you were out of fluids again all over again.
Yeah, I was just like so wrecked by the time we came through that second feed, and Caro kind of like was ahead of me, and I just like I couldn't go anymore, like, so I just kind of chugged everything, and it took like a little while for the water to just seep back into my legs. Yeah, and then I kind of just survived.
Did you know that you had a big enough lead to hang on to second, or were you dying and running scared at the same time?
I kind of knew I had a big lead, but like, to be honest, like my brain wasn't even working anymore. Like I was like hallucinating and kind of just like the only thing on my mind was just like going at a really controlled like pace to the finish.
Yeah, I think I heard you say earlier that you put some Grateful Dead on your headphones and just leaned into the hallucinations.
Yeah. You gotta roll with it.
Even though it wasn't the smoothest day, you finished second at Unbound. You're tied for the lead in the Grand Prix. Are you able to enjoy this now at this point? Are you able to realize what you just did?
Yeah, I mean, I came here and I really wanted to win, and I was willing to risk losing to do that, frankly. This race kind of transcends the series a bit, and obviously attacking at mile 40 and going off the front was super risky, but it was really worth it, and I'm just super happy it worked out in the end.
Well, congratulations. Go get recovered and enjoy this.
Thank you.
Good. And go ahead and introduce third.
All right, next up we have Sofia Gomez Villafañe, who is third place. Of course, she's been the winner here, so we'll be curious to hear how she feels about finishing third today.
Oh, you know, from winning to second to I don't even know where I finished last year to get back on the podium, managed to now be tied with Cecily on the Grand Prix points and be third place in that overall podium. It's pretty sweet.
Tell me a little bit about the dynamics in terms of how the race developed, because the coverage came in after that selection happened with the 3 leaders, and they already had a pretty big lead, and then the lead just continued to go out. What was happening in the chase group? Can you kind of put that into words a little bit?
Yeah, on Divide Road, which is after Eskridge feed zone, it was pretty muddy, and there was just a lot of carnage that just crash after crash after crash, and that kind of made these selections. And I remember on a kicker, I was behind Melissa Rollins, and Cecily was like 5 bike lengths ahead, and I'm like, oh, she's got this, she's going to close it. And then next thing I know, Cecily is like gone, And then once we kind of get onto that big road, you had Rosa saying Schiff isn't here, I'm not working. Paige saying Paige saying Haley's up the road, I'm not working. And it was just, couldn't get a cohesive group together. And amazing race for those 5 girls that kind of took the race by the horns and just challenged it. It was just impressive. I would get updates on my Karu Hammerhead, and I was like, wow, they're on one, and super impressive for them, and happy to salvage third.
Yeah, it was interesting. Late in the race, it seemed like you started to play some tactical games a little bit. We saw you sit at the back here and there, but then you'd roll through again. And I was trying to figure out what you had in mind, how you were going to play it. Can you take us inside a little bit, how you were going to try to solidify third?
It wasn't necessarily about solidifying third. I just wanted to have the legs when the selections were going to go. And this race is so long, it's 200 miles, and you'll feel great in 1 minute, and then you feel not good on another. So it's actually when you're feeling good, that's kind of when you need to hide, unless you're really willing to go for those attacks. And I also had super strong, Annika, super strong teammate. We tried to go, got reeled back real quick. I had, G, a pseudo teammate. It was super impressive ride from her after fracturing her elbow. And just when I felt for me personally, I couldn't push on my own, but I could dig to make those selections. And I don't come from a road background. I mean, you probably saw me that year. I cried at collegiate nationals when I got crashed out in a crit. So I've come a really long way, and I'm really proud of my tactics. And it's sometimes about who can get to the finish line with the least amount of watts. And I think I played it super conservative, and I was really smart, and I salvaged third.
Yep. And then last thing, take us inside the sprint. How did that go down? What was going through your head, especially when we saw Rosa take that wrong turn?
Yeah, Cecile, who's a good friend of Tucson of mine, she had the guts to attack on the hill, and then we dropped Lauren, and then, Rosa kind of made a wrong turn, and we didn't really attack. We just kind of gave her that opportunity to come back, and Lauren DiCrescenzo just kind of pinned it down, and when I see a finish line, I feel like I can kind of froth for it a bit, and I got worked at Levi's Gran Fondo, but happy to win the sprint for the rest of us.
Well, congratulations.
Cool, and thank you for everybody for watching and cheering. Super cool to have a live coverage at this event, and thank you Lifetime, thank you to all the sponsors, and super fun day.
All right, we're going to throw it back to the studio, and Bill and Meredith will wrap up our live coverage for today. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. From my standpoint, it's been really, really special to be on this side of the action. So sending it back to the studio now.
All right, we are back in the studio. Men's season standings are live. Keegan Swenson will retain the lead, 54 points in the men's side. Matt Beers will be in a 3-way tie with Brendan Johnson and Simon Pelot for second there. Back to fifth, Toby Rode with 47 points. Alexi Vermeulen in sixth. Alex Wild in seventh. Braden Lang in 8th, Russell Finsterwald in 9th place, and Sean Fincham with a top 10 currently overall.
And here we go with the women's results. These are the results from today. Carolina Magnon, Cecily Decker coming in for second, Sofia Gomez Vigefanier rounding out the podium for third, followed by Rosa Closer, Cecilia Lejeune, LDC Lauren DiCrescenzo, G. Schurz, Annika Longvad, Morgan Aguirre, and Sarah Lang rounding out the top 10. And here we have the season standings for the women. So Cecily Decker has taken the overall lead. Well, her and Sophia actually are tied with 58 points. Cecile Lejeune has jumped way up into third overall. LDC coming in at fourth. Sarah Lang moving up into fifth. Haley Preen from South Africa in sixth. Alexis Scarda in seventh. Melissa Rollins in eighth. Paige Onweller in ninth. And Courtney Sherwell rounding out our top 10 in the Grand Prix standings.
All right, well, that was a great day of racing here, and we were so happy to be able to call it live all day long, the 2025 Lifetime Unbound Gravel presented by Shimano. I would say a resounding success in every single aspect out there today. And it's been our pleasure here from the studio to call the action. And we only hope to be able to do this more in the future. Round number 3, the Leadville 100 mountain bike race coming up later on this season. So that'll be the next stop in the Lifetime Grand Prix. Until then, we want to thank all of our viewers for joining us on our live stream coverage today. For Payson McKelvin, Meredith Miller, I'm Bill Elliston. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you down the road.